Imagine this. The war is over. Everyone has returned home. But for one legendary hero, the journey home becomes the greatest battle of all. A voyage where every wave hides the threat of death, every island conceals a new curse, and the wrath of the gods pushes him deeper into the unknown with every step. Will he ever return to his family, to his kingdom of Ithaca, or will the endless sea become his final resting place? Today, we begin one of the greatest epic adventures ever written, the Odyssey. So, without further delay, let's begin. 8ETTELEMACHY. The Odyssey, like the Iliad, begins in the 10th year of the story's chief action, with events nearing their climax and final solution. We begin with a very rapid location of Odysseus in place, time, and stage in his career, but then via the counsels of the gods concerning his immediate fate pass to Telemachus, with Athene's visit which sends him off on his journey. It is only after Telemachus has begun his visit in Sparta and heard from Menelaus that his father is alive, and after the suitors have set their trap, that we return directly to Odysseus himself. We then follow Odysseus for the rest of the Odyssey. The poet now tells us of Odysseus' journey to Scheria and his sojourn there, and he makes Odysseus himself recount to the Phaeacians his previous wanderings, the great wanderings. They then convey him to Ithaca, and with his homecoming, the tale of the wanderings of Odysseus joins on to the tale of Odysseus on Ithaca. Thus, in two respects, the narrative order of the poem disagrees with the chronological order of the story. The early and chief wanderings of Odysseus are told by throwback narrative toward the middle of the poem, and the wanderings of Telemachus come first. The joins or transitions from theme to theme are noteworthy. After the poet has located Odysseus in time and space, the gods consider the question. Athene urges the homecoming of Odysseus. Zeus proclaims that Athene shall have her way. Odysseus may now start for home. Athene answers I-80-195. Son of Cronos, our father, O lordliest of the mighty, if in truth this is pleasing to the blessed immortals, that Odysseus of the many designs shall return home, then let us dispatch Hermes, the guide, the slayer of Argos, to the island of Ogygia, so that with all speed he may announce to the lovely-haired nymph our absolute purpose, the homecoming of enduring Odysseus, that he shall come back. But I shall make my way to Ithaca, so that I may stir up his son a little and put some confidence in him, to summon into assembly the flowing-haired Achaeans, and make a statement to all the suitors, who now forever slaughter his crowding sheep and lumbering horn-curved cattle. And I will convey him into Sparta and to sandy Pylos, to ask after his dear father's homecoming, if he can hear something, and so that among people he may win a good reputation. This excellently motivates the Telemachy, but it does perforce leave Odysseus stranded, and after the major part of the Telemachy, at the opening of Book V, the return to Odysseus shows more strain than the departure from him did. Athene has been to Ithaca and to Pylos with Telemachus. She left the court of Nestor, presumably for Olympos EE.371. Now she has to start all over again, almost as if the case of Odysseus had never come up to complain of his sorrows, but ends with the perils of Telemachus. And Zeus seems to have to remind her that she herself planned everything that has just been happening V.23. Hermes, who has been waiting for this for 4 books and 5 days, can at last get off I-84. V.28, and the wanderings of Odysseus may be resumed. The obviousness of the joins and the bulk of material not specifically related to Odysseus in books EI-EV, his absence from books EEI, have suggested that the Telemachy was an independent poem which was, at some stage, incorporated more or less whole in the Odyssey.2. This may be true, and there is no way to prove that it is not true. But it is also possible that the poet or poets 3 of the Odyssey, in the form in which we have it, deliberately developed this diversion, never meaning to take up Odysseus until he had first established Telemachus, that he so much desired to do this that he was willing to accept the necessary awkwardnesses of narrative joining in which it would involve him. Why so? Let us consider the effects gained for the total poem from having the Telemachy with its present contents in its present place. Odysseus in the Iliad was a great man, but his magnitude is increased by thee. flattering mentions of him by Nestor EE.120.123, Menelaus Eve.333.346, and Athene herself I.255.256 with 265.266. It is increased still more by the evident need for him felt by his family and friends, concisely stated by Athene I.250.3.254. How great your need is now of the absent Odysseus, and everywhere apparent. Through Nestor and Menelaus, also, the Odyssey is secured in its place among the Nostoi, for the homecomings of the Achaeans. The general character of the Nostoi is succinctly stated by Nestor AE.130.135. But after we had sacked the sheer citadel of Priam, and were going away in our ships, and the gods scattered the Achaeans, then Zeus in his mind devised a sorry homecoming. For the Argives, since not all were considerate and righteous, therefore many of them found a bad way home, because of the ruinous anger of the gray-eyed one, whose father is mighty. The sufferings of two great heroes, by long wandering away from home Menelaus, and by treachery and disaster on arrival Agamemnon, both well point up the case of Odysseus in two of its different aspects. For an audience well-versed in the tale of Troy, or the Iliad, interest is added in a second viewing of some old favorites. Nestor, Helen, Menelaus, all very like themselves in the Iliad. Without planning some such excursus as the Telemachy, the poet could not have worked them in without a great deal more awkwardness than it has, in fact, cost him. Another point gained through the Telemachy is the instigation to murder. For Odysseus must end by murdering Penelope's suitors. So, it appears the story demanded. Further, the story demanded, or the poet firmly intended, that Telemachus should assist his father in this business. The suitors are a bad lot, and they have put themselves in the wrong. But we cannot assume that Homer's audience was so inured to bloodshed that they could take this altogether lightly. Modern readers mostly cannot. In any case, there are numerous passages in the Telemachy which look as if they might be designed, which do in any case serve to shore up the consciences of the avenging heroes and of their sympathizers in the story or in the audience. Aegisthus seduced Agamemnon's wife while he was gone at Troy and murdered him on his return. Orestes murdered his father's murderer. The case may not seem quite parallel to the situation of the Odyssey, but Agamemnon's. Ghost used his story as a warning against the wife-suitor danger G.441, 446, 454, 456, and when Athene tells Odysseus about Penelope and her suitors, he immediately thinks of Agamemnon GI.383-385. Orestes' act seems to be taken as a precedent justifying murder when it means putting one's house in order. It is mentioned with approval by Zeus I.3543, and Athene specifically holds up Orestes as an example to Telemachus I.298-300. Nestor tells Telemachus of Orestes' revenge and immediately warns Telemachus not to stay too long away from home, once again, as if there were a specific connection IEE.306-316. It is not only through her praise of Orestes that Athene shows, at the very outset of the Odyssey, that she favors, one might even say insists on, the slaughter of the suitors. She definitely tells Telemachus to do it. I.294-296. And in order that they may be the more guilty, she has apparently put the plot of ambushing Telemachus into their minds, while at the same time making sure that it must fail v.2324. The whole later action of the Odyssey is approved, authorized, encouraged by Athene. She is carefully established in this role at the outset of the epic as we have it. This, I believe, is the chief reason why we start with the Telemachy. Here she can be cast as the fairy godmother or guardian spirit. If the poet had begun at the beginning of the wanderings of Odysseus, he could not have cast her in this role, because the tradition was that at this time Athene was angry with all the Achaeans, including even Odysseus. So, for instance, Phemios sang of I-326-327, the Achaeans' bitter homecoming, from Troy, which Pallas Athene had inflicted upon them. Nestor agrees, adding the wrath of Zeus EE.130 to 135 quoted above. The wrath of Athene deserves special consideration, and I shall return to it when I discuss the wanderings of Odysseus. Here it may be sufficient to say that the poet has established the position of Athene as guardian spirit of the family by beginning with the Telemachy. Last of all, and most obvious of all, the Telemachy gives us Telemachos. Once Odysseus is on the scene, our attention is mainly fixed on him, but his young helper quietly maintains the character that has been built up for him without strain or hurry in the first 4 books. I think, then, that it can be said, as objectively as is possible in such cases, that the Odyssey gains much from its Telemachy. The cost is the delay in bringing us, first-hand, to Odysseus and his wanderings. But did Homer count such delay as cost? In the Odyssey, the poet gives us a few indications of his views about storytelling. One should not be repetitive, G.450.453. Why tell the rest of? This story again, since yesterday in your house I told it to you and your majestic wife. It is hateful to me to tell a story over again when it has been well told, and well has Odysseus Homer that has told his story. Thus Alkinoos, G.366.368. You have a grace upon your words, and there is sound sense within them, and expertly, as a singer would do, you have told the story. It is storytelling they like, and they are not impatient. G.372.376. Here is a night that is very long. It is endless. It is not time yet to sleep in the palace. But go on telling your wonderful story. I myself could hold out until the bright dawn, if only. You could bear to tell me, here in the palace, of your sufferings. If you could only hear him, says Eumaeus to Penelope. I had him for 3 nights, and he enchanted me. XVE.512521. Delay, excursus, elaboration, whether by creative expansion or incorporation of bimaterial, is part of the technique of the epic, as opposed to chronicle. In the Iliad, the wrath of Achilles is not hastened to its fulfillment, nor, in the Odyssey, the vengeance of Odysseus. Consider the daydream of Telemachos, how he visualizes his father's homecoming, I.115.116, imagining in his mind his great father, how he might come back and all throughout the house might cause the suitors to scatter. All he has to do is appear, armed, and the suitors will scatter in panic. So too Athene, I-250-5256, 265-266. I wish he could come now to stand in the outer doorway of his house, wearing a helmet and carrying shield and 2 spears. I wish that such an Odysseus would come now among the suitors. They all would find death was quick, and marriage a painful matter. 5. Over too quickly, a tableau, not a story. How different is the actual return and slow-plotted slaying, directed by Athene herself. Delaying matter, if worthy, was, I think, welcome. 8 he wanderings of Oteats. The wanderings themselves can be considered under 4 headings, as follows. The wanderings as part of the Nostoi, or general homecoming of the Achaeans. The great wanderings, from Troy to Calypso's Isle, recounted to the Phaeacians by Odysseus himself, Books XZ. The homecoming, from Calypso's Isle to Ithaca, including the stay with the Phaeacians. This is told by the poet as narrator, not by Odysseus, and occupies books VVE and GI.187, being interrupted by Odysseus' account of the great wanderings. The lying stories told by Odysseus when he is disguised as a tramp pretending to be a fallen noble, together with some information which Odysseus as tramp claims to have heard about the true Odysseus. The wanderings of Odysseus are placed among the general homecomings, or Nostoi, the subject of a later epic at the very outset, I-1114. Then all the others, as many as fled sheer destruction, were at home now, having escaped the sea and the fighting. This one alone, longing for his wife and his homecoming, was detained by the queenly nymph Calypso, bright among goddesses. Elsewhere in the first 4 books we have scattered allusions to the homecomings. They are generally characterized by Nestor's speech, IEE.130.135, But after we had sacked the sheer citadel of Priam and were going away in our ships, and the gods scattered the Achaeans, then Zeus in his mind devised a sorry homecoming for the Argives, since not all were considerate nor righteous. Therefore many of them found a bad way home, because of the ruinous anger of the gray-eyed one, whose father is mighty. We are told of the murder of Agamemnon, the wreck and drowning of Aias Oileus, the storm battering and wanderings of Menelaus. Yet there is sometimes an odd note of inconsistency. Nestor reports that he and Diomedes came home without mishap, and that he has heard that Neoptolemus, Philoctetes, and Idomeneus did the same. 6 Proteus tells Menelaus that only 2 chiefs perished in the homecoming Ive. 496-497. This does not square very well with the sorry homecoming spoken of by Nestor and mentioned elsewhere. Nor does Nestor's account of the departure of Odysseus agree well with Odysseus' own account. 7. It is possible that there was an early variant version of the Nostoi. And C. The Great Wanderings, starting from Troy, take Odysseus to the Ciconians, the Lotus Eaters, the Cyclopes, Aeolos, the Laestrygones, Circe's Isle, the Land of the Dead, the Sirens, Scylla and Charybdis, Thrinacia, and Calypso's Isle. From the Ciconians, he is driven south, off the map, and his last certainly identifiable landmark is Kythera X. 81. After that, except for a brief sight of Ithaca X. 2855, he wanders among marvels, and though his seas and landfalls have often been identified, all is hypothetical, and nothing is secure. Through these adventures, partly perhaps because Odysseus is telling them in his own person, the major gods appear very little. Athene does not appear at all. Responsibility for the troubled wanderings is pinned on Poseidon through the prayer of Polyphemos, his son, after his blinding Ix. 528-536. Here, as we have noted, the order in the epic narrative does not follow the chronological order. The invocation and the opening scene, before leading to the Telemachy, establishes Poseidon as the persecutor of Odysseus, I 6879 Zeus speaking. It is the earth encircler Poseidon who, ever relentless, nurses a grudge because of the Cyclops, whose eye he blinded, for Polyphemos like a god, whose power is greatest. Over all the Cyclopes. Thusa, a nymph, was his mother, and she is daughter of Phorcys, lord of the barren salt water, who in the hollows of the caves had lain with Poseidon. For his sake Poseidon, shaker of the earth, although he does not kill Odysseus, yet drives him back from the land of his fathers. But come, let all of us who are here work out his homecoming, and see to it that he returns. Poseidon shall put away his anger, for all alone and against the will of the other immortal gods united, he can accomplish nothing. Poseidon is Odysseus' persecutor, just as Athene is firmly established as his protector, Idi 4862. The Telemachy follows, and then the homecoming, which, as we have seen, starts with Athene taking up the case of Odysseus. She helps him against Poseidon, who wrecks his raft and who proposes to take a final revenge on the Phaeacians for conveying him home. It looks like contrivance? At least, the result is to mitigate any tradition that the sufferings of Odysseus and the other Achaeans were due to the wrath of Athene. The hallmark of the wanderings, from Troy to home, is imaginative combination. Except for the very beginning, known places do not figure, nor traditional characters, except in the land of the dead. The gods of Olympos, I have said, are not prominent. Rather, we see much of minor divinities, ill-attested outside of the Odyssey itself, such as Circe and Calypso. We find monsters like Scylla and Charybdis, and the delightful but almost equally monstrous Sirens. We have mortals who are almost superhuman in one dimension or another. The Lotus Eaters offer magic fruit Ix.9297. The Phaeacians have their magic ships VE.555-563. They may even have automatons VE.9194, 100, 102, 8 their orchards bear fruit forever in season and out VE.114, 126. And the gods, who live near them, visit them openly without disguise, VE.201, 206. The Laestrygones have supernatural strength and ferocity X.116-124 and the normal. Seasons do not seem to apply in their country. Consider also Aeolus. He lives a blissful life in a brazen tower with his 6 sons married to his 6 daughters X.12, and in flat contradiction to epic tradition elsewhere, he, a mortal, has been put by Zeus in charge of all the winds, whom he keeps tied up in a bag. So, too, the Cyclopes of the Odyssey are quite different from the Cyclopes in Hesiod and elsewhere. Elsewhere they are gods. In the Odyssey, they are mortals. Elsewhere there are 3 of them, and their names are Brontes, Steropes, and Arges. In the Odyssey they are apparently numerous, and one of them is named Polyphemos. This Polyphemos is the son of Poseidon, but elsewhere the Cyclopes are the sons of Uranos and Gaia. Elsewhere they are smiths and builders, but in the Odyssey they are herdsmen, or at least Polyphemos is. Their chief and perhaps sole similarity is the single eye and the name of Cyclops.9. Now Cyclops means not one-eyed but round-eyed. Thus Hesiod, not content with the name, describes them as being not merely round-eyed but one-eyed, Theogony 142-145. These and all the rest of their shape were made like gods, but they had only one eye set in the middle of their foreheads. Cyclopes, wheel-eyed, was the name given them by reason of the single wheel-shaped eye that was set in their foreheads. Homer, on the other hand, while describing their nature and way of life, never tells us that they are one-eyed, but seems rather to assume that Polyphemos is one-eyed, or rather that we know he is. This comes up when Odysseus proposes to blind him, Ix.331-333. Next, I told the rest of the men to cast lots to find out which of them must endure with me to take up the great beam and spin it in Cyclops' eye when sweet sleep had come over him. The blinding scene which follows assumes throughout that there is only one eye to deal with. This suggests to me that Homer borrowed the name and the notion of Cyclops for his story, and that the name Cyclops by now meant, that is implied, a one-eyed giant. The story itself may have been a previous folk tale, since it has many analogies, 10, or it may have been free invention. Be that as it may, the story of the blinding of Polyphemos the Cyclops, as we have it, brings Poseidon into the story. His prayer to his father, Ix.526-536, causes the troubled wanderings of Odysseus, as we were told at the start, I-6875 and elsewhere. But Odysseus at the time of the blinding was already lost from home. His wanderings were begun before they were caused. The paradox seems most plausibly explained as a compromise. Homer knew and admitted the wrath of Athene and Zeus and other gods 11, which caused suffering to the Achaeans, including Odysseus. But he alters it as far as he can to a situation where Athene merely acquiesces in the sufferings of Odysseus out of respect for Poseidon, whose wrath is thus emphasized. On Ithaca, Odysseus gently complains to Athene that while he enjoyed her patronage at Troy and among the Phaeacians, he did miss her company in between. That is, on the great wanderings GI.314-323. She ultimately answers this, GI.339-343. And I never did have any doubt, but in my heart always knew how you would come home, having lost all of your companions. But, you see, I did not want to fight with my father's brother, Poseidon, who was holding a grudge against you. In his heart, and because you blinded his dear son, hated you. Perhaps this will stand as Athene's official version. D. In addition to the authentic wanderings of Odysseus recounted by the hero himself or by the poet, there are 5 false stories told by the hero about himself. These are addressed respectively to Athene GI.256-286, Eumeos Giv.191-359, the suitors XVE.419-444, Penelope Gix, 165-202, and Laertes Exixiv.302-308. All the stories serve as answers to the standard question, spoken or unspoken, raised by the presence of a stranger, especially on an island. Who are you and where do you come from? All the stories involve known and identifiable places. They are meant to be plausible, and the supernatural and the marvelous elements of the wanderings find no place here. The longest and fullest account is the second, given to Eumaeus. Here, Odysseus represents himself as a Cretan, a veteran of the Trojan War, who subsequently led a disastrous raid on Egypt, was spared and befriended by the Egyptian king, survived the wreck of a Phoenician ship, and came to Ithaca by way of Thesprotia. The first, third, and fourth accounts vary or repeat these themes. All the first four necessarily represent Odysseus as a former nobleman, down on his luck. By the time he talks to Laertes, however, he has recovered his property and status, and the story of the fallen noble is no longer necessary. He is from Alybas, wherever that may be, and has arrived from Sicania, presumably Sicily. The story of the raid on Egypt has attracted special attention. It reads like an account of one of the great raids by the peoples of the sea, attested in the annals of Egypt, but told here from the invader's point of view. 1.2. This would tie the Homeric poems to history and suggest that the tradition of troubled homecomings for the Achaeans might have originated in actual turbulence and wanderings after the Trojan War. The presence of these stories in the final version of the Odyssey could perhaps be accounted for by the poet's desire to exploit and develop the talents of his hero, giving content to the general comment, Jix.203. He knew how to say many false things that were like true sayings. But it is also possible that the lying stories, taken together, might represent a fragmentary outline of an original Odyssey, in which the wanderings were confined to known places in the Mediterranean, Crete, Cyprus, Egypt, Phoenicia, Thesprotia, and which the present Odyssey has replaced. One could thus make up a rough and imperfect series of analogies, such as, for instance, Raid on Egypt, Great Wanderings, Egyptian counterattack, Laestrygones, King of Egypt, Circe or Calypso-Phoenician wreck, wreck of Odysseus' last ship or of the raft Thesprotia, Scheria, the land of the Phaeacians. Nothing like this can, of course, be pressed. But the lying stories in themselves emphasize the element of imagination in the Odyssey as we have it. By contrast to the Great Wanderings, the lying stories link rather to the Nostoi. 8e World OF VHE Wanderings. The world of the Wanderings has occasioned even more controversy. Briefly, there are two extreme views. On the one, the places in the Wanderings, such as the land of the Lotus Eaters, Circe's Isle, Scheria, and so forth, represent real places in the Mediterranean, or even out of it, or at least some of them do. On the other view, they are imaginary. Both these views seem indeed to be extreme, but it is difficult to find a middle ground. Many identifications have been made, and the whole subject is too large and complicated to treat in detail. 1.3. It may be useful to look at a few favorite identifications. The Lotus Eaters are regularly located on the coast of Libya, Africa, because of the sailing log, though Homer, who knows of Libya, does not use the name here. There is a strong tradition that places Polyphemos and the Cyclopes in Sicily. Scylla and Charybdis have often, despite many objections, been located in the Straits of Messina. Corcyra, now often called Corfu, claimed to be Scheria, the land of the Phaeacians. Some of these traditions are early. Thucydides, writing at the end of the 5th century BC, refers to legends about Cyclopes, and also Laestrygones in Sicily, and to the Corcyraeans' pride in the ancient sea fame of the Phaiakians. 1.4. Also, the traditions have survived, or have been resuscitated, and to this day, near Assyriel, the Sicilians will show you the rocks Polyphemos threw at the ship of Odysseus 15, while at Corfu, your guide. We'll point out the little island, which is the Phaeacian ship turned to stone, and the bay where Odysseus encountered Nausikaa.16. Yet there are serious difficulties. Nothing in the text of the Odyssey indicates that the Cyclopes lived in Sicily, or, in fact, on an island at all. Phaeacian Scheria does seem to be an island, far out in the sea with no land near. Corfu is an island, but lies so close off the mainland that from the open sea, whence Odysseus approached it, and even from some places on the landward side, it is impossible to tell where the mainland ends and the island begins, or even that Corfu is an island at all. Yet as Odysseus first sees it, v.281, it looked like a shield lying on the misty face of the water. External evidence raises still greater difficulties. The Odyssey substantially as we have, it could not have been completed much before the end of the 8th century BC. The traditional foundation dates for many Greek cities in the West are earlier than that. Sicilian Naxos is said to have been settled in 735 BC, Syracuse and Corcyra in 734, and half a dozen others before 700. Caim Cumae, near Naples, claims even greater age. These dates are generally accepted by modern scholars, and the pottery in some places even goes back to Mycenaean times. 17. Thus, by the time of the Odyssey's completion, the western Mediterranean as far as Sicily was not only well explored, but pretty well settled with Greek colonies. Colonies almost or quite as Hellenic as their mother cities in Old Greece. How could such a place belong simultaneously to the known world and the wonder world of the wanderings? How could Corcyra be both itself and Scheria? Only, one might say, by embedding features conceived very early in the process of accumulation and ignoring later phases. This does not seem to be the normal process. Homer's Ithaca is Ithaca, not a wonderland. Sicily, as Sicania, is mentioned as if it were a real place, xxiv.307. The land of the sickles, presumably Sicilians, is a source or market for slaves, not Cyclopes or other monsters, xx.383, xxiv.211, 365, 389. Menelaus speaks of Libya among other far but real places, Eve.80, 385. I wandered to Cyprus and Phoenicia, to the Egyptians. I reached the Ethiopians, Aramboi, Sidonians, and Libya. The place is preternaturally prosperous, but it keeps company with Cyprus, Phoenicia, Egypt, and Ethiopia, not with the Lotus Eaters, and a relatively workaday Phoenician ship was carrying Odysseus there to be sold as a slave Jiv. 295, 297. Those who would find true points of reference for Aeolos, the Phaeacians, Laestrygones, and the rest frequently offer the support of topographical detail from the Homeric text. Sometimes this is too general for identification, but often it is plausible. The little island off the land of the Cyclopes is described in thoughtful detail, as if seen by the eye of a prospective settler X.116169. But where is it? The land of the Laestrygones is vividly presented. We can still ask the same question. In these and other cases, the descriptions may well be based on authentic reports from mariners, but they also may be put in the wrong place. That is, to say it another way, for this is important, it is possible to combine topographical accuracy with geographical incoherence. This seems actually to have happened in the case of Ithaca. Topographical details are scattered through the poem. The scholar can review these and honestly say that Homer seems to know his Ithaca and what it is like. 18. Only he does not seem to know where it is. Listen to Odysseus himself, who ought to know X.20, 126. I am at home in sunny Ithaca. There is a mountain, there that stands tall, leaf-trembling Neritos, and there are islands settled around it, lying one very close to another. There is Dulichion and Same, wooded Zakynthos. But my island lies low and away, last of all on the water toward the dark, with the rest below facing east and sunshine. This simply will not do for Ithaca Tiaki, though that has the landmarks, for it lies tucked close in against the eastern side of the far larger Kephallania Same. Homer's description would in fact better suit Corfu Corcyra, which all the world has already identified with Phaeacian Scheria. I am thus forced back to the belief that the places of the wanderings are combinations. They are made by the imagination. They are in part sheer fancy, and sailors' stories can involve monsters and enchanted places, as well as authentic report. But they probably contain bits and pieces of solid, unassimilated fact. The lands of the wanderings seem to stand on the same footing as their inhabitants. These too are of this world and stature, rather than that of Olympos and the Olympians. Yet they are not quite of this world either. They are people endowed like no people we shall ever meet, and live in places where no one, since Odysseus, will ever go. 19. And thus the land of the dead, where Odysseus and his men so soon to die are the only living visitors, takes its natural place among the wanderings. For it is described not as an underworld, but as a far shore, with landmarks borrowed perhaps from some or several true places in the real world. If the Odyssey is a work of the imagination, then we must ask, are the wanderings symbolic or allegorical? Do they represent the story not of a man, but of man? Many have thought so. 20, I think not. But the wanderings do lend themselves to a morality, for it is easy to read the adventures as a series of trials. The Greek authors like to dramatize the test para by which a person established his quality. Odysseus passes, or at least survives the trials by terror and force. The Ciconians, the Cyclops, the Laestrygones, the confrontation with the ghosts, Scylla, Charybdis, Zeus' storm, Poseidon's storm, and there is trial by temptation. His men fail disastrously against curiosity and hunger with the bag of winds and the cattle of the sun, but Odysseus endures, and he endures. Also against the temptations to stay with comfort and beauty and give up the hard voyage home. The charms of the lotus eaters, Circe, the sirens, Calypso, Nausicaa. But symbolism and allegory seem foreign to the biology of early Greek epic. It is hard for me to think that the moral proposition came first, with the story shaped to present it. Even in the case of Circe turning the men to swine, it is probably mistaken to read anything more meaningful than a fairy tale transformation. There is plenty of morality in the Odyssey, but it is where it ought to be, inextricably implicit in the story itself. This is a brilliant series of adventures linked and fused by character. The tests, including the tests on Ithaca, are passed by the exercise of virtues, viz., in ascending order, physical courage and strength, ingenuity where these might fail, restraint, patience, tact, and self-control, and the will for home. These are the virtues not of man, but of a particular valiant, resourceful, much-enduring hero, established as such in the Iliad, and developed in a development of the Nostoi, the sequel to the Iliad. Odssonithaka. In the middle of a line, gi.187, we leave the Phaeacians forever, without even learning what finally happened to them, and henceforth we are concerned almost exclusively with Odysseus on Ithaca. He will not attack the suitors until Book Xyzi, and he will not reveal himself to Penelope until Book Xyzi. Thus, the length allotted to Odysseus on Ithaca is extraordinary. Nearly 9 books, more than twice the text given to the Great Wanderings, are devoted to the time from Odysseus' arrival to his dropping of disguise and attack on the suitors, and for nearly 9 books very little happens. We can only guess at the purpose of this drawing out. We may observe some of the effects. The revelations and recognitions by Telemachos, Eumeos, and Philocios, Penelope, Laertes are strung out bit by bit. We are teased by the abortive recognitions by Argos and Euryclea, and by the times when the careful hero nearly gives himself and the game away XVE.9094, XX.2830. There is the constant threat that Penelope will, at the very last moment, give in to the suitor's jigs. 524, 534, 576, 581, XXC, 6879. There arises that special irony where the audience or reader, in on the whole secret, can watch the victims being gulled by the hero, his merciless guarding divinity, and his equally merciless son. The story of near recognition is beautifully played out in the interview between the hero and his wife, where she confides in the stranger to whom she is, so drawn that she can hardly let him go. Jix.509. Here and elsewhere, the leisurely composition, in which talk is overwhelmingly predominant, gives opportunity to elaborate the characters. The epithets of the 3 leading persons, resourceful Odysseus, thoughtful Telemachos, and circumspect Penelope, gain depth and intensity through these slow books. Penelope, in particular, is done with great subtlety. Desperately pressed, with no power but her wits, charm, and heart, she plays a waiting game and never commits herself. The leading suitors, Antinos, Eurymachos, and Amphinomos also gain some dimension. Both as a group and as individuals, in a few cases, the suitors could have been much simpler than they are. For the poet seems mostly to have seen the moral issue as just right against wrong. 21. The sin of the faithless maids and of the one faithless thrall is disloyalty. The sin of the suitors is perhaps this, too, but they also abuse hospitality. To Homer, perhaps because he was a wandering poet. This virtue is thematic, and again we are given object lessons on the right dealings between host and guest through the conduct of Telemachus, Nestor and his family, Menelaus and a reformed Helen, the Phaeacians, Odysseus, Calypso, Penelope. Horrid counterexamples are furnished by Polyphemos and the Laestrygons. The suitors are aware of the principle XV.481-487, but in action they are a living travesty of all proper custom. Thus they lose all divine favor. Not even an Olympian god is so prejudiced as to take their part. Yet they are no indiscriminate group of villains, nor are they all villains. They are said to be plotting the murder of Telemachus, but once he has slipped past them, they seem irresolute about it. XV.371-406. They appear to be more an intolerable nuisance than an actual menace. They have some moral notions and some sense of decency. XV.400-406. XVE 365-368-481-487. While indirectly offending the gods by their treatment of people, they respect the gods and regularly observe the forms of religion. This, and their occasional kindnesses, do them no good. XVE 363-364. Odysseus tries to warn the best of them, but Athene has no mercy. XVE.124-157. Their doom seems excessive to me. I do not know how it seemed to Homer. But Penelope cried over her pet geese 6.535-558, and Homer may have conceived some liking for his own creatures, and put off, as long as he could, their necessary slaughter. 8ENOF V8E Odysseus. After the killing of the suitors and the reunion of Penelope and Odysseus, the end of the Odyssey reads like a hurried composition. The purpose of the second visit to the dead is not altogether clear. It does, however, in some sense dispose of the suitors, whose bodies were for some time lying about the palace they are finally buried. Exig.417. And it does link the Ithacon episode with the background of the Trojan War, in a manner not uncongenial to the poet of the 11th book, if this is he. On the other hand, the previous narrative demands a reunion with Laertes, and it certainly demands some kind of patch-up of the chaotic situation in Ithaca, where all the best young men, I-245, are lying dead. A reconciliation is scrambled together by a hasty and inadequate deus ex machina, which ends the epic. The hand has lost its firmness 22, but who can say for sure that the hand is not Homer's? THEWSSE and THE Iliad. This brings us to the question of unity, which cannot be solved but must be faced. For the Odyssey, as previously for the Iliad, I have been writing as if on the assumption of a single master hand, or, in Kirk's phrase, monumental poet.23. Only a study devoted to disintegration would proceed otherwise. Such unity cannot be proved, though the burden of proof is on the analysts rather than on the Unitarians. Such unity also, if it exists, is qualified by the conditions of oral poetry, namely the accumulation of saga material less for the Odyssey than for the Iliad, and of formulaic language. If there was such a monumental poet for the Odyssey and a monumental poet for the Iliad, were they the same man? I can only say, as I have said before, that this cannot be proved, but that if someone not Homer composed the Odyssey, nobody had a name to give him, and that the burden of proof rests on those who would establish separate authorship. Still, it is well to note some of the similarities and differences in the two poems. The Odyssey, like the Iliad, ignores historical developments between the time of the originating events and the time of composition. In the Odyssey, as in the Iliad, this principle is violated by occasional slips, the so-called anachronisms. The Odyssey adds a few of its own: Sicilians, Phoenicians in the western seas, Dorians in Crete, consultation of oracles. Little can be proved by this. The important anachronisms are deeper and harder to assess. How far, for instance, does the picture of Ithaca reflect life in a Mycenaean palace? And how much does it reflect life in a baronial house of the poet's own day, centuries later? The Odyssey seems later than the Iliad principally because it assumes the existence of the Iliad, or at least of a fully told tale of Troy. That does not mean it must be so much later that we require a separate author. It is a coherent sequel to the Iliad and does not contradict it. Consider the characters who are carried over from one epic to the other. Judgment of characterization is admittedly a subjective business. For what my opinion is worth, I would say that Odysseus, Nestor, Agamemnon, Menelaus, Helen, and Achilles are the same people in both poems. 24. Those qualities which mark the Odysseus of the Odyssey: strength and courage, ingenuity, patience, and self-control, all characterize the same hero in the Iliad. His friendship with the Atreidae and Nestor, suggested in the Iliad, is still more notable in the Odyssey. And in the Iliad, his determination to win the war matches his determination to win the homecoming in the Odyssey. To achieve both ends, he is ruthless. Nestor in his garrulity, Agamemnon in his self-pity, Menelaus in his courtesy and strong moral sense, Achilles in his devotion to the ideal of the warrior, all repeat striking characteristics of the persons in the Iliad. And Helen is as self-centered as ever. In neither epic can she make a speech without talking about herself. All this, if it is allowed, does not, of course, prove a single poet for the two poems. It could mean no more than that whoever composed the Odyssey knew his Iliad well. But here we come upon a striking fact. When the Odyssey recounts episodes from the tale of Troy, these episodes are never a part of the Iliad, but seem to fall outside, either before or after, the action of the Iliad. Thus, apart from the returns or nostoi, we hear of the following: the Trojan horse and the final battle for Troy, IV.271.289, VE.499.520, G.523 to 537. Odysseus' spying expedition in Troy, IV.240 to 264, rather than his spying expedition with Diomedes, Iliad X 254-578. His wrestling match with Philomelides of Lesbos, IV.341 to 344, rather than with AIA's, Iliad XXF.707-737. His fight in defense of the body of Achilles, V300 and 8310, rather than his fight alone against the Trojans when the other Achaeans had fled, Iliad XI.401-488. The quarrel of Odysseus and Achilles, VE.75 to 82, rather than that. Of Agamemnon and Achilles, Iliad I 1-305. The death and burial of Achilles, Exiv.35 to 94, rather than the death and burial of Patroclus. The quarrel of Odysseus and Aias over the armor of Achilles, G.541 to 564. The death of Antilochus, IV.187, 188, 199 to 202. The exploits or excellences of heroes who reached Troy after the action of the Iliad was over, such as Neoptolemus, Eurypylos, and Memnon, G.505 to 537, and Philoctetes, VE.219. The recruiting of the heroes, Xev.114 to 119. The exclusion of Iliadic episodes from the Odyssey can scarcely be accidental. We are left, as I see it, to choose between two conclusions. Either the poet of the Odyssey was ignorant of the Iliad, 25, or he deliberately avoided trespassing on the earlier poem. I cannot believe in the first alternative, and am forced to choose the second. What are the other important differences between the two poems? Every Homeric scholar has his own list, and I must be brief. To me, the main differences are details of the whole general style of narrative. The Odyssey concentrates on relatively small groups. Without nations embattled, the Olympians of the Iliad are less needed, and the first-person narrative of the great wanderings virtually excludes them. There are also a few important and well-known differences in the concept of the divinities. Hermes, more of a magician than Iris, takes over her functions as messenger. Aphrodite, not Charis, is the wife of Hephaestus. Olympos turns into a never-never land V.4147, strangely like the Elysian Field, which is Menelaus' destination Eve.561-569, and well in accord with the Odyssey's wander world of monsters and fairyland people. Invention in the Odyssey extends to name-making. A list of young Phaeacians shows 12.5 names, all meaning something to do with seamanship and shipbuilding VE.111115. The little thumbnail sketches of slaughtered warriors in the Iliad have a more traditional sound. Such sketches are rare in the Odyssey, where we do not deal in large masses. The poet of the Iliad shows much lyric imagination in his similes. The Odyssey is far poorer here, and much of the same material is used differently. Storms in the Iliad are used imaginatively in similes. There is no weather in the Iliad. 26. Storms in the Odyssey are something Odysseus must contend with. The humble working man enters the Iliad only through simile, but in the Odyssey he is there in the flesh. When we come to language, rhythm, metrical phrasing, the overmastering, impression is one of unity. If there were two or more poets, they were trained in the same tradition of formula. Agamemnon is hailed in the Iliad 2.434, etc. as son of Atreus, most lordly and king of men, Agamemnon, and so he is in the Odyssey when the occasion arises G.397. His answering address, G.405, son of Laertes and seed of Zeus, resourceful Odysseus, is common to both epics. So is the summons to assembly Iliad 2.5052, Odyssey E.68, the introduction of a speaker Iliad I.7.3, etc. Odyssey E.160, etc. The course of ships through the water Iliad I, 481, 483. Odyssey E.427, 429. In both epics, children are innocent, women are deep-girdled, iron is gray, ships are hollow, words are winged and go through the barrier of the teeth, the sea is wine blue, barren, and salt, bronze is sharp and pitiless. The list is almost endless. Even the Ithacans are strong-grieved Achaeans' Odyssey E.72, XX.146, though they are not armed. The Odyssey has many phrases, journey formulae for instance, which are not found in the Iliad.27. Naturally, the Iliad has many combat formulae, which are missing from the Odyssey. But when combat finally ensues between Odysseus and the suitors, the poet repeats brief formulae and even sizable sequences compare Iliad XV.479 to 481 and Odyssey XXI.122-124. Adaptation may be necessary. Amphinomos goes down, Odyssey XXI.94. He fell thunderously and took the earth full on his forehead. We cannot quite have the standard Iliad line. He fell thunderously, and his armor clattered upon him. Amphinomos has no armor. Occasionally, a few lines from a combat in the Iliad can fit a context in the Odyssey, which is not military. The language for the Cyclops throwing a stone is the same as that used for AIA's Iliad Vet.268-269, Odyssey X.537-538. The death of Odysseus steersman G.412-414 is neatly adapted from the death of Epicles on the wall Iliad ST.384-386. Can the formula in a changed setting ever mean parity? Sarpedon advances on the wall of the Achaeans like a lion against a guarded sheepfold Iliad SD.299-301, and that is appropriate? But the same language is adapted to Odysseus' embarrassed advance on a group of frightened girls Odyssey Vi.130-133-134. When Telemachus sneezes, the sneeze clashed horribly Odyssey XV.542. The phrase was used of the helmet of Hector in battle Iliad XV.648 and other warlike noises. Eumaeus is called Orchimos Andron, leader of men, Jiv.121. This could mean foreman of swineherds, which is what he is, but it suggests commander of armies, which is what it means in the Iliad. It has been suggested that the arrangement that noble swineherd made for his sows reflected those made by Priam for his daughter's Odyssey Ziv.1315, Iliad Vi.244-246. There are other such combinations which, with enough goodwill, can be seen as parodies. It is hard to be sure, but such amusements with formula would be in accord with the generally lighter tone of the Odyssey.28. Yet these very manipulations of metrical phrases attest a deep, intimate similarity of ear and verse building which can only be suggested here. We can illustrate by a short phrase taken almost at random, pericro, which means next the skin or around the body, and having the metrical scheme. It is used in a dozen otherwise quite different lines in the two poems, but it always comes in exactly the same place in the line to form the line end. This shows not merely the reuse of materials, but a constant habit of metrical thought. There is much that is obscure about the functions of a monumental poet. Within the limits of my ignorance, I can think of one Homer composing or completing first the Iliad, then the Odyssey. Or I can think of an old master called Homer, mainly responsible for the Iliad, and a young master, favored apprentice and poetic heir, perhaps a nephew or son-in-law, also going by the name, or assuming the name, of Homer, and mainly responsible for the Odyssey. I find the second combination more persuasive, but that is all I can say for it. Not O-N-the-8-he translation. In my translation, I have followed the principles stated and followed in my translation of the Iliad. In particular, I have tried to follow, as far as the structure, of English will allow, the formulaic practice of the original. Of course, my memory has failed me at times, and I have allowed myself some liberties. Not O-N-the-8 text. I have used the Oxford text of T. W. Allen, 2nd edition, and followed it except in a very few places. At IV.515 to 521, I have followed Bode's suggestion and transposed the lines. The numbers show the original order. In X.117, I read the singular knee, that is, my ship, instead of plural knees, ships, which is in the manuscripts. The context shows that Odysseus, who sent the men, was separated from his main fleet. In ZEI.158, I follow an ancient conjecture and read Mede instead of the manuscript's Mega D. In XVE.531, I read the plural auton instead of the singular autu, which is in the manuscripts. Book I. Tell me, Muse, of the man of many ways, who was driven far journeys after he had sacked Troy's sacred citadel. Many were they whose cities he saw, whose minds he learned of, many the pains he suffered in his spirit on the wide sea, 5 struggling for his own life and the homecoming of his companions. Even so, he could not save his companions, hard though, he strove to. They were destroyed by their own wild recklessness, fools who devoured the oxen of Helios, the sun god, and he took away the day of their homecoming. From some point, 10 here, Goddess, daughter of Zeus, speak and begin our story. Then all the others, as many as fled sheer destruction, were at home now, having escaped the sea and the fighting. This one alone, longing for his wife and his homecoming, was detained by the queenly nymph Calypso, bright among goddesses, 15 in her hollowed caverns, desiring that he should be her husband. But when in the circling of the years that very year came in, which the gods had spun for him, his time of homecoming to Ithaca, not even then was he free of his trials, nor among his own people. But all the gods pitied him. 20 except Poseidon. He remained relentlessly angry with godlike Odysseus until his return to his own country. But Poseidon was gone now to visit the far Ethiopians, most distant of men, who lived divided, some at the setting of Hyperion, some at his rising, the council of the gods. 25, to receive a hecatomb of bulls and rams. There he sat at the feast and took his pleasure. Meanwhile, the other Olympian gods were gathered together in the halls of Zeus. First among them to speak was the father of gods and mortals, for he was thinking in his heart of stately Aegisthus, 30, whom Orestes, Agamemnon's far-famed son, had murdered. Remembering him, he spoke now before the immortals. Oh, for shame, how the mortals put the blame upon us, gods. For they say evils come from us, but it is they, rather, who by their own recklessness win sorrow beyond what is given. 35 as now lately, beyond what was given. Aegisthus married the wife of Atreus' son, and murdered him on his homecoming, though he knew it was sheer destruction, for we ourselves had told him, sending Hermes, the mighty watcher, Argiphantes, not to kill the man, nor court his. Lady for marriage, 40 for vengeance would come on him from Orestes, son of Atreides, whenever he came of age and longed for his own country. So Hermes told him, but for all his kind intention, he could not persuade the mind of Aegisthus, and now he is paid for everything. Then in turn the goddess grey-eyed Athene answered him, 45 son of Kronos, our father, O lordliest of the mighty, Aegisthus indeed has been struck down in a death well merited. Let any other man who does thus perish as he did. But the heart in me is torn for the sake of wise Odysseus, unhappy man, who still, far from his friends, is suffering. 50 griefs on the sea-washed island, the navel of all the waters, a wooded island, and there a goddess has made her dwelling place. She is daughter of malignant Atlas, who has discovered all the depths of the sea, and himself sustains the towering. Columns which bracket earth and sky and hold them together. 55. This is his daughter. She detains the grieving, unhappy man, and ever with soft and flattering words she works to charm him to forget Ithaca, and yet Odysseus straining to get sight of the very smoke uprising. From his own country, longs to die. But you, Olympian, 60, the heart in you is heedless of him. Did not Odysseus do you grace by the ships of the Argives, making sacrifice in wide Troy? Why, Zeus, are you now so harsh with him? Then in turn Zeus, who gathers the clouds, made answer, and the wrath of Poseidon. My child, what sort of word escaped your teeth's barrier? 65. How could I forget Odysseus the godlike, he who is beyond all other men in mind, and who beyond others has given sacrifice to the gods, who hold wide heaven? It is the earth encircler Poseidon, who, ever relentless, nurses a grudge because of the Cyclops, whose eye he blinded. 70 for Polyphemos like a god, whose power is greatest over all the Cyclopes. Thusa, a nymph, was his mother, and she was daughter of Phorcys, lord of the barren salt water. She in the hollows of the caves had lain with Poseidon. For his sake Poseidon, shaker of the earth, although he does not, 75 kill Odysseus, yet drives him back from the land of his fathers. But come, let all of us who are here work out his homecoming and see to it that he returns. Poseidon shall put away his anger, for all alone and against the will of the other immortal gods united, he can accomplish nothing. 80 then in turn the goddess grey-eyed Athene answered him, Son of Kronos, our father, O lordliest of the mighty, if in truth this is pleasing to the blessed immortals, that Odysseus of the many designs shall return home, then let us dispatch Hermes, the guide, the slayer of Argos, 85 to the island of Ogygia, so that with all speed he may announce to the lovely-haired nymph our absolute purpose, the homecoming of enduring Odysseus, that he shall come back. But I shall make my way to Ithaca, so that I may stir up his son a little and put some confidence in him. 90 to summon into assembly the flowing-haired Achaeans, and make a statement to all the suitors, who now forever slaughter his crowding sheep and lumbering horn-curved cattle. And I will convey him into Sparta and to sandy Pylos, to ask after his dear father's homecoming, if he can hear something, 95, and so that among people he may win a good reputation. Speaking so she bound upon her feet the fair sandals, golden and immortal, that carried her over the water as over the dry, boundless earth abreast of the wind's blast. Then she caught up a powerful spear, edged with sharp bronze, 100 heavy, huge, thick, wherewith she beats down the battalions of fighting men, against whom she of the mighty father is angered, and descended in a flash of speed from the peaks of Olympos, Athene disguised as Mentes, and lighted in the land of Ithaca, at the doors of Odysseus. At the threshold of the court, and in her hand was the bronze spear. 105, she was disguised as a friend, leader of the Taphians, Mentes. There she found the haughty suitors. They, at the moment, in front of the doors were amusing their spirits with draughts, games, sitting about on skins of cattle whom they had slaughtered. Themselves, and about them, of their heralds and hard-working henchmen, 110 some at the mixing bowls were combining wine and water, while others again with porous sponges were wiping the tables and setting them out, and others cutting meat in quantities. Now far the first to see Athene was godlike Telemachus, as he sat among the suitors, his heart deep grieving within him, 115 imagining in his mind his great father, how he might come back and all throughout the house might cause the suitors to scatter and hold his rightful place and be lord of his own possessions. With such thoughts, sitting among the suitors, he saw Athene and went straight to the forecourt. The heart within him scandalized 120 that a guest should still be standing at the doors. He stood beside her and took her by the right hand and relieved her of the bronze spear and spoke to her and addressed her in winged words. "Welcome, stranger. You shall be entertained as a guest among us. Afterward, when you have tasted dinner, you shall tell us what your need is." 125. So speaking, he led the way, and Pallas Athene followed him. Now, when the two of them were inside the lofty dwelling, he took the spear he carried and set it against a tall column, in a rack for spears of polished wood, where indeed there were other spears of patient-hearted Odysseus standing in numbers, 130, and he led her and seated her in a chair with a cloth to sit on, the chair splendid and elaborate. For her feet there was a footstool. For himself, he drew a painted bench next her, apart from the others, the suitors, for fear the guest, made uneasy by the uproar, might lose his appetite there among overbearing people, 135, and so he might also ask him about his absent father. A maidservant brought water for them and poured it from a splendid and golden pitcher, holding it above a silver basin, for them to wash, and she pulled a polished table before them. A grave housekeeper brought in the bread and served it to them, 140 adding many good things to it, generous with her provisions, while a carver lifted platters of all kinds of meat and set them in front of them and placed beside them the golden goblets, and a herald, going back and forth, poured the wine for them. Then the haughty suitors came in, and all of them straightway 145 took their places in order on chairs and along the benches, and their heralds poured water over their hands for them to wash with, and the serving maids brought them bread heaped up in the baskets, and the young men filled the mixing bowls with wine for their drinking. They put their hands to the good things that lay ready before them, 150. But when they had put away their desire for eating and drinking, the suitors found their attention turned to other matters, the song and the dance. For these things come at the end of the feasting. A herald put the beautifully wrought lyre in the hands of Phemios, who sang for the suitors, because they made him. 155. He played his lyre and struck up a fine song. Meanwhile, Telemachus talked to Athene of the gray eyes, leaning, his head close to hers, so that none of the others might hear him. "Dear stranger, would you be scandalized at what I say to you? This is all they think of, the lyre and the singing. Easy 160 for them, since without penalty they eat up the substance of a man whose white bones lie out in the rain and fester somewhere on the mainland or roll in the wash of the breakers. If they were ever to see him coming back to Ithaca, all the prayer of them all would be to be lighter on their feet, 165, instead of to be richer men for gold and clothing. As it is, he has died by an evil fate, and there is no comfort left for us, not even though some one among mortals tells us he will come back. His day of homecoming has perished. But come now, tell me this, and give me an accurate answer. 170, what man are you, and whence? Where is your city? Your parents? What kind of ship did you come here on? And how did the sailors bring you to Ithaca? What men do they claim that they are? For I do not think you could have traveled on foot to this country. And tell me this too, tell me truly, so that I may know it. 175, are you here for the first time, or are you a friend of my father's from? Abroad? Since many other men too used to come and visit. Our house, in the days when he used to go about among people. Then in turn, the goddess gray-eyed Athene answered him, "See, I will accurately answer all that you ask me. 180, I announce myself as Mentes, son of Anchialos. Athene disapproves of the suitors, the wise, and my lordship is over the oar-loving Taphians. Now I have come in, as you see, with my ship and companions sailing over the wine-blue water to men of alien language, to Temes, after bronze, and my cargo is gleaming iron. 185, and my ship stands nearby, at the country, away from the city, at the harbor, Rythron, underneath wooded Neon. Your father and I claim to be guest friends by heredity, from far back, as you would know if you went to the aged hero. Laertes, who, they say, no longer comes to the city 190 now, but away by himself, on his own land leads a hard life, with an old woman to look after him, who serves him his victuals and drink, at the times when the weariness has befallen his body from making his toilsome way on the high ground of his vineyard. Now I have come. They told me he was here in this country, 195 your father, I mean. But no, the gods are impeding his passage. For no death on the land has befallen the great Odysseus, but somewhere, alive on the wide sea, he is held captive on a sea-washed island, and savage men have him in their keeping, rough men who somehow keep him back, though he is unwilling. 200. Now, I will make you a prophecy, in the way the immortals put it into my mind, and as I think it will come out, though I am no prophet, nor do I know the ways of birds clearly. He will not long be absent from the beloved land of his fathers, even if the bonds that hold him are iron. But he will be thinking 205 of a way to come back, since he is a man of many resources. But come now, tell me this, and give me an accurate answer. Are you, big as you are, the very child of Odysseus? Indeed, you are strangely like about the head, the fine eyes, as I remember. We used to meet so often together. 210 before he went away to Troy, where others beside him. And the greatest of the Argives went in their hollow vessels. Since that time I have not seen Odysseus, nor has he seen me. Then the thoughtful Telemachus said to her in answer, See, I will accurately answer all that you ask me. 215, my mother says, indeed, I am his. I, for my part, do not know. Nobody really knows his own father. But how I wish I could have been rather son to some fortunate man whom old age overtook among his possessions. But of mortal men, that man has proved the most ill-fated. And Telemachus explains, 220 whose son they say I am, since you question me on this matter. Then in turn the goddess gray-eyed Athene answered him, The gods have not made yours a birth that will go nameless hereafter, since Penelope bore such a son as you are. But come now, tell me this, and give me an accurate answer. 225. What feast is this? What gathering? How does it concern you? A festival or a wedding? Surely no communal dinner. How insolently they seem to swagger about in their feasting all through the house. A serious man who came in among them could well be scandalized, seeing much disgraceful behavior. 230. Then the thoughtful Telemachus said to her in answer, My guest, since indeed you are asking me all these questions, there was a time this house was one that might be prosperous, and above reproach when a certain man was here in his country. But now the gods, with evil intention, have willed it otherwise, 235, and they have caused him to disappear, in a way no other man has done. I should not have sorrowed so over his dying. If he had gone down among his companions in the land of the Trojans, or in the arms of his friends, after he had wound up the fighting. So all the Achaeans would have heaped a grave mound over him, 240, and he would have won great fame for himself and his son hereafter. But now ingloriously the storm winds have caught and carried him away, out of sight, out of knowledge, and he left pain and lamentation to me. Nor is it for him alone that I grieve in my pain now. No longer, for the gods have inflicted other cares on me. 245, for all the greatest men who have the power in the islands, in Dulichon and Same, and in wooded Zakynthos, and all who in rocky Ithaca are holders of lordships, all these are after my mother for marriage, and wear my house out. And she does not refuse the hateful marriage, nor is she able. 250 to make an end of the matter, and these eating up my substance waste it away, and soon they will break me myself to pieces. Pallas Athene answered him in great indignation. Oh, for shame! How great your need is now of the absent! Odysseus, who would lay his hands on these shameless suitors. 255, I wish he could come now to stand in the outer doorway. of his house, wearing a helmet and carrying shield and 2 spears, the way he was the first time that ever I saw him. In our own house, drinking his wine and taking his pleasure, Telemachus is to search for news of his father, coming in from Ephyr and from Elos, son of Mermeros. 260 Odysseus, you see, had gone there also in his swift ship, in search of a poison to kill men, so he might have it, to smear on his bronze-headed arrows. But Elos would not give him any, since he feared the gods who endure forever. But my father did give it to him. So terribly did he love him. 265, I wish that such an Odysseus would come now among the suitors. They all would find death was quick and marriage a painful matter. Yet all these are things that are lying upon the god's knees. Whether he will come home to his vengeance here in his household, or whether he will not. Rather, I will urge you to consider. 270 some means by which you can force the suitors out of your household. Come now, pay close attention to me and do as I tell you. Tomorrow, summon the Achaean warriors into assembly and publish your word to all. Let the gods be your witnesses. Tell the suitors to scatter and go back to their own holdings, 275. And as for your mother, if the spirit urges her to be married, let her go back to the palace of her powerful father, and they shall appoint the marriage and arrange for the wedding presents in great amount, as ought to go with a beloved daughter. But for yourself, I will counsel you shrewdly, and hope you will listen. 280, fit out a ship with 20 oars, the best you can come by, and go out to ask about your father who is so long absent, on the chance some mortal man can tell you, who has listened to rumors sent by Zeus. She more than others spreads news among people. First go to Pylos, and there question the great Nestor. 285, and from there go over to Sparta to see fair-haired Menelaus, since he came home last of all the bronze-armored Achaeans. Thus, if you hear your father is alive and on his way home, then, hard-pressed though you are, you should still hold out for another year. But if you hear he has died and lives no longer, 290, then make your way home to the beloved land of your fathers, and pile up a tomb in his honor, and there make sacrifices, in great amount, as is fitting, and give your mother to a husband. Then, after you have made an end of these matters and done them, next you must consider well in your heart and spirit 295 some means by which you can kill the suitors who are in your household by treachery or open attack. You should not go on, clinging to your childhood. You are no longer of an age to do that. Enter Penelope. Or have you not heard what glory was won by great Orestes among all mankind, when he killed the murderer of his father, 300 the treacherous Aegisthus, who had slain his famous father? So you too, dear friend, since I can see you are big and splendid, be bold also, so that in generations to come they will praise you. But now it is time for me to go back down to my fast ship and my companions, who must be very restless waiting. 305 for me. Let all this be on your mind, and do as I tell you. Then the thoughtful Telemachus said to her in answer, My guest, your words to me are very kind and considerate, what any father would say to his son. I shall not forget them. But come now, stay with me, eager though you are for your journey, 310, so that you may first bathe and take your ease and well rested, and happy in your heart. Then go back to your ship with a present, something prized, altogether fine, which will be your keepsake from me, what loving guests and hosts bestow on each other. Then in turn the goddess gray-eyed Athene answered him, 315, do not detain me longer, eager as I am for my journey. And that gift, whatever it is your dear heart bids you give me, save it to give when I come next time, so I can take it. Home, and choose a good one, and a fair exchange will befall you. So spoke the goddess gray-eyed Athene, and there she departed. 320 like a bird soaring high in the air, but she left in his spirit determination and courage, and he remembered his father even more than he had before, and he guessed the meaning, and his heart was full of wonder, for he thought it was a divinity. At once he went over, a godlike man, to sit with the suitors. 325, the famous singer was singing to them, and they in silence sat listening. He sang of the Achaeans' bitter homecoming from Troy, which Pallas Athene had inflicted upon them. The daughter of Icarios, circumspect Penelope, heard and heeded the magical song from her upper chamber, 330, and descended the high staircase that was built in her palace, not all alone, since 2 handmaidens went to attend her. When she, shining among women, came near the suitors, she stood by the pillar that supported the roof with its joinery, holding her shining veil in front of her face to shield it. 335 and a devoted attendant was stationed on either side of her. All in tears she spoke then to the divine singer. Penelope dismissed. Phemios, since you know many other actions of mortals, and gods, which can charm men's hearts and which the singers celebrate, sit beside them and sing one of these, and let them in silence. 340 go on drinking their wine, but leave off singing this sad song, which always afflicts the dear heart deep inside me, since the unforgettable sorrow comes to me, beyond others. So dear ahead do I long for whenever I am reminded of my husband, whose fame goes wide through Hellas and midmost Argos. 345. Then the thoughtful Telemachus said to her in answer, Why, my mother, do you begrudge this excellent singer his pleasing himself as the thought drives him? It is not the singers who are to blame. It must be Zeus is to blame who gives out. To men who eat bread, to each and all, the way he wills it. 350. There is nothing wrong in his singing the sad return of the Danaans. People, surely, always give more applause to that song, which is the latest to circulate among the listeners. So let your heart and let your spirit be hardened to listen. Odysseus is not the only one who lost his homecoming. 355 days at Troy. There were many others who perished, besides him. Go therefore back in the house, and take up your own work, the loom and the distaff, and see to it that your handmaidens ply their work also. But the men must see to discussion, all men, but I most of all. For mine is the power in this household. 360 Penelope went back inside the house, in amazement, for she laid thee. Serious words of her son deep away in her spirit, and she went back to the upper story with her attendant. Women, and wept for Odysseus, her beloved husband, until gray-eyed Athene cast sweet slumber over her eyelids. 365. But the suitors all through the shadowy halls were raising a tumult, and all prayed for the privilege of lying beside her, until the thoughtful Telemachus began speaking among them. You suitors of my mother, overbearing in your rapacity, now let us dine and take our pleasure, and let there be no 370 shouting, since it is a splendid thing to listen to a singer, who is such a singer as this man is, with a voice such as gods have. Then tomorrow let us all go to the place of assembly and hold a session, where I will give you my forthright statement, that you go out of my place and do your feasting elsewhere, Telemachus and the suitors. 375 eating up your own possessions, taking turns, household by household. But if you decide it is more profitable and better to go on eating up one man's livelihood without payment, then spoil my house. I will cry out to the gods everlasting, in the hope that Zeus might somehow grant a reversal of fortunes. 380. Then you may perish in this house, with no payment given. So he spoke, and all of them bit their lips in amazement at Telemachus and the daring way he had spoken to them. It was Antinous, the son of Eupeithes, who answered, Telemachus, surely it must be the very gods who prompt you. 385 to take the imperious line and speak so daringly to us. I hope the son of Cronos never makes you our king in sea-girt Ithaca, though to be sure that is your right by inheritance. Then the thoughtful Telemachus said to him in answer, Antinous, in case you wonder at what I am saying, 390 I would be willing to take that right, if Zeus should give it. Do you think that is the worst thing that could happen to anyone? It is not bad to be a king. Speedily the king's house grows prosperous, and he himself has rank beyond others. But in fact, there are many other Achaean princes, 395 young and old in sea-girt Ithaca, any of whom might hold this position now that the great Odysseus has perished. But I will be the absolute lord over my own household, and my servants, whom the great Odysseus won by force for me. Then in turn Eurymachus, son of Polybos, answered, 400 Telemachus, these matters, And which of the Achaeans will be king in Sigurd Ithaca are questions that lie on the gods' knees. But I hope you keep your possessions and stay lord in your own household. May the man never come who against your will and by force shall drive you away from your holdings, while Ithaca is a place still lived in. 405. But, best of men, I wish to ask you about this stranger, where he came from, what country he announces as being. His own, where lies his parent stock and the fields of his fathers. Has he brought some message from your father who is on his way here? Or did he arrive pursuing some matter of his own business? 410. How suddenly he started away and vanished, and did not wait to be made known. He was no mean man, by the look of him. Then the thoughtful Telemachos said to him in answer, All retire. Eurymachos, there is no more hope of my father's homecoming. I believe no messages any more, even should there be one, 415, nor pay attention to any prophecy. Those times my mother calls some diviner into the house and asks him questions. This stranger is a friend of my father's. He comes from Taphos and announces himself as Mentes, the son of Anchialos, the wise. And he is lord of the lovers of the oar, the Taphians, 420. So spoke Telemachos, but in his heart he knew the immortal goddess. The others, turning to the dance and the delightful song, took their pleasure and awaited the coming of evening, and the black evening came on as they were taking their pleasure. Then they went home to go to bed, each to his own house, 425, but Telemachos went where, off the splendid courtyard, a lofty bedchamber had been built for him in a sheltered corner. There he went to go to bed, his heart full of problems, and devoted Eurycleia went with him and carried the flaring torches. She was the daughter of Ops, the son of Pisenor, 430, and Laertes had bought her long ago with his own possessions. When she was still in her first youth, and gave 20 oxen for her, and he favored her in his house as much as his own devoted. Wife, but never slept with her, for fear of his wife's anger. She now carried the flaring torches for him. She loved him, 435 more than the other maidservants, and had nursed him when he was little. He opened the doors of the close compacted bedchamber and sat down on the bed and took off his soft tunic, and put it into the hands of the sagacious old woman, and she in turn folded the tunic and took care of it for him, 440, and hung it up on a peg beside the corded bedstead. Then she went out of the room, and pulled the door to behind her with a silver hook, and with a strap drew home the door bolt. There, all night long, wrapped in a soft sheepskin, he pondered in his heart the journey that Pallas Athene had counseled. Book 2. Now when the young dawn showed again with her rosy fingers, the dear son of Odysseus stirred from where he was sleeping, and put on his clothes, and slung a sharp sword over his shoulder. Underneath his shining feet he bound the fair sandals. 5, and went on his way from the chamber, like a god in presence. He gave the word now to his clear-voiced heralds to summon by proclamation to assembly the flowing-haired Achaeans, and the heralds made their cry, and the men were assembled swiftly. Now, when they were all assembled in one place together, 10, he went on his way to assembly, in his hands holding a bronze spear. Not all alone, but a pair of light-footed dogs went with him. Athene drifted an enchantment of grace upon him, and all the people had their eyes on him as he came forward. He sat in his father's seat, and the elders made way before him. 15, the first now to speak to them was the hero Aegyptios, who was bent over with age, and had seen things beyond number. His own dear son, Antiphos the spearman, had gone off with godlike Odysseus to Ilion, land of good horses, in the hollow ships, and now the wild Cyclops had killed him 20 deep in his cave, and this was the last man he had eaten. He had 3 other sons. One of them, Eurynomos, went with the suitors. The other 2 kept the estates of their fathers. Issues in Ithaca. Even so, he could not forget the lost one. He grieved and mourned for him, and it was in tears for him, now, that he stood forth and addressed them. 25, hear me now, men of Ithaca, and the word I give you. Never has there been an assembly of us, or any session, since great Odysseus went away in the hollow vessels. Now who has gathered us in this way? What need has befallen which of the younger men, or one of us who are older? 30. Has he been hearing some message about the return of the army, which, having heard it first, he could now explain to us? Or has he some other public matter to set forth and argue? I think he is a good man and useful. So may Zeus grant him good accomplishment for whatever it is his mind desires. 35. He spoke, and the dear son of Odysseus was glad for the omen, nor did he remain seated long. His heart was for speaking, and he stood in the middle of the assembly. The herald Paesoner, a man of deep discretion, put into his hands the scepter. First, in answer to the old man, he spoke and addressed him. 40, old sir, the man is not far, but here, you yourself shall know him. It is I who assembled the people. To me, this grief comes closest. Not that I heard some message about the return of the army, which, having heard it first, I could now explain to you, nor have I some other public matter to set forth and argue. 45, but my own need, the evil that has befallen my household. There are two evils. I have lost a noble father, one who was king once over you here, and was kind to you like a father. And now here is a greater evil, one which presently will break up the whole house and destroy all my livelihood. 50, for my mother, against her will, is beset by suitors, own sons to the men who are greatest hereabouts. These shrink from making the journey to the house of her father Icarios, so that he might take bride gifts for his daughter and bestow her on the one he wished, who came as his favorite, 55 rather, all their days. They come and loiter in our house and sacrifice our oxen and our sheep and our fat goats and make a holiday feast of it and drink the bright wine, recklessly. Most of our substance is wasted. We have no man here such as Odysseus was to drive this curse from the household. Absence of Odysseus and persecution by the suitors. 60 we ourselves are not the men to do it. We must be weaklings in such a case, not men well seasoned in battle. I would defend myself if the power were in me. No longer are the things endurable that have been done, and beyond all decency my house has been destroyed. Even you must be scandalized 65 and ashamed before the neighboring men about us, the people who live around our land. Fear also the gods' anger, lest they, astonished by evil actions, turn against you. I supplicate you by Zeus the Olympian and by Themis, who breaks up the assemblies of men and calls them in session. 70 let be, my friends, and leave me alone with my bitter sorrow to waste away, unless my noble father Odysseus, at some time in anger did evil to the strong grieved Achaeans, for which angry with me in revenge you do me evil, in setting these on me. But for me it would be far better 75 for you to eat away my treasures and eat my cattle. If you were to eat them, there might be a recompense someday, for we could go through all the settlement, with claims made public asking for our goods again, until it was all re-given. But now you are heaping me with troubles I cannot deal with. 80. So he spoke in anger, and dashed to the ground the scepter in a storm burst of tears, and pity held all the people. Now all the rest were stricken to silence. None was so hardy as to answer. Angry word against word, the speech of Telemachus. It was Antinous alone spoke to him in answer. 85 high-spoken and temperate Telemachus, what accusations you have made to our shame, trying to turn opinion against us. And yet you have no cause to blame the Achaean suitors, but it is your own dear mother, and she is greatly resourceful. And now it is the 3rd year, and will be the 4th year presently, 90, since she has been denying the desires of the Achaeans. For she holds out hope to all, and makes promises to each man, sending us messages, but her mind has other intentions. And here is another stratagem of her heart's devising. She set up a great loom in her palace, and set to weaving 95 a web of threads long and fine. Then she said to us, "Young men, my suitors, now that the great Odysseus has perished, wait, though you are eager to marry me, until I finish this web, so that my weaving will not be useless and wasted, the charms and guile of Penelope. This is a shroud for the hero Laertes, for when the destructive 100 doom of death which lays men low shall take him, lest any Achaean woman in this neighborhood hold it against me, that a man of many conquests lies with no sheet to wind him." So she spoke, and the proud heart in us was persuaded. Thereafter in the daytime she would weave at her great loom, 105, but in the night she would have torches set by and undo it. So for 3 years she was secret in her design, convincing the Achaeans. But when the 4th year came with the seasons returning, one of her women, who knew the whole of the story, told us, and we found her in the act of undoing her glorious weaving. 110, so against her will and by force she had to finish it. Now the suitors answer you thus, so that you yourself may know it in your mind, and all the Achaeans may know it. Send your mother back and instruct her to be married to any man her father desires and who pleases her also. 115. But if she continues to torment the sons of the Achaeans, since she is so dowered with the wisdom bestowed by Athene to be expert in beautiful work, to have good character, and cleverness, such as we are not told of, even of the ancient queens, the fair-tressed Achaean women of times before us, 120 Tyro and Alcmene and Mycene, wearer of garlands. For none of these knew thoughts so wise as those Penelope knew. Yet in this single matter she did not think rightly. So long, I say, will your livelihood and possessions be eaten away, as long as she keeps this purpose, one which the very 125 gods, I think, put into her heart. She is winning a great name for herself, but for you she is causing much loss of substance. We will not go back to our own estates, nor will we go elsewhere until she marries whichever Achaean man she fancies. Then the thoughtful Telemachus said to him in answer, 130 Antinos. I cannot thrust the mother who bore me, who raised me, out of the house against her will. My father, alive or dead, is elsewhere in the world. It will be hard to pay back Icarios if willingly I dismiss my mother. I will suffer some evil from her father, and the Spirit will give me 135 more yet, for my mother will call down her furies upon me as she goes out of the house, and I shall have the people's resentment. I will not be the one to say that word to her. Favorable portents. But as for you, if your feeling is scandalized by my answer, go away from my palace and do your feasting elsewhere, 140 eating up your own possessions, taking turns, household by household. But if you decide it is more profitable and better to go on, eating up one man's livelihood without payment, then spoil my house. I will cry out to the gods everlasting in the hope that Zeus might somehow grant a reversal of fortunes. 145. Then you may perish in this house with no payment given. So spoke Telemachus, and for his sake Zeus of the wide brows sent forth 2 eagles, soaring high from the peak of the mountain. These for a while sailed on the stream of the wind together, wing and wing, close together, wings spread wide. But when 150 they were over the middle of the vociferous assembly, they turned on each other suddenly in a thick shudder of wings, and swooped over the heads of all, with eyes glaring and deadly, and tore each other by neck and cheek with their talons, then sped away to the right across the houses and city. 155. Then all were astounded at the birds, when their eyes saw them, and they pondered in their hearts over what might come of it, and Halitherses, master's son, an aged warrior, spoke to them. He was far beyond the men of his generation in understanding the meaning of birds and reading their portents. 160. Now, in kind intention toward all, he spoke and addressed them. Hear me now, men of Ithaca, what I have to tell you. But what I say will be mostly a warning to the suitors, for a great disaster is wheeling down on them. Surely Odysseus will not be long away from his family, but now, already, 165 is somewhere close by, working out the death and destruction of all these men, and it will be an evil for many others, of us who inhabit sunny Ithaca. So, well beforehand, let us think how we can make them stop, or better let them stop themselves. It will soon be better for them if they do so. 170 I who foretell this am not untried. I know what I am saying. Concerning him, I say that everything was accomplished. In the way I said it would be at the time the Argives took ship for Ilion, and with them went resourceful Odysseus. I said that after much suffering, with all his companions 175 lost in the 20th year, not recognized by any, he would come home. And now all this is being accomplished. The suitors refused to leave. Then in turn, Eurymachos, son of Polybos, answered, "Old sir, better go home and prophesy to your children, for fear they may suffer some evil to come. In these things 180 I can give a much better interpretation than you can. Many are the birds who under the sun's rays wander the sky. Not all of them mean anything. Odysseus is dead, far away, and how I wish that you had died with him also. Then you would not be announcing all these predictions, 185, nor would you so stir up Telemachus, who is now angry, looking for the gift for your own household, which he might give you. But I will tell you straight out, and it will be a thing accomplished. If you, who know much and have known it long, stir up a younger man, and by talking him round with words encourage his anger, 190, then first of all, it will be the worse for him. He will not on account of all these sayings be able to accomplish anything. And on you, old sir, we shall lay a penalty, and it will grieve your mind as you pay it, and that for you will be a great sorrow. I myself, before you all, will advise Telemachus. 195. Let him urge his mother to go back to her father's, and they shall appoint the marriage and arrange for the wedding presents in great amount, as ought to go with a beloved daughter. For I think the sons of the Achaeans will not give over their harsh courtship. For in any case we fear no one, 200, and surely not Telemachus, for all he is so eloquent. Nor do we care for any prophecy, which you, old sir, may tell us, which will not happen, and will make you even more hated. And his possessions will wretchedly be eaten away. There will not be compensation, ever, while she makes the Achaeans put off 205 marriage with her, while we, awaiting this, all our days quarrel for the sake of her excellence, nor ever go after others, whom any one of us might properly marry." Then the thoughtful Telemachus said to him in answer, "Eurymachos, and all you others who are haughty suitors, 210 I no longer entreat you in these matters, nor speak about them, since by now the gods know about this, as do all the Achaeans. But come now, grant me a swift ship, and 20 companions who can convey me on a course from one place to another. For I am going to Sparta and going to sandy Pylos, 215 to ask about the homecoming of my father, who is long absent. Telemachus requests a ship, on the chance of some mortal man telling me, or of hearing a rumor sent by Zeus. She more than others spreads news among people. Then if I hear my father is alive and on his way home, then, hard-pressed though I be, I will still hold out for another 220 year. But if I hear he has died and lives no longer, then I will make my way home to the beloved land of my fathers and pile up a tomb in his honor, and there make sacrifices in great amount, as is fitting, and give my mother to a husband." So he spoke and sat down again, and among them rose up 225 Mentor, who once had been the companion of stately Odysseus, and Odysseus, going on the ships, had turned over the household to the old man to keep it well, and so all should obey him. He, in kind intention, now spoke forth and addressed them. "Hear me now, men of Ithaca, what I have to tell you. 230. No longer now let one who is a sceptered king be eager, to be gentle and kind, be one whose thought is schooled in justice, but let him always rather be harsh and act severely, seeing the way no one of the people he was lord over remembers God like Odysseus, and he was kind like a father. 235. Now it is not so much the proud suitors I resent, for doing their violent acts by their mind's evil devising. For they lay their heads on the line when violently they eat up the house of Odysseus, who, they say to themselves, will not come back. But now I hold it against you other people, how you all. 240 sit there in silence, and never with an assault of words try to check the suitors, though they are so few, and you so many. Then Leocritos, son of Euenor, spoke forth against him. Mentor, reckless in words, wild in your wits, what a thing you have said, urging them to stop us. It would be difficult 245, even with more men than these, to fight us over our feasting. For even if Odysseus of Ithaca himself were to come back and find the haughty suitors feasting in his house, and be urgent in his mind to drive them out of his palace, his wife would have no joy of his coming, though she longs for it 250 greatly, but rather he would meet an unworthy destiny, if he fought against too many. You have spoken to no purpose. Come then, all people disperse now, each to his own holdings, and Mentor and Halitherses will push forward this man's journey, since these from the first have been his friends, as friends of his father. End of assembly. 255, but I think he will sit still for a long time, waiting for messages here in Ithaca, and will never accomplish this voyage. So he spoke, and suddenly broke up the assembly, and the people scattered and went their ways, each to his own house, while the suitors went away into the house of godlike Odysseus. 260. But Telemachus, walking along the sea beach away from the others, washed his hands in the gray salt water and prayed to Athene, "Hear me, you who came yesterday, a god, into our house," and urged me on to go by ship out over the misty face of the sea to ask about the homecoming of my father 265, who is so long absent. Now all this is delayed by the Achaeans and particularly the suitors in their evil overconfidence. So he spoke in prayer, and from nearby Athene came to him, likening herself to Mentor in voice and appearance. Now she spoke aloud to him and addressed him in winged words. 270 Telemachus, you are to be no thoughtless man, no coward, if truly the strong force of your father is instilled in you. Such a man he was for, accomplishing word and action. Your journey then will be no vain thing, nor go unaccomplished. But if you are not the seed begotten of him and Penelope, 275, I have no hope that you will accomplish all that you strive for. For few are the children who turn out to be equals of their fathers, and the greater number are worse. Few are better than their father is. But since you are to be no thoughtless man, no coward, and the mind of Odysseus has not altogether given out in you, 280, there is some hope that you can bring all these things to fulfillment. So now, let be the purpose and the planning of these senseless suitors, since they are neither thoughtful men nor just men, and have not realized the death and black fatality that stands close by, so that on a day they all must perish. 285, and that journey for which you are so urgent will not be long now. Such a companion am I to you, as of your father. I will fit you out a fast ship. I myself will go with you. But now you must go back to the house and join the suitors and get ready provisions for the journey. Pack all in containers. 290 have wine in handled jars and barley meal, men's marrow in thick leather bags, and I, going round the town, will assemble volunteer companions to go with you. There are ships in plenty here in seagirt Ithaca, both old and new ones. Athene as Mentor advises Telemachus, and I will look them over for you to find out the best one, 295, and soon we shall stow our gear and put out onto the wide sea. So spoke Athene, daughter of Zeus, nor did Telemachus delay long after he had heard the voice of the goddess, but went on his way to the house, the heart troubled within him. He came upon the haughty suitors, there in his palace, 300 skinning goats and singeing fatted swine in the courtyard. Antinous, with a smile, came straight up to Telemachus and took him by the hand and spoke and named him, saying, "High-spoken, intemperate Telemachus, now let no other. Evil be considered in your heart, neither action. 305 nor word, but eat and drink with me, as you did in past time. The Achaeans will see to it that all these things are accomplished, the ship and chosen companions, so that you may the more quickly reach sacred Pylos after news about your proud father." Then the thoughtful Telemachus said to him in answer, 310 Antinous, there is no way for me to dine with you, against my will, and take my ease, when you are so insolent. Is it not enough, you suitors, that in time past you ruined my great and good possessions when I was still in my childhood? But now, when I am grown big, and by listening to others, 315 can learn the truth, and the anger is steaming up inside me. I will endeavor to visit evil destructions upon you, either by going to Pylos or remaining here in the district. But I will go. That journey I speak of will not be made void, but as a passenger, for I control no ship, not any. 320 companions. This, I think, was the way you wished to have it." He spoke and lightly drew away his hand from Antinous' hand. But the suitors about the house prepared their dinner, and in their conversation they insulted him and mocked him, and thus would go the word of one of the arrogant young men. 325. "Surely now Telemachus is devising our murder. Either he will bring some supporters from sandy Pylos, or even from Sparta, now he is so terribly eager. Or perhaps his purpose is to go to Ephyr, that rich cornland, so that thence he can bring back poisonous medicines 330 and put them into our wine bowl, and so destroy all of us." And thus would speak another one of these arrogant young men. Who knows whether, when he goes in a hollow ship, he also, the ship is ready, might perish straying far from his people, as did Odysseus. Were this to happen, he would lighten all our work for us. 335. "Then we could divide up his possessions and give the house to this man's mother to keep and to the man who marries her." So they spoke, but he went down into his father's high-roofed and wide storeroom, where gold and bronze were lying piled up, and abundant clothing in the bins, and fragrant olive oil, 340, and in it jars of wine, sweet to drink, aged, were standing, keeping the unmixed divine drink inside them, lined up in order close to the wall, for the day when Odysseus might come home even after laboring through many hardships. To close it, there were double doors that fitted together. 345 with 2 halves, and there by night and day was a woman in charge who, with intelligent care, watched over all this, Eurycleia, the daughter of Ops, the son of Pisander. Now Telemachus called her to the room and spoke to her. "Dear nurse, come, draw me some sweet wine in the handled 350 jars, choicest of all you have in your keeping. Next, after what you are saving for the ill-fated man, the day when Zeus-sprung Odysseus might come home, escaping death and its spirits. Fill me 12 in all, and fit them all with covers, and pour me barley into bags stitched strongly of leather. 355. Let me have 20 measures of the choice milled barley. You be the only one that knows this. Let all be gathered together, for I will pick it up in the evening after my mother climbs to her upper chamber and is ready for sleeping. For I am going into Sparta and to sandy Pylos, 360 to ask after my dear father's homecoming, if I might hear something." So he spoke, and the dear nurse Eurycleia cried out, and bitterly lamenting she addressed him in winged words. "Why, my beloved child, has this intention come into your mind? Why do you wish to wander over much country, 365 you, an only and loved son? Illustrious Odysseus has perished far from his country in some outlandish region, and these men will devise evils against you on your returning, so you shall die by guile, and they divide all that is yours. No, but stay here and guard your possessions. It is not right, 370 for you to wander and suffer hardships on the barren wide sea." Then the thoughtful Telemachus said to her in answer, "Preparations for sailing. Do not fear, nurse. This plan was not made without a god's will. But swear to tell my beloved mother nothing about this, until the 11th day has come, or the 12th hereafter, 375, or until she misses me herself, or hears I am absent, so that she may not ruin her lovely skin with weeping." So he spoke, and the old woman swore to the gods a great oath, and after she had sworn to it and completed the oath-taking, she drew the wine in the handled jars at once thereafter. 380, and poured his barley into bags stitched strongly of leather, but Telemachus went back into the house and joined the suitors. Now the gray-eyed goddess Athene thought what to do next. In the likeness of Telemachus, she went all through the city, and, standing beside each man as she came to him, told them 385 all to assemble beside the fast ship in the evening. Then she asked Noemon, the glorious son of Phronios, for a fast ship. And he with good will promised it to her. And the sun set, and all the journeying ways were darkened. Now she drew the fast ship down to the sea, and in her 390 stowed all the running gear that strong-benched vessels carry. She set it at the edge of the harbor, and around her the good companions thronged and were assembled, and the goddess urged on each man. Now the gray-eyed goddess Athene thought what to do next. She went on her way into the house of godlike Odysseus, 395, and there she drifted a sweet slumber over the suitors, and struck them as they drank, and knocked the goblets out of their hands, and they went to sleep in the city, nor did any one sit long, after sleep was fallen upon his eyelids. Afterward, gray-eyed Athene spoke to Telemachos, 400 when she had called him out from the well-established palace, likening herself to Mentor in voice and appearance. Telemachos, already now your strong-grieved companions are sitting at the oars and waiting for you to set forth. So let us go, and not delay our voyaging longer. 405. So spoke Pallas Athene, and she led the way swiftly, and the man followed behind her, walking in the god's footsteps. But when they had come down to the sea, and where the ship was, they found the flowing-haired companions there by the seashore. Now the hallowed prince, Telemachos, spoke his word to them. 410. Here, friends, let us carry the provisions. They are all ready, the sailing, and stacked in the hall. But my mother has been told nothing of this, nor the rest of the serving women. Only one knows the story. So he spoke and led the way, and the rest went with him. They all carried the provisions down and stowed them in the strong-benched 415 vessel in the way the dear son of Odysseus directed them. Telemachos went aboard the ship, but Athene went first and took her place in the stern of the ship, and close beside her Telemachos took his place. The men cast off the stern cables and themselves also went aboard and sat to the oarlocks. 420. The goddess gray-eyed Athene sent them a favoring stern wind, strong Zephyros, who murmured over the wine-blue water. Telemachos then gave the sign and urged his companions to lay hold of the tackle, and they listened to his urging, and, raising the mast pole made of fir, they set it upright 425 in the hollow hole in the box, and made it fast with forestays, and with halyards strongly twisted of leather pulled up the white sails. The wind blew into the middle of the sail, and at the cutwater a blue wave rose and sang strongly as the ship went onward. She ran swiftly, cutting across the swell her pathway. 430. When they had made fast the running gear all along the black ship, then they set up mixing bowls, filling them brimful with wine, and poured to the gods immortal and everlasting, but beyond all other gods they poured to Zeus' gray-eyed daughter. All night long and into the dawn she ran on her journey. Book 3. Helios, leaving behind the lovely standing waters, rose up into the brazen sky to shine upon the immortals, and also on mortal men across the grain-giving farmland. They came to Pylos, Neleus' strong-founded citadel, 5, where the people on the shore of the sea were making sacrifice of bulls, who were all black to the dark-haired earthshaker. There were 9 settlements of them, and in each 500 holdings, and from each of these 9 bulls were provided. Now, as these tasted the entrails, and burned, for the god, the thigh bones, 10 these others put straight in, and on the balanced ship took off the sails, and stowed them, and moored her in, and themselves landed. Telemachos stepped out of the ship, but Athene went first, and it was the gray-eyed goddess Athene who first spoke to him. Telemachos, here is no more need at all of modesty. 15 for this was why you sailed on the open sea to find news. Of your father, what soil covers him, what fate he has met with. So come now, go straight up to Nestor, breaker of horses, for we know what intelligence is hidden inside him. You yourself must entreat him to speak the whole truth to you. 20. He will not tell you any falsehood. He is too thoughtful. Then the thoughtful Telemachos said to her in answer, Mentor, how shall I go up to him? How close with him? I have no experience in close discourse. There is embarrassment for a young man who must question his elder. Entertainment by Nestor. 25. Then in turn the gray-eyed goddess Athene answered him, Telemachos, some of it you yourself will see in your own heart, and some the divinity will put in your mind. I do not think you could have been born and reared without the god's will. So spoke Pallas Athene, and she led the way swiftly. 30, and the man followed behind her, walking in the god's footsteps. They came to where the men of Pylos were gathered in session, where Nestor was sitting with his sons, and companions about him were arranging the feast and roasting the meat and spitting more portions. These men, when they sighted the strangers, All came down together 35 and gave them greeting with their hands and offered them places. First, Pisistratos, son of Nestor, came close up to them and took them both by the hands and seated them at the feasting on soft rugs of fleece there on the sand of the seashore, next to his brother Thrasymedes and next to his father. 40, he gave them portions of the vitals and poured wine for them in a golden cup and spoke a word to both of them, pledging Pallas Athene, who is daughter of Zeus of the Aegis, "My guest, make your prayer now to the Lord Poseidon, for his is the festival you have come to on your arrival." 45, but when you have poured to him and prayed, according to custom, then give this man also a cup of the sweet wine, so that he too can pour, for I think he also will make his prayer to the immortals. All men need the gods, but this one is a younger man than you, and of the same age as I am. 50, this is why I am first giving you the golden goblet. So he spoke, and put in her hand the cup of sweet wine, and Athene was happy at the thoughtfulness of a just man, because it was to her he first gave the golden goblet. Immediately she made her prayer to the Lord Poseidon. 55, hear us, Poseidon, who circle the earth, and do not begrudge us the accomplishment of all these actions for which we pray you. First of all, to Nestor and to his sons grant glory, and then on all the rest of the Pylians besides confer gracious recompense in return for this grand hecatomb. 60, and yet again grant that Telemachus and I go back, with that business done for which we came this way in our black ship. She spoke in prayer, but herself was bringing it all to completion. Telemachus asks after Odysseus. Next, she gave Telemachus the fine two-handled goblet, and the dear son of Odysseus prayed in the way that she had. 65. When they had roasted and taken off the spits, the outer meats, dividing shares, they held their communal high feast. But when they had put aside their desire for eating and drinking, first to speak was the Gerenian horseman, Nestor. Now is a better time to interrogate our guests and ask, 70 them, who they are, now they have had the pleasure of eating. Strangers, who are you? From where do you come sailing over the watery ways? Is it on some business, or are you recklessly roving? As pirates do, when they sail on the salt sea and venture their lives as they wander, bringing evil to alien people. 75. Then the thoughtful Telemachus said to him in answer, taking courage, for Athene herself had put that courage in his heart, so that he might ask after his absent father, and so that among people he might win a good reputation. O Nestor, Neleus' son, great glory of the Achaeans, 80 you ask us where we come from. Therefore I will tell you, we come from Ithaca under the mountain Neon. This is a private matter, no public business, of which I tell you. I follow the wide fame of my father, on the chance of hearing of the great patient-hearted Odysseus, the man they say once. 85 fought beside you and helped sack the city of the Trojans. For we have been told about all the other men who once fought the Trojans, how each one of them perished in sad destruction. But the son of Cronos has made this man's death one that none knows. There is no man who can plainly tell us when he perished. 90, whether he was killed on the mainland by men embattled or on the open sea in the billows of Amphitrite. That is why I come to your knees now, in case you might wish to tell me of his dismal destruction, whether you saw it perhaps with your own eyes or heard the tale from another. 95 who wandered too. His mother bore this man to be wretched. Do not soften it because you pity me and are sorry. For me, but fairly tell me all that your eyes have witnessed. I implore you, if ever noble Odysseus, my father, ever undertook any word or work and fulfilled it. 100 for you, in the land of the Trojans where you Achaeans suffered. Tell me these things from your memory, and tell me the whole truth. Nestor remembers Troy. In turn, Nestor the Gerenian horseman answered him, Dear friend, since you remind me of sorrows which in that country we endured, we sons of the Achaeans valiant forever, 105 are all we endured in our ships on the misty face of the water cruising after plunder wherever Achilles led us, or all we endured about the great city of the Lord Priam fighting. And all who were our best were killed in that place. There Aias lies, a man of battles. There lies Achilles. 110 there lies Patroclus, one who was like the gods for counsel, and there lies my own beloved son, both strong and stately, Antilochos, surpassingly swift to run, and a fighter. And many besides these were the evils we suffered. What man? Who was one of the mortal people could ever tell the whole of it? 115, not if you were to sit beside me 5 years and 6 years and ask me about the evils the great Achaeans endured there. Sooner you would be tired of it and go back to your country. For 9 years we fabricated evils against them, trying them with every kind of stratagem, and at last the son of Cronos, 120, finished it. Then there was no man who wanted to be set up for cunning against great Odysseus. He far surpassed them in every kind of stratagem. Your father, if truly you are his son, and wonder seizes me when I look on you. For surely your words are like his words, nor would anyone, 125, ever have thought that a younger man could speak so like him. For while I and the great Odysseus were there together, we never spoke against one another, neither in council nor assembly, but forever one in mind and in thoughtful. Planning, we worked out how things would go best for the Argives. 130. But after we had sacked the sheer citadel of Priam and were going away in our ships, and the gods scattered the Achaeans, then Zeus in his mind devised a sorry homecoming. For the Argives, since not all were considerate nor righteous, therefore many of them found a bad way home because of 135, the ruinous anger of the gray-eyed one, whose father is mighty. It was she who made a quarrel between the two sons of Atreus. When these two called all the Achaeans into assembly, wildly, and in no kind of order, as the sun was setting, and the sons of the Achaeans came in, heavy with drinking, 140 wine, these two spoke forth. It was why they assembled the people, and the start of the homecoming. At this time, Menelaus was urging all the Achaeans to think upon going home over the sea's wide ridges, but this did not please Agamemnon at all. He wished rather to hold the people there and accomplish holy hecatombs. 145, so as to soften Athene's deadly anger, poor fool, who had no thought in his mind that she would not listen to him. The will of the everlasting gods is not turned suddenly. So these two, after making exchange with hard words, stood up to go, and the rest of the strong-grieved Achaeans rushed out. 150 with inhuman clamor, and 2 opposed counsels pleased them. That night we slept there, pondering in our minds hard thoughts against each other. Zeus was contriving pain of hardship. At dawn, some of us hauled our ships down into the divine sea and loaded our possessions aboard and the deep-girdled women. 155, but half the people were held back because they remained there with Agamemnon, Atreus' son, shepherd of the people. We, the other half, went aboard and drove on, and the ships went very fast, as a god flattened the sea full of monsters. We came to Tenedos and made sacrifice to the immortals. 160. We were straining homeward. But Zeus, hard-hearted, was not yet devising homecoming for us, but again inspired yet another quarrel. Then some, who followed the lord Odysseus, the wise and resourceful, turned about, and boarding once more their oar-swept vessels, went back, bringing comfort to Atreus' son, Agamemnon. 165. But I, with all the ships that followed pulled together, fled away, for I saw how the god was devising evils, and the warlike son of Tydeus fled and urged his companions on, and, late, fair-haired Menelaus came to join us, and caught us at Lesbos as we pondered our long sea voyage, 170, whether we should sail over the top of rocky Chios, by the island Scyros, keeping it on our left hand, or else to pass under Chios by windy Mima. We asked the god to give us some portent for a sign, and the god gave us 1, and told us to cut across the middle main sea. 175 for Euboea, and so most quickly escaped the hovering evil. A whistling wind rose up and began to blow, and the ships ran very fast across those ways full of fish, and at night time brought us in at Eurastos. We sacrificed many thigh bones. The murder of Agamemnon, of bulls to Poseidon, having measured the great open water. 180. It was the 4th day when the companions of Diomedes' breaker of horses, Tydeus' son, made fast their balanced ships at Argos. I held on for Pylos. Never once. Did the wind fail? once the god had set it to blowing. So, dear child, I came back without news, and I knew nothing. 185 of those other Achaeans, which had survived, which ones had perished? But all I have got by hearsay sitting here in my palace, this you shall know. It is right you should. I will not conceal it. They say that the Myrmidons, those furious spearmen led by the glorious son of great-hearted Achilles, made a good voyage. 190 and Philoctetes, Poia's shining son, had fair sailing, and Idomeneus brought back to Crete all of his companions who had escaped from the fighting. The sea took none of these men. You yourselves, though you live apart, have heard of Atrides, how he came home, and how Aegisthus devised his wretched 195 death. But Aegisthus too paid for it, in a dismal fashion. So it is good, when a man has perished, to have a son left. After him, since this one took vengeance on his father's killer, the treacherous Aegisthus, who cut down his glorious father. So you too, dear friend, for I see you are tall and splendid, 200 be brave too, so that men unborn may speak well of you. Then the thoughtful Telemachus said to him in answer, O Nestor, son of Neleus, great glory of the Achaeans, it is all too true that he took revenge, and so the Achaeans will carry his glory far and wide, a theme for the singers. 205 to come. If only the gods would give me such strength as he has to take revenge on the suitors for their overbearing oppression. They force their way upon me and recklessly plot against me. No, the gods have spun out no such strand of prosperity for me and my father. Now we must even have to endure it. 210. Then in turn, Nestor the Gerenian horseman answered him, Dear friend, since you have spoken about these things and reminded me, they do say that many suitors for the sake of your mother are in your palace against your will and plot evil against you. Tell me, are you willingly put down, or are the people? 215 who live about you swayed by some divine voice and hate you. Who knows whether he will come someday and punish the violence of these people, either by himself or all the Achaeans with him? Telemachus asks for details. If only gray-eyed Athene would deign to love you, as in those days she used so to take care of glorious Odysseus. 220 in the Trojan country, where we, Achaeans, suffered miseries, for I never saw the gods showing such open affection. As Pallas Athene, the way she stood beside him, openly, if she would deign to love you as she did him, and care for you in her heart, then some of those people might well forget about marrying. 225. Then the thoughtful Telemachus said to him in answer, Old sir, I think that what you have said will not be accomplished. What you mean is too big. It bewilders me. That which I hoped for could never happen to me, not even if the gods so willed it. Now in turn, the gray-eyed goddess Athene spoke to him. 230 Telemachus, what sort of word escaped your teeth's barrier? Lightly a god, if he wishes, can save a man, even from far off. I myself would rather first have gone through many hardships and then come home and look upon my day of returning than come home and be killed at my own hearth, as Agamemnon 235 was killed by the treacherous plot of his wife and by Aegisthus. But death is a thing that comes to all alike. Not even. The gods can fend it away from a man they love when once the destructive doom of leveling death has fastened upon him. Then the thoughtful Telemachus said to her in answer, 240 Mentor, though we sorrow, let us speak no more of these things. His homecoming is no longer a real thing, but already. The immortal gods must have contrived his death and black doom. But now I would find out about another story and question. Nestor, since the righteousness and thought in his mind outpassed 245 others, and they say he has been lord over 3 generations of men, he shapes as an immortal for me to look upon. O Nestor, son of Neleus, tell me the true story. How did Atreus' son, widely ruling Agamemnon, die? And where was Menelaus? What scheme of death? 250 did treacherous Aegisthus have to kill one far better than he was? Was Menelaus out of Achaea and Argos, wandering elsewhere among men, that Aegisthus had courage to do it? Then in turn, Nestor the Gerenian horseman answered, "So, my child, I will relate you the whole true story. 255, all would have happened just in the way you yourself have seen it, if Atreus' son, fair-haired Menelaus, on his homecoming. The murder of Agamemnon. From Troy had found Aegisthus still alive in his palace. Even after his death, none would have heaped any earth upon him. But he would have lain in the field outside the city, and the dogs 260 and birds would have feasted on him, nor would any Achaean woman have wailed over him. That was a monstrous plot he accomplished, for we were sitting out there and accomplishing many hard tasks while he, at ease deep in the corner of horse-pasturing Argos, kept talking to Agamemnon's wife and trying to charm her. Now in time before, beautiful Clytemnestra would not consent to the act of shame, for her own nature was honest, and also a man was there, a singer, whom Agamemnon, when he went to Troy, had given many instructions to keep watch on his wife. But when the doom of the gods had entangled her, so that 270 she must submit, Aegisthus took the singer and left him on a desert island for the birds of prey to spoil and feed on, and took her back to his house, and she was willing as he was. Then on the sacred altars of the gods he burned many thigh bones and hung up many dedications, gold, and things woven, 275 for having accomplished this monstrous thing he never had hoped for. Now we sailed back on our way from Troy together, Atreus, son, Menelaus, and I, with friendly thoughts toward each other. But when we came to holy Sunion, the Cape of Athens, there Phoebos Apollo, with a visitation of his painless 280 arrows, killed the steersman of Menelaus, the one who held in his hands the steering oar of the running ship. This was Phrontis, Onetor's son, who surpassed all the breed of mortals in the steering of a ship whenever storm winds were blowing. So Menelaus, though straining for the journey, was detained 285 there to bury his companion and give him due rites. But when he too had gone out on the wine-blue open water in his hollow ships and made his run as far as the steep rock of Malea, then Zeus of the wide brows devised that his journey should be hateful, and poured out upon him the blast of shrilling 290 winds, and waves that bulged and grew monstrous like mountains. There he cut the fleet in two parts, and drove some on Crete where the Kydonians lived around the streams of Iardanos. There is the sheer of a cliff, a steep rock out in the water. At the other end of Gordes, on the misty face of the main, where 295 the south wind piles up a huge surf on the left of the rock horn, and the wanderings of Menelaus, toward Phaistos, and a little stone holds out the big water. It was there they came, and by lively work the men avoided destruction, but the waves smashed their ships on the splinters of rock, but the wind and the water catching up the other. 305 dark-prowed ships bore them along and drove them on Egypt. So Menelaus, gathering much gold and livelihood in those parts, sailed with his ships to men of alien language, and all the while at home Aegisthus worked out his grim plans. 7 years he lived as lord over golden Mycene, 305 after he killed Atrides, with the people subject beneath him. But in the 8th the evil came on him, great Orestes, come home from Athens, and he killed his father's murderer, the treacherous Aegisthus, who had killed his glorious father. When he had killed, he ordered among the Argives a grave mound 310 for his mother, who was hateful, and for unwarlike Aegisthus. And on the same day Menelaus of the great war cry sailed in bringing back many possessions, the burden his ships carried. So, dear friend, do not you stay long and far wandering, away from home, leaving your possessions, and in your house men 315 so overbearing, for fear they divide up all your property, and eat it away, so all your journey will have no profit. And yet I do encourage you and urge you to visit Menelaus, for he is newly come from abroad, and people, who live where no man's mind would ever have hope of returning. 320, once the storm winds had blundered him off his course and into an open sea that is so great that not the birds even cross it by their own strength. It is so big and terrible. But go to him now, with your ship and with your companions. Or if you wish to go by land, here are horses and chariot. 325, and here are my own sons at your service, who will be your escorts into shining Lake Damon, the home of fair-haired Menelaus. You yourself must entreat him to speak the whole truth to you. He will not tell you any falsehood. He is too thoughtful." So he spoke, and the sun went down and the darkness came over, 330, and now the gray-eyed goddess Athene spoke forth before them. "Old sir, all that you have said was fair and orderly. But come now, cut out the tongues of the victims and mix the wine bowls, so that when we have poured an offering to Poseidon and the other immortals, we can think about sleep. It is that time." Departure of Athene, 335. For now the light has gone into the darkness, nor is it becoming to sit about at the feast of the gods, but better to go home. So she spoke, the daughter of Zeus, and they listened to her. The heralds poured water over their hands to wash with, and the young men filled the mixing bowls with wine for their drinking, 340, and passed to all, after they had offered a drink in the goblets. They threw the tongues in the fire, and stood up and made a libation. But when they had poured and drunk each as much as he wanted, then Athene and godlike Telemachus started, up together to go away to their hollow vessel, 345, but Nestor detained them where they were, and made a speech to them. "May Zeus and all the other immortals beside forfend, that you, in my domain, should go on back to your fast ship, as from some man altogether poor and without clothing, who has not any abundance of blankets and rugs in his household 350 for his guests, or for himself to sleep in soft comfort. But I do have abundance of fine rugs and blankets. No, in my house the dear son of Odysseus shall not have to go to sleep on the deck of a ship, as long as I am alive, and my sons after me are left in my palace. 355 to entertain our guests, whoever comes to my household." Then in turn the goddess gray-eyed Athene said to him, "This was well said by you, dear old sir. It is fitting that Telemachus should obey you, since it is much better that way. So he shall go along with you now, so that he can sleep. 360 in your palace. But I shall be going down to my black ship, so that I can encourage my companions and tell them everything. For I am the only man among them who can call myself an elder. The rest, all of an age with the great-hearted Telemachus, are younger men who out of love for him, 365 went along. There I will lie down beside the black ship. Now, but at dawn shall make for the great-hearted Caucones, where a debt owed me has been piling up. It is not a new thing, nor a small one. You, since this young man has come to your household, give him conveyance with your son by chariot, and give him 370 those horses that are best for strength and the lightest runners." So speaking, gray-eyed Athene went away in the likeness of a vulture, and amazement seized on all the Achaeans, and the old man was amazed at what his eyes saw. He took, as Telemachus stays with Nestor, Telemachus by the hand, and spoke a word to him and named him, 375, dear friend. I have no thought that you will turn out mean and cowardly if, when you are so young, the gods go with you and guide you. Thus, here was no other of those who have their homes on Olympos but the very daughter of Zeus, most honored Tritonea, who always among the Argives favored your noble father. 380, so now, O queen, be gracious, and grant me good reputation for myself and for my children also, and for my grave wife, and I will sacrifice you a yearling cow, with wide forehead, unbroken, one no man has ever led under the yoke yet. I will gild both her horns with gold and offer her to you. 385, so he spoke in prayer, and Pallas Athene heard him. Now the Gerenian horseman Nestor led the way for his sons and his sons-in-law back to his splendid dwelling. But after they had reached the glorious dwelling of the king, they took their places in order on chairs and along the benches, 390, and as they came, and the old man mixed the wine bowl for them, with wine sweet to drink, which the housekeeper had opened in its 11th year, and loosed the sealing upon it. The old man mixed the wine in the bowl and prayed much, pouring a libation out to Athene, daughter of Zeus of the Aegish. 395. When they had poured and drunk, each man as much as he wanted, they went away each one to sleep in his own dwelling. But Nestor the Gerenian horseman gave Telemachus, the dear son of godlike Odysseus, a place to sleep in upon a corded bedstead in the echoing portico. 400 next him was Pisistratos of the strong ash spear, leader of men, who of his sons in the palace was still a bachelor. But Nestor himself slept in the inner room of the high house, and at his side the lady, his wife, served as bedfellow. But when the young dawn showed again with her rosy fingers, 405, then Nestor the Gerenian horseman rose up from his bed, and went outside and took his seat upon the polished stones, which were there in place for him in front of the towering doorway, white stones, with a shine on them that glistened. On these before him Neleus, a counselor like the gods, had held his sessions, 410, but he had been beaten down by his doom and gone down to Hades. House, and now Gerenian Nestor, the Achaeans' watcher, sat there holding his staff, and his sons coming out of their chambers. Sacrifice to Athene. Gathered in a cluster about him, Echephron and Stratios, Perseus and Aratos and Thrasymedes, the godlike, 415 and sixth was the hero Pisistratos, who came to join them. They brought out godlike Telemachus and seated him next them, and Nestor the Gerenian horseman began speaking to them. Act quickly now, dear children, and do me this favor, so that I may propitiate first of all the gods, Athene, 420, who came plainly to me at our happy feasting in the gods' honor. Come then, let one man go to the field for a cow, so that she may come with all speed, and let one of the oxherds be driving her, and one go down to the black ship of great-hearted Telemachus, and bring back all his companions, leaving only 2 beside her, 425, and yet another go tell the worker in gold Laerchus to come, so that he can cover the cow's horns with gold. You others stay. Here all together in a group, but tell the serving. Women who are in the house to prepare a glorious dinner, and set chairs and firewood in readiness, and fetch bright water. 430. So he spoke, and they all bustled about. The cow came in from the field, and the companions of great-hearted Telemachus came from beside their fast black ship, and the smith came, holding in his hands the tools for forging bronze, his handicraft symbols, the anvil and the sledgehammer and the well-wrought pincers. 435 with which he used to work the gold, and Athene also came to be at her rights. Now Nestor, the aged horseman, gave the smith the gold, and he gilded the cow's horns with it carefully, so the god might take pleasure seeing her offering. Stratios and the noble Echephron led the cow by. 440 the horns, and Aratos came from the inner chamber carrying lustral water in a flowered bowl, and in the other hand scattering barley in a basket. Steadfast Thrasymedes stood by with the sharp axe in his hand to strike down the heifer. Perseus held the dish for the blood and the aged horseman. 445 Nestor began with the water and barley, making long prayers to Athene in dedication, and threw the head hairs in the fire. Now, when all had made prayer and flung down the scattering barley, Thrasymedes, the high-hearted son of Nestor, standing, close up, struck, and the axe chopped its way through the tendons 450 of the neck and unstrung the strength of the cow. And now the daughters and daughters-in-law of Nestor and his grave wife Eurydice, departure of Telemachus and Pisistratos, eldest of the daughters of Clymenos, raised the outcry. They lifted the cow from earth of the wide ways, and held her fast in place, and Pisistratos, leader of men, slaughtered her. 455. Now, when the black blood had run out, and the spirit went from the bones, they divided her into parts, and cut out the thigh bones all according to due order, and wrapped them in fat, making a double fold, and laid shreds of flesh upon them. The old man burned these on cleft sticks, and poured the gleaming 460 wine over, while the young men with forks in their hands stood about him. But when they had burned the thigh pieces and tasted the vitals, they cut all the remainder into pieces and spitted them, and roasted all carefully, and took off the pieces. Meanwhile, lovely Polycaste, who was the youngest 465 of the daughters of Nestor, son of Neleus, had bathed Telemachus. But when she had bathed him and anointed him sleekly with olive oil, she threw a splendid mantle and a tunic about him, and he came out from the bath looking like an immortal, and came and sat down beside Nestor, shepherd of the people. 470. When they had roasted and taken off the spits, the outer meats, they dined where they were sitting, and men of quality started up and poured them wine in the golden goblets. But when they had put away their desire for eating and drinking, Nestor the Gerenian horseman began speaking to them. 475. Come now, my children, harness the bright-maned horses under the yoke for Telemachus, so that he can get on with his journey. So he spoke, and they listened well to him and obeyed him. And quickly they harnessed the fast horses under the chariot, and the woman who was housekeeper put bread and wine in, 480, and meats, such as kings whom the gods love feed on. And Telemachus stepped up into the fair-wrought chariot. And by him Pisistratos, leader of men, the son of Nestor, went up into the chariot, and in his hands took the reins, and whipped the horses to run. And they winged their way unreluctant 485 into the plain, and left behind the sheer city of Pylos. All day long they shook the yoke they wore on their shoulders. And the sun set, and all the journeying ways were darkened. They came to Pherae, and reached the house of Diocles, who was son of Ortilochos, whom Alpheus once had childed. 490. There they slept the night, and he gave them hospitality. Arrival. But when the young dawn showed again with her rosy fingers, they yoked the horses again, and mounted the chariots bright with bronze, and drove them out the front door and the echoing portico, and he whipped them into a run, and they winged their way unreluctant. 495. They came into the plain full of wheat, and by that way made good their journey, as their fast horses took this byway. And the sun set, and all the journeying ways were darkened. Who remembers his wanderings? Who bears scepters? No mean men could have sons such as you are. 65. So he spoke, and taking in his hands the fat beef loin, which had been given as his choice portion, he set it before them. They put their hands to the good things that lay ready before them. But when they had put away their desire for eating and drinking, then Telemachus talked to the son of Nestor, leaning. 70, his head close to his, so that none of the others might hear him. Son of Nestor, you who delight my heart, only look at the gleaming of the bronze all through these echoing mansions, and the gleaming of gold and amber, of silver and of ivory. The court of Zeus on Olympos must be like this on the inside. 75, such abundance of everything. Wonder takes me as I look on it. Menelaus of the fair hair overheard him speaking, and now he spoke to both of them and addressed them in winged words. Dear children, there is no mortal who could rival Zeus, seeing that his mansions are immortal and his possessions. There may be 80-some man who could rival me for property, or there may be none. Much did I suffer and wandered much before bringing all this home in my ships when I came back in the 8th year. I wandered to Cyprus and Phoenicia, to the Egyptians. I reached the Ethiopians, Aramboi, Sidonians, 85, and Libya, where the rams grow their horns quickly. 3 times in the fulfillment of a year their sheep flocks give birth, and their no lord would ever go wanting, nor would his shepherd, for cheese or meat, nor for the sweet milk either, but always the sheep yield a continuous supply for their sucklings. 90. But while I was wandering those parts and bringing together much property, meanwhile another man killed my brother secretly, by surprise and by his cursed wife's treachery. So it is with no pleasure I am lord over all these possessions. You will have heard all this from your fathers, whoever your fathers 95 are, for I have suffered much and destroyed a household. That was very strongly settled and held many goods within it. I wish I lived in my house with only a third part of all. These goods, and that the men were alive, who died in those days in wide Troy land far away from horse-pasturing Argos. 100 still and again lamenting all these men and sorrowing many a time when I am sitting here in our palace. I will indulge my heart in sorrow, and then another time. Enter, Helen. Give over, for surfeit of gloomy lamentation comes quickly. But for none of all these, sorry as I am, do I grieve so much 105 as for one, who makes hateful for me my food and my sleep, when I remember, since no one of the Achaeans labored as much. As Odysseus labored and achieved, And for him, the end was grief for him, and for me, a sorrow that is never forgotten for his sake, how he is gone so long, and we knew nothing. 110 of whether he is alive or dead. The aged Laertes. And temperate Penelope must surely be grieving for him, with Telemachus, whom he left behind in his house, a young child. He spoke, and stirred in the other the longing to weep for his father, and the tears fell from his eyes to the ground when he heard his father's 115 name, holding with both hands the robe that was stained with purple up before his eyes. And Menelaus perceived it, and now he pondered two ways within, in mind and in spirit, whether he would leave it to him to name his father, or whether he should speak first and ask and inquire about everything. 120. While he was pondering these things in his heart and his spirit, Helen came out of her fragrant high-roofed bedchamber, looking like Artemis of the golden distaff. Adraste followed and set the well-made chair in place for her, and the coverlet of soft wool was carried in by Alcippe, 125, and Philo brought the silver work-basket, which had been given by Alcandre, the wife of Polybos, who lived in Egyptian Thebes, where the greatest number of goods are stored in the houses. Polybos himself gave Menelaus 2 silver bathtubs and a pair of tripods and 10 talents of gold, and apart from 130, these his wife gave her own beautiful gifts to Helen. She gave her a golden distaff and a basket, silver, with wheels underneath, and the edges were done in gold. Philo, her maidservant, now brought it in and set it beside her, full of yarn that had been prepared for spinning. The distaff 135 with the dark-colored wool was laid over the basket. Helen seated herself on the chair, and under her feet was a footstool. At once she spoke to her husband and questioned him about everything. Do we know, Menelaus, beloved of Zeus, who these men announce themselves as being, who have come into our house now? 140. Shall I be wrong, or am I speaking the truth? My heart tells me to speak, for I think I never saw such a likeness. Neither. Telemachus is identified, in man nor woman, and wonder takes me as I look on him, as this man has a likeness to the son of great-hearted Odysseus, Telemachus, who was left behind in his house, a young child. 145 by that man when, for the sake of shameless me, the Achaeans went beneath Troy, their hearts intent upon reckless warfare. Then in answer fair-haired Menelaus said to her, I also see it thus, my wife, the way you compare them, for Odysseus' feet were like this man's, his hands were like this 150, and the glances of his eyes and his head and the hair growing. Now too I was remembering things about Odysseus and spoke of him, what misery he had in his hard work. For me, and he let fall a heavy tear from under his eyelids, holding before his eyes the robe that was stained with purple. 155. Now Pisistratus, son of Nestor, spoke up before him. Great Menelaus, son of Atreus, leader of the people. This is in truth the son of that man, just as you were saying, but he is modest, and his spirit would be shocked at the thought of coming here and beginning a show of reckless language. 160 in front of you, for we both delight in your voice, as if a god were speaking. The Gerenian horseman Nestor sent me, to go along with him and escort him. He longed to see you so that you could advise him somewhat, for word or action. For a child endures many griefs in his house when his father. 165 is gone away, and no others are there to help him, as now Telemachus' father is gone away, and there are no others who can defend him against the evil that is in his country. Then in answer fair-haired Menelaus said to him, See now, this is the son of a man greatly beloved who has come now 170 into my house, one who for my sake endured many trials, and I thought he would come, and I would love him beyond all other Argives, if only Olympian Zeus of the wide brows granted. Both of us to come home across the sea in our fast ships. I would have settled a city in Argos for him, and made him 175 a home, bringing him from Ithaca with all his possessions, his son, all his people. I would have emptied one city for him out of those that are settled round about and under my lordship. And, both here, we would have seen much of each other. Nothing would then have separated us two in our friendship and pleasure, 180, until the darkening cloud of death had shrouded us over. Memories of Troy. All this must be what the very God himself begrudged him, who made only him an unhappy man without a homecoming. He spoke, and started in all of them the desire for weeping. Helen of Argos, daughter of Zeus, wept. So too Telemachus 185 wept, as did Menelaus the son of Atreus, nor did Nestor's son, Pisistratos, have eyes altogether tearless, for he was thinking in his heart of stately Antilochos, one whom the glorious son of the shining dawn had cut down. It was of him he thought as he addressed them in winged words. 190, son of Atreus, the aged Nestor used to say you were. Thoughtful, surpassing other men, when we spoke about you there in his own palace, and when we questioned each other. So now, if it may be, would you do me a favor? For my part, I have no joy in tears after dinner time. There will always, 195, be a new dawn tomorrow. Yet I can have no objection to tears for any mortal who dies and goes to his destiny. And this is the only consolation we wretched mortals can give, to cut our hair and let the tears roll down our faces. For I myself had a brother who died. He was not the meanest. 200 of the Argives, and you would have known him. But I, for my part, never met nor saw him. They say he surpassed all others, Antilochos, surpassingly swift of foot and a fighter. Then in answer fair-haired Menelaus said to him, Dear friend, since you have said all that a man who is thoughtful 205 could say or do, even one who is older than you are. Why? This is the way your father is, so you too speak thoughtfully. Easily recognized is the line of that man, for whom Cronos' son weaves good fortune in his marrying and begetting, as now he is given to Nestor all his days, for himself, 210 to grow old prosperously in his own palace, and also that his sons should be clever and excellent in the spear's work. Now we shall let the weeping be, that came to us just now, and let us think again about dinner. Let someone pour us water for our hands, and there will be time for words tomorrow 2:15 at dawn, for Telemachus and me to talk with each other. He spoke, and Asphalion, who was the active henchman of glorious Menelaus, poured water for them to wash with. They put their hands to the good things that lay ready before them. Now Helen, who was descended of Zeus, thought of the next thing, and exploits of Odysseus. 220, into the wine of which they were drinking, she cast a medicine of heartsease, free of gall, to make one forget all sorrows, and whoever had drunk it down once it had been mixed in the wine bowl, for the day that he drank, it would have no tear roll down his face, not if his mother died and his father died, not if men. 225 murdered a brother or a beloved son in his presence, with the bronze, and he with his own eyes saw it. Such were the subtle medicines Zeus' daughter had in her possessions, good things, and given to her by the wife of Thon, Polydamna, of Egypt, where the fertile earth produces the greatest number 230 of medicines, many good in mixture, many malignant, and every man is a doctor there and more understanding than men elsewhere. These people are of the race of Paeon. Now, when she had put the medicine in and told them to pour it, taking up the story again, she began to speak to them. 235 son of Atreus, dear to Zeus, Menelaus, and you who are here, children of noble fathers, yet divine Zeus sometimes gives out good, or sometimes evil. He can do anything. Sit here now in the palace, and take your dinner and listen to me, and be entertained. What I will tell you is plausible. 240 I could not tell you all the number, nor could I name them, all that make up the exploits of enduring Odysseus. But here is a task, such as that strong man endured and accomplished in the Trojan country, where you Achaeans suffered miseries. He flagellated himself with degrading strokes, then threw on 245 a worthless sheet about his shoulders. He looked like a servant, so he crept into the wide-wayed city of the men he was fighting, disguising himself in the likeness of somebody else, a beggar, one who was unlike himself beside the ships of the Achaeans. But in his likeness crept into the Trojan city, and they all 250 were taken in. I alone recognized him even in this form, and I questioned him, but he in his craftiness eluded me. But after I had bathed him and anointed him with olive oil, but Odysseus pulled us back and held us, for all our eagerness, 285. Then all the other sons of the Achaeans were silent. There was only one. It was Antiklaus, who was ready to answer. But Odysseus, brutally squeezing his mouth in the clutch of his powerful hands, held him, and so saved the lives of all the Achaeans, until such time as Pallas Athene led you off from us. 290. Then the thoughtful Telemachus said to him in answer, Great Menelaus, son of Atreus, leader of the people, so much the worse, for none of all this kept dismal destruction from him, not even if he had a heart of iron within him. But come, take us away to our beds, so that at last, now 295, we can go to bed and enjoy the pleasure of sweet sleep. So he spoke, and Helen of Argos told her serving maids. Next morning, and now the food would all have been gone, and the men's strength with it, if one of the gods had not been sorry for me and shown mercy. 365 Eidothea, daughter to mighty Proteus, the old man of the sea, for it was her heart that I moved mostly, when she met me wandering by myself without my companions. 420, but when at last he himself, speaking in words, questions you, being now in the same form he was in when you saw him sleeping, then, hero, you must give over your force and let the old man go free, and ask him which one of the gods is angry with you, and ask him how to make your way home on the sea where the fish swarm. 425. So she spoke and dived back into the surf of the water. Then I went back again to our ships where they were stationed along the sand, but my heart was a storm in me as I went. Now, when I had come back to where my ship lay by the seaside, we made ready our dinner, and the immortal night came over. 430, and then we lay down to sleep along the break of the sea beach. But when the young dawn showed again with her rosy fingers, then I made my way along the beach of the wide-wade sea, praying much to the gods, and I took along with me those 3 companions I trusted most for any adventure. 435. Meanwhile, she had dived down into the sea's great cavern and brought back the skins of 4 seals out of the water. All were newly skinned. She was planning a trick on her father. And hollowing out 4 beds in the sand of the sea, she sat there waiting for us, and we came close up to her. Thereupon, 440, she bedded us down in order and spread a skin over each man. That was a most awful ambush, for the pernicious smell of those seals, bred in the salt water, oppressed us terribly. Who would want to lie down to sleep by a sea-bred monster? But she herself came to our rescue and devised a great help. 445, she brought ambrosia and put it under the nose of each man, and it smelled very sweet and did away with the stench of the monster. All that morning we waited there, with enduring spirit, and the seals came crowding out of the sea, and when they came out, they lay down to sleep in order along the break of the sea beach. 450. At noon the old man came out of the sea and found his well fed, the prophetic old man of the sea, seals, and went about to them all, and counted their number, and we were among the first he counted. He had no idea of any treachery. Then he too lay down among us. We with a cry sprang up and rushed upon him, locking him 455 in our arms, but the old man did not forget the subtlety of his arts. First he turned into a great bearded lion, and then to a serpent, then to a leopard, then to a great boar, and he turned into fluid water, to a tree with towering branches, but we held stiffly on to him with enduring spirit. 460. But when the old man versed in devious ways grew weary. Of all this, he spoke to me in words and questioned me. Which of the gods now, son of Atreus, has been advising you to capture me from ambush against my will? What do you want? So he spoke, and I in turn spoke up and made answer. 465. You know, old man. Why try to put me off with your answer? See, I am held so long on the island and can find no way out of it, while the inward heart in me diminishes. Do you then tell me, for the gods know everything, which one of the immortals hampers me here and keeps me from my journey, 470, and tell me how to make my way home on the sea where the fish swarm? So I spoke, and he in turn spoke up and made answer. But you should have made grand sacrifices to Zeus and the other immortal gods, and so gone on board, so most quickly, to reach your own country, sailing over the wine-blue water. 475. It is not your destiny now to see your own people and come back to your strong-founded house and to the land of your fathers, until you have gone back once again to the water of Egypt, the sky-fallen river, and there have accomplished holy hecatombs in honor of all the immortal gods who hold wide heaven. 480. Then the gods will grant you that journey that you so long for. So he spoke, and the inward heart in me was broken, because he ordered me to go back on the misty surface of the water to Egypt again, a long way and a hard one. But even so I answered him in words and said to him, 485. All these things I will do, old man, in the way you tell me. But come now, tell me this, and give me an accurate answer. Did all those Achaeans Nestor and I left behind when we went sailing from Troy come back in their ships without injury, or did any of them die by a dismal death on shipboard? The old man tells about Agamemnon, 490, or in the arms of his friends after he had wound up the fighting? So I spoke, and he in turn spoke up and made answer. Son of Atreus, why did you ask me that? You should not learn it, nor know what my mind knows, and I think you will not be free of tears for long once you have heard the whole story. 495. There were many of these men who were lost, and many left over, but 2 alone, who were leaders of the bronze-armored Achaeans, died on the way. Home. You yourself were there at the fighting, and there is one who is being held alive on the wide sea somewhere. Aias was lost, and his long-oared vessels with him. 500. First of all, Poseidon drove him against the great rocks of Girai, and yet he saved him out of the water, and Aias would have escaped his doom, though Athene hated him, had he not gone wildly mad and tossed out a word of defiance. For he said that in despite of the gods he escaped the great gulf 505 of the sea, and Poseidon heard him, loudly vaunting, and at once with his ponderous hands catching up the trident. He drove it against the Gyrian rock and split a piece off it, and part of it stayed where it was, but a splinter crashed in the water, and this was where Aias had been perched when he raved so madly. 510. It carried him down to the depths of the endless and tossing main sea. So Aias died when he had swallowed down the salt water. Your brother somehow got away and escaped the death spirits with his hollow ships. It was the Lady Hera who saved him. But now, as he had come close to the point of making the sheer peak 515 Malia, then the storm winds caught him away and carried him, 516 groaning heavily, out on the open sea where the fish swarm. 519, but since even from out there an easy homecoming was manifest, 520 for him, the gods twisted the wind back, and they made the homeland 517 at the uttermost edge of his estate, where before now Thyestes. 518 had made his home, but now Aegisthus, son of Thyestes. 521 lived. Agamemnon stepped rejoicing on the soil of his country and stroked the ground with his hand and kissed it, and his thronging hot tears streamed down, so dear to him was the sight of his country. But a watchman saw him from his lookout, a man whom Aegisthus 525 had treacherously taken and stationed there, and promised him 2 talents of gold as pay. For a year he had been watching, so Agamemnon would not go by unnoticed and mindful of his furious valor. The man ran to the house of the warlord, and of Odysseus with Calypso, with his news, and at once Aegisthus devised a treacherous stratagem. 530, choosing out the 20 best fighting men in the district, he set an ambush, and beside it had them arrange a festival, and went down to welcome Agamemnon, shepherd of the people, with horses and chariots, and with shameful thoughts in his mind, then led him in all unsuspicious of death, and feasted him. 535, and killed him feasting, as one strikes down an ox at his manger. Not one of Agamemnon's men who followed him was left alive, nor one of Aegisthus' men. All were killed in the palace. So he spoke, and the inward heart in me was broken, and I sat down on the sand and cried. Nor did the heart in me 540 wish to go on living any longer, nor to look on the sunlight. But when I had glutted myself with rolling on the sand and weeping, then the ever-truthful old man of the sea said to me, No longer now, son of Atreus, Spend your time on these wasting tears, for I know no good that will come of it. Rather, with all speed 545 endeavor to make good your way back to the land of your fathers. You might find Aegisthus still alive, or perhaps Orestes has beaten you to the kill, but you might be there for the burying." So he spoke, and the heart within me and the proud spirit of the breast were softened, even though I was so sorrowful, 550, and now I spoke aloud to him and addressed him in winged words. "These then I know. But do you tell me the name of the third man, whoever it is who is being held alive on the wide sea, or else he has died. But for all my sorrow, I would hear this." So I spoke, and he in turn spoke up and made answer. 555. That was Odysseus son of Laertes, who makes his home in Ithaca, whom I saw on an island, weeping big tears, in the palace of the nymph Calypso, and she detains him by constraint, and he cannot make his way to his country, for he has not any ships by him, nor any companions. 560 who can convey him back across the sea's wide ridges. But for you, Menelaus, O fostered of Zeus, it is not the god's will that you shall die and go to your end in horse-pasturing Argos, but the immortals will convoy you to the Elysian field and the limits of the earth, where fair-haired Rhadamanthes. 565 is, and where there is made the easiest life for mortals. For there is no snow, nor much winter there, nor is there ever rain, but always the stream of the ocean sends up breezes. Gift-giving. Of the west wind blowing briskly for the refreshment of mortals. This, because Helen is yours, and you are son-in-law, therefore 570 to Zeus. He spoke, and dived back into the tossing deep water. But I went back again to my ships, and my godlike companions went with me, but my heart was a storm in me as I went. Now when we had come back to where our ship lay by the seaside, we made ready our dinner, and the immortal night came over, 575, and then we lay down to sleep along the break of the sea beach. But when the young dawn showed again with her rosy fingers, first of all we dragged the ship down into the bright water, and in the balanced ships set the masts in place, and set sails. And we ourselves also went aboard and sat to the oarlocks, 580, and sitting well in order we dashed the oars in the gray sea, back to where Egypt is, the sky-fallen river, and there I stranded my ships, and there I rendered complete hecatombs. But when I had ended the anger of the gods, who are everlasting, I piled a mound for Agamemnon, so that his memory, 585, might never die. I did this, and set sail, and the immortals gave me a wind, so brought me back to my own dear country, with all speed. Come, now, stay here with me in my palace until it is the 11th day and even the 12th day, and then I will send you well on your way, and give you glorious 590 gifts, 3 horses and a well-finished chariot. Also, I will give you a fine goblet so that you can pour libations to the immortals, and think of me all your days when you do so." Then the thoughtful Telemachus said to him in answer, "Son of Atreus, do not keep me with you here for a long time, 595, since I could well be satisfied to sit here beside you. For a year's time, without any longing for home or parents, such strange pleasure do I take listening to your stories and sayings, but by now my companions in sacred Pylos are growing restless, yet for some time you would keep me with you. 600, and let the gift you give me be something that can be stored up. I will not take the horses to Ithaca, but will leave them here for your own delight, since you are lord of a spreading plain. There is plenty of clover here, there is galingale, and there is wheat and millet, here and white barley, wide grown. 605. There are no wide courses in Ithaca. There is no meadow, a place to feed goats, but lovelier than a place to feed horses. The suitors learn of Telemachus' voyage, for there is no one of the islands that has meadows for driving horses. They are all sea slopes, and Ithaca more than all the others. He spoke, and Menelaus of the great war cry smiled on him, 610, and stroked him with his hand and called him by name and spoke to him. You are of true blood, dear child, in the way you reason. So I shall change all this for you, since I am able to, and of all those gifts that lie stored away in my house, I will give you the one which is most splendid and esteemed at the highest value. 615 I will give you a fashioned mixing bowl. It is of silver all but the edges, and these are finished in gold. This is the work of Hephaestus, the hero Phaedemos, the Sidonians. King gave it to me when his house took me in and sheltered me there on my way home. I would give it to you for a present. Book IV. They came into the cavernous hollow of Lake Daimon and made their way to the house of glorious Menelaus. They found him in his own house, giving, for many townsmen, a wedding feast for his son and his stately daughter, the girl 5 he was sending to the son of Achilles, breaker of battalions. For in Troy land first he had nodded his head to it and promised to give her, and now the gods were bringing to pass their marriage. So he was sending her on her way, with horses and chariots, to the famous city of the Myrmidons, where Neoptolemus, 10 was lord, and he brought Elector's daughter from Sparta to give powerful Megapenthes, his young grown son born to him by a slave woman. But the gods gave no more children to Helen. Once she had borne her first and only child, the lovely Hermione, with the beauty of Aphrodite the Golden. 15. So these neighbors and townsmen of glorious Menelaus were at their feasting all about the great house with the high roof, and taking their ease, and among them stepped an inspired singer playing his lyre, while among the dancers 2 acrobats led the measures of song and dance, revolving among them. 20. These 2 now, the hero Telemachus and the Shining, son of Nestor in the forecourt, themselves and their horses, stood, while powerful Eteoneus, who was the active henchman of glorious Menelaus, came forward and saw them, and went with his message through the house to the shepherd of the people. Entertainment by Menelaus. 25. He came, and standing close beside him, addressed him in winged words. Menelaus, dear to Zeus, here are certain strangers, 2 men, and they look like the breed of great Zeus. Tell me then, whether we should unharness their fast horses, or send them on to somebody else who can entertain them. 30. Then, deeply vexed, fair-haired Menelaus answered him, Eteoneus, son of Boethos, you were never a fool before, but now you are babbling nonsense, as a child would do. Surely we too have eaten much hospitality from other men before we came back here. May Zeus only, 35, make an end of such misery hereafter. Unharness the strangers' horses then, and bring the men here to be feasted. So he spoke, and the man hurried through the hall, bestirring the other active henchmen to come on the way along with him. They set free the sweating horses from under the harness, 40, and tethered them fast by the reins in front of the horse mangers, and put down fodder before them, and mixed white millet into it, and leaned the chariots up against the glittering inner walls, and led the men inside the divine house. These marveled, as they admired the palace of the king whom Zeus loved. 45, for as the shining of the sun or the moon was the shining all through this high-roofed house of glorious Menelaus. When with their eyes they had had their pleasure and admiration, they stepped into the bathtub smooth polished and bathed there. Then when the maids had bathed them and anointed them with oil, 50, and put cloaks of thick fleece and tunics upon them, they went and sat on chairs beside Menelaus the son of Atreus. A maidservant brought water for them and poured it from a splendid and golden pitcher, holding it above a silver basin, for them to wash, and she pulled a polished table before them. 55, a grave housekeeper brought in the bread and served it to them, adding many good things to it, generous with her provisions, while a carver lifted platters of all kinds of meat and set them in front of them, and placed beside them the golden goblets. Then, in greeting fair-haired Menelaus, said to them, 60, help yourselves to the food and welcome. And then afterward, when you have tasted dinner, we shall ask you who among. Men you are, for the stock of your parents can be no lost one, but you are of the race of men who are kings, whom Zeus sustains. 620. So these 2 remained conversing this way together, and the banqueters came now into the divine king's palace, and they drove sheep and carried heartening wine, and with them their wives, in handsome hoods, brought food along. In this way they about the palace were busy preparing dinner, 625, but meanwhile before the palace of Odysseus the suitors. amused themselves with discs and with light spears for throwing on a leveled floor, unruly men as they always had been. But Antinos and Eurymachos the godlike were seated. As lords of the suitors, out and away the best men among them, 630, and to them now came Phronios' son Noemon, approaching. Antinos, and spoke to him, and asked him a question. Antinos, do we have an idea in our minds, or do we not, when Telemachos will come back from sandy Pylos? He has gone and taken my ship, and now I find that I need her 635 for crossing over to spacious Elise, where I have a dozen horses, mares, and suckling from them hard-working, unbroken. Mules. I would like to break one in, taking it from the others. So he spoke, and they were amazed at heart. They had not thought he had gone to Pylos, the city of Neleus, but that he was somewhere 640 near, on his lands, among the flocks, or else with the swineherd. It was Antinos the son of Eupeithes that answered, "Tell me the truth now. When did he go? And which of the young men went with him? The choice men of Ithaca, or were they his own following, henchmen and servants? Even he could accomplish so much. 645, and tell me this, and tell me truly, so I can be certain, ambush plotted against Telemachos. Did he take your black ship from you by force, when you were unwilling? Or did you willingly give it him, when he spoke to you for it?" Then the son of Noemon, Phronios, gave him an answer. "I gave it to him of my free will. What else could one do? 650 when a man like this, with so many cares to trouble his spirit, asked for it? It would be hard to deny him the giving. And the young men who are going along with him are the noblest in our neighborhood. Also, I saw going aboard his leader, mentor, or it was a god, but he was in every way like him, 655, and yet I wonder, for yesterday early I saw the splendid. Mentor here, before he was boarding a ship for Pylos, so he spoke, and went away to the house of his father, and the proud heart in both these suitors was filled with amazement. They had the suitors sit down in a group and stop their contests. 660. It was Antinos, the son of Eupeithes, who spoke to them, raging, the heart within filled black to the brim with anger, from beneath, but his two eyes showed like fire in their blazing. Here now is a monstrous thing, this voyage made by Telemachos, and insolently put through. We thought he would never achieve it. 665A young boy, in despite of so many of us, has hauled down his ship and gone away, choosing out the best men in the country. The evil will begin to go further. May Zeus grant destruction of the life in him before he comes to full measure of manhood. But come now, give me a fast ship and 20 companions, 670, so that I can watch his return and lie in, wait for him, in the narrow strait between Ithaca and towering Samos, and make him sorry for this sea-going in search of his father." So he spoke, and they all approved what he said and urged it, and at once they stood up and went inside the house of Odysseus. 675, nor did Penelope go for a long time without knowing. Of the counsels which the suitors had been secretly planning, for Medon the herald told her, having overheard their counsels. He had been standing outside the court while they plotted inside it, and he went on his way with the message into the house of Penelope. 680 Penelope spoke to him as he stepped over the threshold. "Herald, on what errand have the proud suitors sent you? Is it to tell the serving maids of godlike Odysseus to stop their work so as to prepare the suitors a dinner? Could this not be the last and the latest time of their dining?" Penelope hears the news. 685 here, whether coming to court me or meeting for some other reason? You, who keep gathering here and consuming away much livelihood, the property of wise Telemachos, nor have you listened to what you heard from your fathers before you, when you were children, what kind of man Odysseus was among your own parents. 690, how he did no act and spoke no word in his own country that was unfair. And that is a way divine kings have. One will be hateful to a certain man and favor another. But Odysseus was never outrageous at all to any man. But in you, the spirit is plain to see, and your unjust actions, 695, how you have no gratitude thereafter for good things done you. Medon, in turn, a man of thoughtful mind, said to her, "If only, my queen, That could be the worst of the evil. But the suitors now are devising another thing that is much worse and harder to bear. May the son of Kronos not see it accomplished. 700. Now they are minded to kill Telemachus with the sharp bronze on his way home. He went in quest of news of his father, to Pylos, the sacrosanct, and to glorious Lake Daimon. So he spoke, and her knees gave way, and the heart in her. She stayed a long time without a word, speechless, and her eyes 705 filled with tears. The springing voice was held still within her. At long last she found words to speak to him and answer, "Herald, why is my child gone from me?" There was no reason for him to board fast-running ships, which serve as horses, for men on the salt sea, and they cross the expanses of water. 710, must it be, so that even his name shall be gone from men's minds? Medon, then, a thoughtful man, spoke to her in answer. I do not know whether some god moved him, or whether his own mind had the impulse to go to Pylos in order to find out about his father's homecoming, or what fate he had met with. 715. So speaking, he went away back into the house of Odysseus, and a cloud of heart-wasting sorrow was on her. She had no strength left to sit down in a chair, though there were many there in the palace, but sat down on the floor of her own well-wrought bedchamber, weeping pitifully, and about her, her maids were wailing. 720 all, who were there in the house with her, both young and old ones. To them weeping constantly, Penelope spoke now. Hear me, dear friends. The Olympian has given me sorrows beyond all others who were born and brought up together. The sorrows of Penelope. With me, for first I lost a husband with the heart of a lion, 725, and who among the Danaans surpassed in all virtues, and great, whose fame goes wide through Hellas and midmost Argos. And now again the storm winds have caught away my beloved. Son, without trace, from the halls, and I never heard when he left me. Hard-hearted, not one out of all of you then remembered. 730 to wake me out of my bed, though your minds knew all clearly when he went out and away to board the hollow black ship. For if I had heard that he was considering this journey, then he would have had to stay, though hastening to his voyage, or he would have had to leave me dead in the halls. So now, 735, let someone make her way quickly and summon the old man Dolios, my own servant, whom my father gave me to have as I came here, and he keeps an orchard full of trees for me, so that he may. Go with speed to Laertes and sit beside him and tell him all, and perhaps he, weaving out the design in his heart, 740 may go outside and complain to the people of those who are striving to waste away his own seed and that of godlike Odysseus. Then in turn Eurycleia, her dear nurse, said to her, Kill me then, dear girl, with the pitiless bronze, or else let me be in the halls. I will not hide the story from you. 745, I did know all these things, and I gave him all that he asked for, both bread and sweet wine, but he took a great oath from me, never to tell you of it until it came to the 12th day, or until you might miss him yourself, or hear he was absent, so that you might not ruin your lovely skin with weeping. 750, but go. Wash with water and put clean clothing upon your body, and going on to the upper story with your attendant. Women, pray to Athene, daughter of Zeus of the Aegis, for she would then be able to save him, even from dying. But do not embitter the bitterness of the old man, I think. 755, the seed of Archesios is not altogether hated by the blessed gods, but there will still be one left to inherit the high-roofed house and the rich fields that lie at a distance. So she spoke and stilled her grieving and stopped the weeping of her eyes, and she washed and put clean clothing upon her body. 760, and went to the upper story with her attendant women, and laid the barley grains in the basket, and prayed to Athene. Hear me, Atritone, child of Zeus of the Aegis. The ambush is set. If ever here in his own palace resourceful Odysseus burned the rich thigh pieces of an ox or sheep in your honor, 765, remember it now for my sake, and save for me my beloved son, and fend off the suitors who are evilly overbearing. She spoke and raised the outcry, and the goddess listened to her praying. But the suitors all through the shadowy halls were raising a tumult, and thus would go the word of one of the arrogant young men. 770, surely our much sought-after queen is consenting to marriage with one of us, not knowing how the murder of her son is appointed. Thus one of them would speak, not knowing what was appointed. But it was Antinous who now stood forth and addressed them. You are all mad. Keep clear of all this kind of disorderly. 775 talk, for fear somebody may go inside and report us. But come, let us silently rise up now and put into action that counsel which has been resolved in the hearts of all of us. So he spoke, and chose out the 20 best men among them, and they went along to the fast ship and the sand of the seashore, 780, and first of all they dragged the ship out to the deepening water, and in the black hull set the mast in place, and set sails, and made the oars fast in the leather slings of the oarlocks all in good order, and hoisted the white sails, and set them, and their high-hearted henchmen carried their gear on for them. 785. They anchored her deep enough in the channel, and then disembarking themselves, prepared their dinner and waited for the coming of evening. But she, in the upper chamber, circumspect Penelope, lay there fasting. She had tasted no food nor drink, only pondering whether her stately son would escape from dying. 790, or have to go down under the hands of the insolent suitors. And as much as a lion caught in a crowd of men turns about in fear, when they have made a treacherous circle about him, so she was pondering, when the painless sleep came upon her, and all her joints were relaxed, so that she slept there reclining. 795. Then the gray-eyed goddess Athene thought what to do next. She made an image, and likened it to Penelope's sister. Iphthime, the daughter of great-hearted Icarios, whose husband was Eumelos, and he lived in his home at Pherae. She sent her now into the house of godlike Odysseus 800 in order to stop Penelope, who was grieving, lamenting, a dream from Athene, from her crying and tearful lamentation. The dream figure went into the bedchamber passing beside the thong of the door bar, and came and stood above her head, and spoke a word to her. Penelope, are you sleeping so sorrowful in the inward? 805 heart? But the gods who live at their ease do not suffer you to weep and to be troubled, since your son will have his homecoming even yet, since he has done no wrong in the gods' sight. Circumspect Penelope said to her in answer, sleeping very sweetly now in the dream's gateway. 810. Why have you come here, sister, now, when you were not used to come before, since the home where you live is far away from us? And now you tell me to give over from the grieving and sorrows that are many upon me and trouble me in my heart and spirit, since first I lost a husband with the heart of a lion, 815, and who among the Danaan surpassed in all virtues, a great man, whose fame goes wide, through Hellas and midmost Argos, and now again a beloved son is gone on a hollow ship, an innocent, all unversed in fighting and speaking, and it is for him I grieve even more than for that other one, 820, and tremble for him in fear, lest something should happen to him either in the country where he has gone or on the wide sea, for he has many who hate him and are contriving against him, and striving to kill him before he comes back into his own country. Then in turn the dark dream image spoke to her in answer. 825. Take courage. Let not your heart be too altogether frightened. Such an escort goes along with him, and one that other. Men would have prayed to have standing beside them, for she has power, Pallas Athene, and she has pity on you in your grieving, and it is she who has sent me to you to tell you of these things. 830 circumspect Penelope said to her in answer, If then you are a god, and have heard the voice of the goddess, come then, tell me of that other unfortunate. Tell me, whether he still lives and looks upon the sun's shining, or whether he has died and is now in the house of Hades, 835. Then, in turn, the dark dream image spoke to her in answer. As for that other one, I will not tell you the whole story, whether he lives or has died. It is bad to babble emptily. So she spoke and drifted away by the bolt and the doorpost and out and into the blowing winds. Icarios' daughter comforts Penelope. 840 started up from her sleep, soothed in the inward heart, because this clear dream in the dim of the night had come to visit her. But the suitors went aboard and sailed out into the flowing ways, in their hearts devising sudden death for Telemachus. There is a rocky island there in the middle channel 845 halfway between Ithaca and towering Samos called Asteris. Not large, but it has a double anchorage where ships can be hidden. There the Achaeans waited in ambush. Book V. Now dawn rose from her bed, where she lay by haughty Tithonus, carrying light to the immortal gods and to mortals. And the gods came and took their places in session, and among them Zeus, who thunders on high. And it is his power that is greatest. 5, and Athene spoke to them of the many cares of Odysseus, remembering. Though he was in the nymph's house, she still thought of him, Father Zeus, and all other blessed gods everlasting. No longer now let one who is a sceptered king be eager, to be gentle and kind. Be one whose thought is schooled in justice. 10, but let him always rather be harsh and act severely, seeing the way no one of the people he was lord over remembers God like Odysseus, and he was kind like a father. But now he lies away on an island, suffering strong pains in the palace of the nymph Calypso, and she detains him. 15 by constraint, and he cannot make his way to his country, for he has not any ships by him, nor any companions who can convey him back across the sea's wide ridges. And now there are those who are determined to murder his dear son on his way home. He went in quest of news of his father, 20 to Pylos, the sacrosanct, and to glorious Lake Daimon. Then in turn Zeus, who gathers the clouds, made answer, "My child, what sort of word has escaped your teeth's barrier? For is not this your own intention, as you have counseled it? Hermes is sent to liberate Odysseus. How Odysseus shall make his way back and punish those others." 25. Then bring Telemachus home skillfully, since you can do this, so that all without harm he can come back to his own country while the suitor's in. Their ship come back with nothing accomplished. He spoke, and then spoke directly to his beloved son, Hermes. "Hermes, since for other things also, you are our messenger, 30 announced to the nymph with the lovely hair our absolute purpose, the homecoming of enduring Odysseus, that he shall come back by the convoy neither of the gods nor of mortal people, but he shall sail on a jointed raft and, suffering hardships, on the 20th day make his landfall on fertile Scheria. 35 at the country of the Phaeacians, who are near the gods in origin, and they will honor him in their hearts as a god, and send him back, by ship, to the beloved land of his fathers, bestowing bronze and gold in abundance upon him, and clothing, more than Odysseus could ever have taken away from Troy, even 40 if he had escaped unharmed with his fair share of the plunder. For so it is fated that he shall see his people and come back to his house with the high roof and to the land of his fathers. He spoke, nor disobeyed him the courier Argiphantes. Immediately he bound upon his feet the fair sandals, 45 golden and immortal, that carried him over the water, as over the dry, boundless earth abreast of the wind's blast. He caught up the staff, with which he mazes the eyes of those mortals whose eyes he would maze, or wakes again the sleepers. Holding this in his hands, strong Argiphantes winged his way onward. 50. He stood on Pieria and launched himself from the bright air across the sea and sped the wave-tops, like a shearwater, who, along the deadly deep ways of the barren salt sea, goes hunting fish and sprays quick-beating wings in the salt brine. In such a likeness Hermes rode over much tossing water. 55. But after he had made his way to the far-lying island, he stepped then out of the dark blue sea and walked on over the dry land, till he came to the great cave, where the lovely-haired nymph was at home, and he found that she was inside. There was a great fire blazing on the hearth, and the smell of cedar 60 split in billets, and sweetwood burning, spread all over. The island. She was singing inside the cave with a sweet voice as she went up and down the loom and wove with a golden shuttle. Calypso's island. There was a growth of grove around the cavern, flourishing. Alder was there, and the black poplar and fragrant cypress. 65, and there were birds with spreading wings who made their nests in it, little owls and hawks and birds of the sea with long beaks who are like ravens, but all their work is on the seawater, and right about the hollow cavern extended a flourishing growth of vine that ripened with grape clusters. Next to it, 70, there were 4 fountains, and each of them ran shining water, each next to each, but turned to run in sundry directions. And round about there were meadows growing soft with parsley and violets, and even a god who came into that place would have admired what he saw, the heart delighted within him. 75. There the courier Argeiphontes stood and admired it. But after he had admired all in his heart, he went in, to the wide cave, nor did the shining goddess Calypso fail to recognize him when she saw him come into her presence. For the immortal gods are not such as to go unrecognized, 80 by one another, not even if one lives in a far home. But Hermes did not find great-hearted Odysseus indoors, but he was sitting out on the beach, crying, as before now he had done, breaking his heart in tears, lamentation, and sorrow. As weeping tears he looked out over the barren water. 85. But Calypso, shining among goddesses, questioned Hermes, when she had seated him on a chair that shone and glittered. "How is it, Hermes of the golden staff, you have come to me? I honor you and love you, but you have not come much before this. Speak what is in your mind. My heart is urgent to do it, 90 if I can, and if it is a thing that can be accomplished. But come in with me, so I can put entertainment before you." So the goddess spoke, and she set before him a table, which she had filled with ambrosia, and mixed red nectar for him. The courier, Hermes Argeiphontes, ate and drank then 95, but when he had dined and satisfied his hunger with eating, then he began to speak, answering what she had asked him. "You, a goddess, ask me, a god, why I came, and therefore I will tell you the whole truth of the tale. It is you who ask me. It was Zeus who told me to come here. I did not wish to. 100 who would willingly make the run across this endless salt water? And there is no city of men nearby, nor people. Hermes tells her to let Odysseus go, who offer choice hecatombs to the gods and perform sacrifice. But there is no way for another god to elude the purpose of aegis-bearing Zeus or bring it to nothing, he says. 105 you have with you the man who is wretched beyond all the other men of all those who fought around the city of Priam for 9 years, and in the 10th they sacked the city and set sail for home. But on the voyage home they offended Athene, who let loose an evil tempest and tall waves against them. 110. Then all the rest of his excellent companions perished, but the wind and the current carried him here, and here they drove him. Now Zeus tells you to send him on his way with all speed. It is not appointed for him to die here, away from his people. It is still his fate that he shall see his people and come back 115 to his house with the high roof and to the land of his fathers. So he spoke, and Calypso, shining among divinities, shuddered and answered him in winged words and addressed him. You are hard-hearted, you gods, and jealous beyond all creatures beside, when you are resentful toward the goddesses for sleeping 120 openly with such men as each has made her true husband. So when Dawn of the Rosy Fingers chose out Orion, all you gods who live at your ease were full of resentment, until chaste Artemis of the golden throne in Ortygia came with a visitation of painless arrows and killed him. 125, and so it was when Demeter of the lovely hair, yielding to her desire, lay down with Iasion and loved him in a thrice-turned field. It was not long before this was made known to Zeus, who struck him down with a cast of the shining thunderbolt. So now, you gods, you resented in me that I keep beside me 130 a man, the one I saved when he clung astride of the keelboard all alone, since Zeus with a cast of the shining thunderbolt had shattered his fast ship midway on the wine-blue water. Then all the rest of his excellent companions perished, but the wind and the current carried him here, and here they drove him, 135, and I gave him my love and cherished him. And I had hopes also that I could make him immortal and all his days to be endless. But since there is no way for another god to elude the purpose of aegis-bearing Zeus or bring it to nothing, let him go. Let him go. If he himself is asking for this and desires it, 140 out on the barren sea. But I will not give him conveyance, Calypso tells Odysseus, For I have not any ships by me, nor any companions who can convey him back across the sea's wide ridges. But I will freely give him my counsel and hold back nothing, so that all without harm he can come back to his own country. 145. Then in turn the courier Argeiphontes answered her, Then send him accordingly on his way, and beware of the anger of Zeus, lest he hold a grudge hereafter and rage against you. So spoke powerful Argeiphontes, and there he left her, while she, the queenly nymph, when she had been given the message 150 from Zeus, set out searching after great-hearted Odysseus, and found him sitting on the seashore, and his eyes were never wiped dry of tears, and the sweet lifetime was draining out of him as he wept for a way home, since the nymph was no longer pleasing to him. By nights he would lie beside her, of necessity, 155 in the hollow caverns, against his will, by one who was willing. But all the days he would sit upon the rocks, at the seaside, breaking his heart in tears and lamentation and sorrow. As weeping tears, he looked out over the barren water. She, bright among divinities, stood near and spoke to him. 160 poor man, no longer mourn here beside me, nor let your lifetime fade away, since now I will send you on with a good will. So come, cut long timbers with a bronze axe and join them to make a wide raft and fashion decks that will be on the upper side to carry you over the misty face of the water. 165. Then I will stow aboard her bread and water and ruddy, wine, strength-giving goods that will keep the hunger from you, and put clothing on you, and send a following stern wind after, so that all without harm you can come back to your own country, if only the gods consent. It is they who hold wide heaven. 170, and they are more powerful than I to devise and accomplish. So she spoke to him, but long-suffering great Odysseus shuddered to hear, and spoke again in turn and addressed her. Here is some other thing you devise, O goddess. It is not conveyance, when you tell me to cross the sea's great open 175 space on a raft. That is dangerous and hard, not even. Balanced ships rejoicing in a wind from Zeus cross over. I will not go aboard any raft without your good will, nor unless, goddess, you can bring yourself to swear me a great oath that this is not some painful trial you are planning against me, the will of the gods. 180. So he spoke, and Calypso, shining among divinities, smiled and stroked him with her hand and spoke to him and named him. You are so naughty, and you will have your own way in all things. See how you have spoken to me and reason with me. Earth be my witness in this, and the wide heaven above us. 185, and the dripping water of the Styx. Which oath is the biggest and most formidable oath among the blessed immortals, that this is no other painful trial I am planning against you, but I am thinking and planning for you just as I would do it for my own self, if such needs as yours were to come upon me. 190, for the mind in me is reasonable, and I have no spirit of iron inside my heart. Rather, it is compassionate. So she spoke, a shining goddess, and led the way swiftly, and the man followed behind her, walking in the god's footsteps. They made their way, the man and the god, to the hollow cavern, 195, and he seated himself upon the chair from which Hermes lately had risen, while the nymph set all manner of food before him to eat and drink, such things as mortal people feed upon. She herself sat across the table from godlike Odysseus, and her serving maids set nectar and ambrosia before her. 200. They put their hands to the good things that lay ready before them. But after they had taken their pleasure in eating and drinking, the talking was begun by the shining goddess Calypso, son of Laertes and seed of Zeus, resourceful Odysseus. Are you still all so eager to go on back to your own house 205 in the land of your fathers? I wish you well, however you do it, but if you only knew in your own heart how many hardships you were fated to undergo before getting back to your country, you would stay here with me and be the lord of this household and be an immortal, for all your longing once more to look on 210, that wife for whom you are pining all your days here. And yet I think that I can claim that I am not her, inferior, either in build or stature, since it is not likely that mortal women can challenge the goddesses for build and beauty. Then resourceful Odysseus spoke in turn and answered her, 215 goddess and queen, do not be angry with me. I myself know that all you say is true, and that circumspect Penelope can never match the impression you make for beauty and stature. She is mortal after all, and you are immortal and ageless. Odysseus builds a raft. But even so, what I want and all my days I pine for, 220 is to go back to my house and see my day of homecoming. And if some god batters me far out on the wine-blue water, I will endure it, keeping a stubborn spirit inside me, for already I have suffered much and done much hard work on the waves and in the fighting. So let this adventure follow. 225. So he spoke, and the sun went down, and the darkness came over. These two, withdrawn in the inner recess of the hollowed cavern, enjoyed themselves in love and stayed all night by each other. But when the young dawn showed again with her rosy fingers, Odysseus wrapped himself in an outer cloak and a tunic. 230, while she, the nymph, mantled herself in a gleaming white robe, fine woven and delightful. And around her waist she fastened a handsome belt of gold, and on her head was a wimple. She set about planning the journey for great-hearted Odysseus. She gave him a great axe that was fitted to his palms and headed 235 with bronze, with a double edge each way, and fitted inside it a very beautiful handle of olive wood, well hafted. Then she gave him a well-finished adze, and led the way onward to the far end of the island, where there were trees, tall grown, alder and black poplar and fir that towered to the heaven, 240, but all gone dry long ago and dead, so they would float lightly. But when she had shown him where the tall trees grew, Calypso, shining among divinities, went back to her own house, while he turned to cutting his timbers and quickly had his work finished. He threw down 20 in all, and trimmed them well with his bronze axe, 245, and planed them expertly, and trued them straight to a chalk line. Calypso, the shining goddess, at that time came back, bringing him an auger, and he bored through them all and pinned them together with dowels, and then with cords he lashed his raft together. And as great as is the bottom of a broad cargo carrying, 250 ship, when a man well skilled in carpentry fashions it, such was the size of the broad raft made for himself by Odysseus. Next, setting up the deck boards and fitting them to close uprights, he worked them on, and closed in the ends with sweeping gunwales. Then he fashioned the mast, with an upper deck fitted to it, 255, and made in addition a steering oar by which to direct her, and fenced her in down the whole length with wattles of osier to keep the water out, and expended much timber upon this. And Calypso sends him off. Next, Calypso, the shining goddess, brought out the sailcloth to make the sails with, and he carefully worked these also, 260, and attached the straps and halyards and sheets all in place aboard her, and then with levers worked her down to the bright salt water. It was the 4th day, and all his work was finished. Then on the 5th day, shining Calypso saw him off from the island. When she had bathed him and put fragrant clothing upon him, 265, and the goddess put 2 skins aboard, one filled with dark wine, and the other, the big one, filled with water, and put on provisions in a bag, and stored there many good things to keep a man's strength up, and sent a following wind to carry him, warm and easy. Glorious Odysseus, happy with the wind, spread sails, 270, and taking his seat artfully with the steering oar he held her on her course, nor did sleep ever descend on his eyelids, as he kept his eye on the Pleiades and late-setting Bodes and the bear, to whom men give also the name of the wagon, who turns about in a fixed place and looks at Orion, 275, and she alone is never plunged in the wash of the ocean. For so Calypso, bright among goddesses, had told him to make his way over the sea, keeping the bear on his left hand. 17 days he sailed, making his way over the water, and on the 18th day there showed the shadowy mountains 280 of the Phaeacian land where it stood out nearest to him, and it looked like a shield lying on the misty face of the water. Coming back from the Ethiopians, the strong earth-shaker saw him from far on the mountains of the Solymoa. He was visible sailing over the sea. Poseidon was the more angered, 285 with him, and shook his head and spoke to his own spirit. For shame, surely the gods have rashly changed their intentions about Odysseus while I was away in the Ethiopians. land, and he nears the Phaeacian country where it is appointed that he shall escape this great trial of misery that is now his. 290, but I think I can still give him a good full portion of trouble. He spoke and pulled the clouds together, in both hands gripping the trident, and staggered the sea, and let loose all the storm blasts of all the winds together, and huddled under the cloud scuds land alike, and the great water. Night sprang from heaven. 295 east wind and south wind clashed together, and the bitter blown west wind. Poseidon wrecked the raft, and the north wind borne in the bright air rolled up a heavy sea. The knees of Odysseus gave way for fear, and the heart inside him, and deeply troubled he spoke to his own great-hearted spirit. Ah, me unhappy, what in the long outcome will befall me? 300 I fear the goddess might have spoken the truth in all ways when she said that on the sea, and before I came to my country I would go through hardships. Now all this is being accomplished. Such clouds are these, with which Zeus is cramming the wide sky and has staggered the sea, and storm blasts of winds from every 305 direction are crowding in. My sheer destruction is certain. 3 times and 4 times happy those Danaans were who died, then in wide Troy land, bringing favor to the sons of Atreus, as I wish I too had died at that time and met my destiny. On the day when the greatest number of Trojans threw their bronze-headed 310 weapons upon me, over the body of perished Achilles, and I would have had my rights and the Achaeans given me glory. Now it is by a dismal death that I must be taken. As he spoke so, a great wave drove down from above him with a horrible rush and spun the raft in a circle, 315, and he was thrown clear far from the raft and let the steering oar slip from his hands. A terrible gust of storm winds whirling together and blowing snapped the mast tree off in the middle, and the sail and the upper deck were thrown far and fell in the water. He himself was ducked for a long time, nor was he able. 320 to come up quickly from under the great rush of the water, for the clothing which divine Calypso had given weighted him down. At last he got to the surface and spat the bitter, salt sea water that drained from his head, which was filled with it. But he did not forget about his raft, for all his trouble. 325 but turned and swam back through the waves, and laid hold of it, and huddled down in the middle of it, avoiding death's end. Then the waves tossed her about the current, now here, now there, as the north wind in autumn tumbles and tosses thistledown along the plain, and the bunches hold fast one on another, 330, so the winds tossed her on the great sea, now here, now there, and now it would be south wind and north that pushed her between them, and then again east wind and west would burst in and follow. But Leucothea rescues Odysseus. The daughter of Cadmos, sweet-stepping Ino called Leucothea, saw him. She had once been one who spoke as a mortal, 335, but now in the gulfs of the sea she holds degree as a goddess. She took pity on Odysseus as he drifted and suffered hardship, and likening herself to a winged gannet she came up, out of the water, and perched on the raft and spoke a word to him. Poor man! Why is Poseidon, the shaker of the earth, so bitterly 340 cankered against you, to give you such a harvest of evils? And yet he will not do away with you, for all his anger. But do as I say, since you seem to me not lacking in good sense. Take off these clothes, and leave the raft to drift at the wind's will, and then strike out and swim with your hands, and make for a landfall 345 on the Phaeacian country, where your escape is destined. And here, take this veil. It is immortal, and fasten it under your chest. And there is no need for you to die, nor to suffer. But when with both your hands you have taken hold of the mainland, untie the veil and throw it out in the wine-blue water, 350 far from the land, and turn your face away as you do so. So spoke the goddess and handed him the veil. Then herself, in the likeness of a gannet, slipped back into the heaving sea, and the dark and tossing water closed above her. Now long-suffering great Odysseus pondered 2 courses, 355, and troubled he spoke then to his own great-hearted spirit. Ah me, which of the immortals is weaving deception? Against me, and tells me to put off from the raft? But no, I will not do it yet, since I have seen with my own eyes that the shore, where she said I could escape, is still far from me. 360. But here is what I will do, and this seems to me the best way. As long as the timbers hold together and the construction remains, I will stay with it and endure those suffering hardships. But once the heaving sea has shaken my raft to pieces, then I will swim. There is nothing better that I can think of. 365. Now, as he was pondering these ways in his heart and spirit, Poseidon, shaker of the earth, drove on a great wave that was terrible and rough, and it curled over and broke down upon him, and as when the wind blows hard on a dry pile of chaff and scatters it abroad in every direction. 370, so the raft's long timbers were scattered, but now Odysseus sat astride one beam, like a man riding on horseback, Odysseus aided by Athene, and stripped off the clothing which the divine Calypso had given him, and rapidly tied the veil of Ino around his chest, then threw himself head first in the water, and with his arms spread 375 stroked as hard as he could. The strong earthshaker saw him swimming, and shook his head and spoke to his own spirit. There, now, drift on the open sea, suffering much trouble until you come among certain people who are the gods' fosterlings. Even so, I hope you will not complain that I stinted your hardships. 380. So he spoke, and laid the lash on his fair-maned horses, and made his way to Aigai, where he has his fabulous palace. But now Athene, daughter of Zeus, planned what was to follow. She fastened down the courses of all the rest of the storm winds, and told them all to go to sleep now and to give over. 385 but stirred a hastening north wind, and broke down the seas before him, until Zeus sprung Odysseus, escaping death and the spirits of death, might join the company of oar-loving Phaeacians. Then he was driven 2 nights and 2 days on the heavy seas, and many times his heart foresaw destruction. 390, but when dawn with the lovely hair had brought the 3rd morning, then at last the gale went down and windless weather came on, and now he saw the land lying very close to him, as he took a sharp look, lifted high on the top of a great wave, and as welcome as the show of life again in a father. 395 is to his children, when he has lain sick, suffering strong pains, and wasting long away, and the hateful death spirit has brushed him. But then, and it is welcome, the gods set him free of his sickness. So welcome appeared land and forest now to Odysseus, and he swam, pressing on so as to set foot on the mainland. 400, but when he was as far away as a voice can carry, he heard the thumping of the sea on the jagged rock teeth, for a big surf, terribly sucked up from the main, was crashing on the dry land. All was mantled in salt spray, and there were no harbors to hold ships, no roadsteads for them to ride in. 405, but promontories outthrust and ragged rock teeth and boulders. The knees of Odysseus gave way for fear, and the heart inside him, and deeply troubled he spoke to his own great-hearted spirit. Ah me! Now that Zeus has granted a sight of unhoped for land, and now I have made the crossing of this great distance. 410, I see no way for me to get out of the gray seawater, barely avoids the rocks. For on the outer side are sharp rocks, and the surf about them breaks and roars, and the sheer of the cliff runs up above them, and the sea is deep close inshore, so that there is no place to stand bracing on both my feet, and so avoid trouble. 415, I fear that as I climb out a great wave will catch and throw me against the stony cliff. That will be a pitiful landing. Yet if I try to swim on along in the hope of finding beaches that slant against the waves or harbors for shelter from the sea, I fear that once again the whirlwind will snatch me 420 and carry me out on the sea where the fish swarm, groaning heavily, or else the divinity from the deep will let loose against me a sea monster of whom Amphitrite keeps so many. For I know how bitterly the renowned Earthshaker hates me. Now as he was pondering this in his heart and spirit, 425 meanwhile, a great wave carried him against the rough rock face, and there his skin would have been taken off, his bones crushed together, had not the gray-eyed goddess Athene sent him an inkling, and he frantically caught hold with both hands on the rock face and clung to it, groaning, until the great wave went over. This one 430 he so escaped, but the backwash of the same wave caught him where he clung and threw him far out in the open water. As when an octopus is dragged away from its shelter. The thickly clustered pebbles stick in the cups of the tentacles, so in contact with the rock, the skin from his bold hands. 435 was torn away. Now the great sea covered him over, and Odysseus would have perished, wretched, beyond his destiny, had not the gray-eyed goddess Athene given him forethought. He got clear of the surf, where it sucks against the land, and swam on along, looking always toward the shore in the hope of finding 440 beaches that slanted against the waves or harbors for shelter from the sea. But when he came, swimming along, to the mouth of a sweet-running river, this at last seemed to him the best place, being bare of rocks, and there was even shelter from the wind there. He saw where the river came out and prayed to him in his spirit. 445, hear me, my lord, whoever you are. I come in great need to you, a fugitive from the sea and the curse of Poseidon, even for immortal gods that man has a claim on their mercy, who comes to them as a wandering man, in the way that I now come to your current and to your knees after much suffering. Odysseus comes ashore. 450 pity me then, my lord. I call myself your suppliant. He spoke, and the river stayed his current, stopped the waves breaking, and made all quiet in front of him and let him get safely into the outlet of the river. Now he flexed both knees and his ponderous hands. His very heart was sick with salt water. 455, and all his flesh was swollen, and the seawater crusted stiffly in his mouth and nostrils, and with a terrible weariness fallen upon him, he lay unable to breathe or speak in his weakness. But when he got his breath back and the spirit regathered into his heart, he at last unbound the veil of the goddess from him, 460, and let it go, to drift in the seaward course of the river, and the great wave carried it out on the current, and presently Ino took it back into her hands. Odysseus staggered from the river and lay down again in the rushes and kissed the grain-giving soil. Then deeply troubled he spoke to his own great-hearted spirit. 465, what will happen now, and what in the long outcome will befall me? For if I wait out the uncomfortable night by the river, I fear that the female dew and the evil frost together will be too much for my damaged strength. I am so exhausted, and in the morning a chilly wind will blow from the river. 470, but if I go up the slope and into the shadowy forest and lie down to sleep among the dense bushes, even if the chill and weariness let me be, and a sweet sleep comes upon me, I fear I may become spoil and prey to the wild animals. In the division of his heart, this last way seemed best. 475, and he went to look for the wood and found it close to the water in a conspicuous place, and stopped underneath 2 bushes that grew from the same place, one of shrub and one of wild olive, and neither the force of wet-blowing winds could penetrate these, nor could the shining sun ever strike through with his rays. Nor yet 480 could the rain pass all the way through them. So close together were they grown, interlacing each other. And under these now Odysseus entered, and with his own hands heaped him a bed to sleep on, making it wide, since there was great store of fallen leaves there, enough for 2 men to take cover in, or even 3 men. 485 in the winter season, even in the very worst kind of weather. Seeing this, long-suffering great Odysseus was happy, and lay down in the middle, and made a pile of leaves over him, as when a man buries a burning log in a black ash heap on the island of the Phaeacians. In a remote place in the country, where none live near his neighbors, 490, and saves the seat of fire, having no other place to get a light from, so Odysseus buried himself in the leaves, and Athene shed a sleep on his eyes so as most quickly to quit him by veiling his eyes from the exhaustion of his hard labors. Book VI. So long-suffering great Odysseus slept in that place, in an exhaustion of sleep and weariness, and now Athene went her way to the district and city of the Phaeacian. Men who formerly lived in the spacious land, Hypereia, 5 next to the Cyclopes, who were men too overbearing, and who had kept harrying them, being greater in strength. From here, godlike Nausithous had removed and led a migration, and settled in Scheria, far away from men who eat bread, and driven a wall about the city, and built the houses, 10 and made the temples of the gods and allotted the holdings. But now he had submitted to his fate and gone to Hades, and Alkinoos, learned in designs from the gods, now ruled there. It was to his house that the gray-eyed goddess Athene went, devising the homecoming of great-hearted Odysseus, 15, and she went into the ornate chamber in which a girl was sleeping, like the immortal goddesses for stature and beauty, Nausicaa, the daughter of great-hearted Alkinoos, and beside her 2 handmaidens with beauty given from the Graces, slept on either side of the post with the shining doors closed. 20, she drifted in like a breath of wind to where the girl slept, and came and stood above her head and spoke a word to her, likening herself to the daughter of Dymas, famed for seafaring, a girl of the same age, in whom her fancy delighted. In this likeness the gray-eyed Athene spoke to her. Nausicaa is inspired to go and wash the clothes. 25 Nausicaa, how could your mother have a child so careless? The shining clothes are lying away uncared for, while your marriage is not. Far off, when you should be in your glory for clothes to wear, and provide too for those who attend you. It is from such things that a good reputation among people 30 springs up, giving pleasure to your father and the lady your mother. So let us go on a washing tomorrow when dawn shows. I too will go along with you and help you, so you can have all done most quickly, since you will not long stay unmarried. For already you are being courted by all the best men. 35 are the Phaeacians hereabouts, and you too are a Phaeacian. So come, urge your famous father early in the morning, to harness the mules and wagon for you, and it shall carry the sashes and dresses and shining coverlets for you. In this way it will be so much more becoming than for you to go there 40 on foot, for the washing places are a long way from the city. So the gray-eyed Athene spoke and went away from her, to Olympos, where the abode of the gods stands firm and unmoving forever, they say, and is not shaken with winds, nor spattered with rains, nor does snow pile ever there, but the shining bright air 45 stretches cloudless away, and the white light glances upon it. And there, in all their days, the blessed gods take their pleasure. There the gray-eyed one went, when she had talked with the young girl. And the next, the dawn came, throned in splendor, and wakened the well-robed girl Nausicaa, and she wondered much at her dreaming. 50, and went through the house, so as to give the word to her parents, to her dear father and her mother. She found them within there. The queen was sitting by the fireside with her attendant women, turning sea-purple yarn on a distaff, her father. She met as he was going out the door to the council. 55 of famed barons, where the proud Phaeacians used to summon him. She stood very close up to her dear father and spoke to him. Daddy dear, will you not have them harness me the wagon? The high one with the good wheels, so that I can take the clothing to the river and wash it? Now it is lying about all dirty, 60, and you yourself, when you sit among the first men in council and share their counsels, ought to have clean clothing about you. And also, you have 5 dear sons who are grown in the palace, Odysseus wakened by Nausicaa. 2 of them married, and other 3 are sprightly bachelors, and they are. Forever wanting clean, fresh clothing to wear at 65 when they go to dance, and it is my duty to think about all this. So she spoke, but she was ashamed to speak of her joyful marriage to her dear father, but he understood all and answered, I do not begrudge you the mules, child, nor anything else. So go, and the serving men will harness the wagon, 70 the high one with the good wheels that has the carrying basket. He spoke and gave the order to the serving men. These obeyed and brought the mule wagon with good wheels outside and put it together, and led the mules under the yoke and harnessed them. And the girl brought the bright clothing out from the inner chamber 75 and laid it in the well-polished wagon. Meanwhile, her mother put in a box all manner of food, which would preserve strength, and put many good things to eat with it, and poured out. Wine in a goatskin bottle, and her daughter put that in the wagon. She gave her limpid olive oil in a golden oil flask, 80 for her and her attendant women to use for anointing. Nausicaa took up the whip and the shining reins, then whipped them into a start, and the mules went noisily forward and pulled without stint, carrying the girl and the clothing. She was not alone. The rest, her handmaidens, walked on beside her. 85. Now, when they had come to the delightful stream of the river, where there was always a washing place, and plenty of glorious water that ran through to wash what was ever so dirty, there they unyoked the mules and set them free from the wagon, and chased them out along the bank of the swirling river 90 to graze on the sweet river grass, while they from the wagon lifted the wash in their hands, and carried it to the black water, and stamped on it in the basins, making a race and game of it until they had washed and rinsed all dirt away, then spread it out in line along the beach of the sea, where the water. 95 of the sea had washed the most big pebbles up on the dry shore. Then they themselves, after bathing and anointing themselves with olive oil, ate their dinner all along by the banks of the river, and waited for the laundry to dry out in the sunshine. But when she and her maids had taken their pleasure in eating, 100 they all threw off their veils for a game of ball, and among them, and the girls at play. It was Nausicaa of the white arms who led in the dancing, and as Artemis, who showers arrows, moves on the mountains either along Taugetos or on high-towering Erymanthos, delighting in boars and deer in their running, 105, and along with her the nymphs, daughters of Zeus of the Aegis, range in the wilds and play. And the heart of Leto is gladdened, for the head and the brows of Artemis are above all the others, and she is easily marked among them, though all are lovely. So this one shone among her handmaidens, a virgin unwedded. 110. But now, when she was about ready once more to harness the mules and fold the splendid clothing and start on the way home, then the gray-eyed goddess Athene thought what to do next, how Odysseus should awake and see the well-favored young girl, and she should be his guide to the city of the Phaeacians. 115. Now the princess threw the ball toward one handmaiden and missed the girl. And the ball went into the swirling water, and they all cried out aloud, and noble Odysseus wakened and sat up and began pondering in his heart and his spirit, "Ah, me, what are the people whose land I have come to this time? 120, and are they violent and savage, and without justice, or hospitable to strangers, with a godly mind? See now how an outcry of young women echoes about me? Of nymphs, who keep the sudden and sheer high mountain places and springs of the rivers and grass of the meadows? Or am I truly 125 in the neighborhood of human people I can converse with? But come now, I myself shall see what I can discover." So speaking, great Odysseus came from under his thicket, and from the dense foliage with his heavy hand he broke off a leafy branch to cover his body and hide the male parts, 130, and went in the confidence of his strength, like some hill-kept lion who advances, though he is reined on and blown by the wind, and both eyes kindle. He goes out after cattle or sheep, or it may be, deer in the wilderness, and his belly is urgent upon him to get inside of a close steading and go for the sheep flocks. 135. So Odysseus was ready to face young girls with well-ordered hair, naked though he was, for the need was on him. And yet he appeared terrifying to them, all crusted with dry spray, and they scattered one way and another down the jutting beaches. Odysseus supplicates Nausicaa. Only the daughter of Alcinous stood fast for Athene. 140 put courage into her heart, and took the fear from her body, and she stood her ground and faced him. And now Odysseus debated whether to supplicate the well-favored girl by clasping her knees, or stand off where he was, and in words of blandishment ask if she would show him the city and lend him clothing. 145. Then in the division of his heart, this way seemed best to him, to stand well off and supplicate in words of blandishment, for fear that, if he clasped her knees, the girl might be angry. So blandishingly and full of craft, he began to address her. "I am at your knees, O queen. But are you mortal or goddess?" 150. If indeed you are one of the gods who hold wide heaven, then I must find in you the nearest likeness to Artemis, the daughter of great Zeus, for beauty, figure, and stature. But if you are one among those mortals who live in this country, 3 times blessed are your father and the lady your mother. 155, and 3 times blessed your brothers too. And I know their spirits are warmed forever with happiness at the thought of you, seeing such a slip of beauty taking her place in the chorus of dancers. But blessed at the heart, even beyond these others, is that one who, after loading you down with gifts, leads you as his bride 160 home. I have never, with these eyes, seen anything like you, neither man nor woman. Wonder takes me as I look on you. Yet in Delos once I saw such a thing by Apollo's altar. I saw the stalk of a young palm shooting up. I had gone there once, and with a following of a great many people, 165 on that journey, which was to mean hard suffering for me. And when I looked upon that tree, my heart admired it long, since such a tree had never yet sprung from the earth. So now, lady, I admire you and wonder, and am terribly afraid to clasp you by the knees. The hard sorrow is on me. 170 yesterday, on the 20th day, I escaped the wine blue sea. Until then, the current and the tearing winds had swept me along from the island Ogygia, and my fate has landed me. Here too, I must have evil to suffer. I do not think it will stop. Before then, the gods have much to give me. 175, then have pity, O Queen. You are the first I have come to after much suffering. There is no one else that I know of here among the people who hold this land and this city, who receives him kindly. Show me the way to the town and give me some rag to wrap me in, if you had any kind of piece of cloth when you came here. 180, and then may the gods give you everything that your heart longs for. May they grant you a husband and a house and sweet agreement in all things, for nothing is better than this, more steadfast than when two people, a man and his wife, keep a harmonious household, a thing that brings much distress to the people who hate them. 185, and pleasure to their well-wishers, and for them the best reputation. Then in turn Nausicaa of the white arms answered him, My friend, since you seem not like a thoughtless man, nor a mean one, it is Zeus himself, the Olympian, who gives people good fortune to each single man, to the good and the bad, just as he wishes. 190, and since he must have given you yours, you must even endure it. But now, since it is our land and our city that you have come to, you shall not lack for clothing nor anything else of those gifts which should befall the unhappy suppliant on his arrival. And I will show you our town and tell you the name of our people. 195. It is the Phaeacians who hold this territory and city, and I myself am the daughter of great-hearted Alkinoos, whose power and dominion are held by right, given from the Phaeacians. She spoke, and to her attendants with well-ordered hair gave instruction. Stand fast, girls. Where are you flying, just because you have looked on 200 a man? Do you think this is some enemy coming against us? There is no such man living, nor can there ever be one who can come into the land of the Phaeacians bringing warlike attack. We are so very dear to the immortals, and we live far apart by ourselves in the wash of the great sea 205 at the utter end, nor do any other people mix with us. But, since this is some poor wanderer who has come to us, we must now take care of him, since all strangers and wanderers are sacred in the sight of Zeus, and the gift is a light and a dear one. So, my attendants, give some food and drink to the stranger, 210, and bathe him where there is shelter from the wind in the river. She spoke, and they stopped their flight, encouraging each other, and led Odysseus down to the sheltered place, as Nausicaa, daughter of great-hearted Alkinoos, had told them to do, and laid out for him to wear a mantle and tunic, 215, and gave him limpid olive oil in a golden oil flask. Athene glorifies Odysseus, and told him he could bathe himself in the stream of the river. Then the glorious Odysseus spoke to these serving maids. Stand as you are, girls, a little away from me, so that I can wash the salt off my shoulders and use the olive oil 220 on them. It is long since my skin has known any ointment, but I will not bathe in front of you, for I feel embarrassed in the presence of lovely-haired girls to appear all naked. He spoke, and they went away and told it to their young mistress. But when great Odysseus had bathed in the river and washed from his body 225 the salt brine, which clung to his back and his broad shoulders, he scraped from his head the scurf of brine from the barren salt sea. But when he had bathed all, and anointed himself with olive oil, and put on the clothing this unwedded girl had given him, then Athene, daughter of Zeus, made him seem taller. 230 for the eye to behold, and thicker, and on his head she arranged the curling locks that hung down like hyacinthine petals. And as when a master craftsman overlays gold on silver, and he is one who is taught by Hephaestus and Pallas Athene in art complete, and grace is on every work he finishes. 235, so Athene gilded with grace his head and his shoulders, and he went a little aside and sat by himself on the seashore, radiant in grace and good looks, and the girl admired him. It was to her attendants with well-ordered hair that she now spoke. Hear me, my white-armed serving women. Let me say something. 240, it is not against the will of all the gods on Olympos that this man is here to be made known to the godlike Phaeacians. A while ago, he seemed an unpromising man to me. Now he even resembles one of the gods who hold high heaven. If only the man to be called my husband could be like this one, 245, a man living here, if only this one were pleased to stay here. But come, my attendants, give some food and drink to the stranger. So she spoke, and they listened well to her and obeyed her, and they set food and drink down beside Odysseus. He then, noble and long-suffering Odysseus, eagerly, 250 ate and drank, since he had not tasted food for a long time. Then Nausicaa of the white arms thought what to do next. She folded the laundry and put it away in the fine mule wagon, and yoked the mules with powerful hooves, and herself mounted, and Nausicaa is impressed, and urged Odysseus, and spoke a word, and named him by title. 255 rise up now, stranger, to go to the city, so I can see you to the house of my own prudent father, where I am confident you will be made known to all the highest Phaeacians. Or rather, do it this way. You seem to me not to be thoughtless. While we are still among the fields and the lands that the people 260 work, for that time follow the mules and the wagon, walking lightly along with the maids, and I will point the way to you. But when we come to the city, and around this is a towering wall, and a handsome harbor either side of the city, and a narrow causeway, and along the road there are oar-swept 265 ships drawn up, for they all have slips, one for each vessel. And there is the place of assembly, put together with quarried stone, and built around a fine precinct of Poseidon. And there they tend to all that gear that goes with the black ships, the hawsers and the sails, and there they fine down their oar blades. 270 for the Phaeacians have no concern with the bow or the quiver, but it is all masts and the oars of ships and the balanced vessels themselves, in which they delight in crossing over the grey sea. And it is their graceless speech I shrink from, for fear one may mock us hereafter, since there are insolent men in our community, 275, and see how one of the worst sort might say when he met us, "Who is this large and handsome stranger whom Nausicaa has with her, and where did she find him? Surely he is to be her husband. But is he astray from some ship of alien men she found for herself, since there are no such hereabouts? 280, or did some god after much entreaty come down in answer to her prayers out of the sky, and all his days will he have her? Better so, if she goes out herself and finds her a husband from elsewhere, since she pays no heed to her own Phaeacian neighbors, although many of these and the best ones court her, 285. So they will speak, and that would be a scandal against me, and I myself would disapprove of a girl who acted. So, that is, without the good will of her dear father, and mother making friends with a man, before being formally married. Then, stranger, understand what I say, in order 290 soon to win escort and a voyage home from my father. You will find a glorious grove of poplars sacred to Athene near the road, and a spring runs there, and there is a meadow. Odysseus and Nausicaa return to the city. About it, and there is my father's estate and his flowering orchard, as far from the city as the shout of a man will carry. 295, sit down there and wait for time enough for the rest of us to reach the town and make our way to my father's palace. But when you estimate that we shall have reached the palace, then go to the city of the Phaeacians and inquire for the palace of my father, great-hearted Alkinoos. This is 300 easily distinguished, so an innocent child could guide you there, for there are no other houses built for the other Phaeacians, anything like the house of the hero Alkinoos. But when you have disappeared inside the house and the courtyard, then go on quickly across the hall until you come to 305, my mother, and she will be sitting beside the hearth in the firelight, turning sea-purple yarn on a distaff, a wonder to look at, and leaning against the pillar, and her maids are sitting behind her. And there is my father's chair of state, drawn close beside her, on which he sits when he drinks his wine like any immortal. 310, go on past him, and then with your arms embrace our mother's knees. Do this, so as to behold your day of homecoming. With happiness and speed, even if you live very far off. For if she has thoughts in her mind that are friendly to you, then there is hope that you can see your own people, and come back 315 to your strong-founded house and to the land of your fathers. So Nausicaa spoke, and with the shining lash whipped up her mules, and swiftly they left the running river behind them, and the mules, neatly twinkling their feet, ran very strongly. But she drove them with care, so that those on foot, Odysseus 320 and the serving maids, could keep up, and use the whip with discretion. And the sun went down, and they came to the famous grove, sacred to Athene. And there the great Odysseus sat down, and immediately thereafter prayed to the daughter of great Zeus. Hear me, Atritone child of Zeus of the Aegis, 325, and listen to me now, since before you did not listen. To my stricken voice as the famous shaker of the earth battered me. Grant that I come, as one loved and pitied among the Phaeacians. So he spoke in prayer, and Pallas Athene heard him, but she did not yet show herself before him, for she respected 330 her father's brother, Poseidon, who still nursed a sore anger at godlike Odysseus until his arrival in his own country. Book V. So long-suffering great Odysseus prayed in that place, but the strength of the mules carried the young girl on to the city, and when she had arrived at the glorious house of her father, she stopped in the forecourt, and there her brothers around her five came and stood, men like immortal gods. They from the mule wagon unyoked the mules and carried the laundry inside, and she went into her chamber. There an old woman of a peer, Eurymedusa, the chamber attendant, lighted a fire for her. Oar-swept ships once carried her over, 10 from a peer, and they chose her out as a prize for Alkinoos because he ruled all the Phaeacians and the people listened as to a god. She had nursed white-armed Nausicaa in the palace. Now she lit her a fire and prepared her a supper indoors. Then Odysseus rose to go to the city. Athene, 15 with kind thought for Odysseus, drifted a deep mist about him, for fear one of the great-hearted Phaeacians, meeting him, might speak to him in a sneering way and ask where he came from. But when he was about to enter the lovely city, there the gray-eyed goddess Athene met him, in the likeness 20 of a young girl, a little maid, carrying a pitcher, and she came and stood before him, and great Odysseus questioned her. My child, would you not show me the way to the house of a certain man, Alkinoos, who is lord over all these people? For I am an unhappy stranger, and I have come here. Athene in disguise informs Odysseus, 25, a long way from a distant land, and I know nobody. Hear of the people who keep this city and the fields about it. Then in turn the gray-eyed goddess Athene answered him, Then, my friend and father, I will show you the house that you asked me to show, since the king lives close beside my own stately father. 30, but go on in silence, the while I lead the way for you, and do not give any of these people your eye, neither ask them questions, for they do not have very much patience with men from the outlands, nor do they lovingly entertain the man come from elsewhere. They, confident in the speed of their running ships, cross over 35 the great open water, since this is the gift of the Earthshaker to them, whose ships move swift as thought, or as a winged creature. So spoke Pallas Athene, and she led the way swiftly, and the man followed behind her, walking in the god's footsteps. But the Phaeacians famed for seafaring were not aware of him 40 as he walked among them through their city, because Athene of the ordered hair, a dread goddess, would not suffer them to, but drifted a magical mist about him as she cared for him lovingly. But Odysseus now admired their balanced ships and their harbors, the meeting places of the heroes themselves and the long, lofty 45 walls that were joined with palisades, a wonder to look at. But when they came to the king's glorious palace, then it was Pallas Athene, the gray-eyed goddess, who began speaking. "Here, my friend and father, you see the house which you asked me to tell you of. Here you will find the kings whom the gods love 50 busy feasting, but you go on in with a spirit that fears nothing. The bold man proves the better for every action in the end, even though he be a stranger coming from elsewhere. First of all, you will find the mistress there in her palace. Arete is the name she is called, and she comes of the same 55 forebears as, in fact, produced the king Alkinoos. First of all, Poseidon, shaker of the earth, and the fairest in form of women, Paraboia, had a son Nausithous. She was the youngest daughter of great-hearted Eurymedon, who in his time had been king over the high-hearted giants. 60, but he lost his recklessly daring people and himself perished, but Poseidon lay in love with his daughter, and she engendered Nausithous the great-hearted, who was lord over the Phaeacians. Nausithous had children, Alkinoos and Rhexenor, the palace of Alkinoos. But Apollo of the silver bow then struck down Rhexenor. 65 married, but without sons in his hall, leaving only the one child Arete, and Alkinoos made her his wife, and gave her. Such pride of place as no other woman on earth is given. Of such women as are now alive, and keep house for husbands. So she was held high in the heart, and still she is so, 70 by her beloved children, by Alkinoos himself, and by the people who look toward her as to a god when they see her, and speak in salutation as she walks about in her city. For there is no good intelligence that she herself lacks. She dissolves quarrels, even among men, when she favors them. 75. So if she has thoughts in her mind that are friendly to you, then there is hope that you can see your own people and come back to your house with the high roof and to the land of your fathers. So gray-eyed Athene spoke and went away from him across the barren and open water, left lovely Scheria. 80, and came to Marathon and to Athens of the wide ways, and entered the close-built house of Erechtheus. But now Odysseus came to the famous house of Alkinoos, but the heart pondered much in him as he stood before coming to the bronze threshold. For as from the sun the light goes, or from the moon, such was 85 the glory on the high-roofed house of great-hearted Alkinoos. Brazen were the walls run about it in either direction, from the inner room to the door, with a cobalt frieze encircling. And golden were the doors that guarded the close of the palace, and silver were the pillars set in the brazen threshold. 90, and there was a silver lintel above, and a golden handle, and dogs made out of gold and silver were on each side of it, fashioned by Hephaestus in his craftsmanship and cunning to watch over the palace of great-hearted Alkinoos, being themselves immortal, and all their days they are ageless. 95, and within, thrones were backed against the wall on both sides all the way from the inner room to the door, with fine-spun, delicate cloths, the work of women, spread out upon them. There the leaders of the Phaeacians held their sessions, and drank and ate, since they held these forever. And there were 100 young men fashioned all of gold, and in their hands holding flaring torches, who stood on the strong compounded bases, and shed a gleam through the house by night, to shine on the feasters. The palace of Alkinoos. And in his house are 50 serving women, and of these, some grind the apple-colored grain at the turn of the handmill, 105, and there are those who weave the webs and who turn the distaffs, sitting restless as leaves of the tall black poplar, and from the cloths where it is sieved oozes the limpid olive oil. As much as Phaeacian men are expert beyond all others for driving a fast ship on the open sea, so their women. 110 are skilled in weaving and dowered with wisdom bestowed by Athene to be expert in beautiful work, to have good character. On the outside of the courtyard and next, the doors is his orchard, a great one, 4 land measures, with a fence driven all around it. And there is the place where his fruit trees are grown tall and flourishing, 115 pear trees and pomegranate trees and apple trees with their shining fruit, and the sweet fig trees and the flourishing olive. Never is the fruit spoiled on these, never does it give out, neither in wintertime nor summer. But always the west wind blowing on the fruits brings some to ripeness while he starts others. 120 pear matures on pear in that place, apple upon apple, grape cluster on grape cluster, fig upon fig. There also he has a vineyard planted that gives abundant produce, some of it a warm area on level ground where the grapes are left to dry in the sun. But elsewhere they are gathering others 125 and trampling out yet others. And in front of these are unripe grapes that have cast off their bloom while others are darkening. And there at the bottom strip of the field are growing orderly rows of greens, all kinds, and these are lush through the seasons. And their 2 springs distribute water, one through all the garden, 130 space, and one on the other side jets out by the courtyard door and the lofty house where townspeople come for their water. Such are the glorious gifts of the gods at the house of Alkinoos. And their long-suffering great Odysseus stopped still and admired it. But when his mind was done with all admiration, lightly, 135 he stepped over the threshold and went on into the palace, and there found the leaders of the Phaeacians and men of council pouring libation in cups to sharp-eyed Argiphantes, to whom they always poured the last drink when mindful of bedtime. But now long-suffering great Odysseus went on through the house, 140, wearing still the deep mist that Athene had drifted about him. Odysseus supplicates the Phaeacians, until he came to Arete and to the king, Alkinoos. Odysseus clasped Arete's knees in his arms, and at that time the magical and surrounding mist was drifted from him, and all fell silent through the house when they saw the man there, 145, and they wondered looking on him, and Odysseus made his entreaty. Arete, daughter of godlike Rhexenor, after much hardship I have come to your knees as a suppliant, and to your husband, and to these feasters, on whom may the gods bestow prosperity in their own lives, and grant to each to leave to his children 150 his property in his house, and the rights the people have given him. But for me, urge that conveyance be given quickly to my country, since long now far from my people I suffer hardships. So he spoke and sat down beside the hearth in the ashes next the fire, while all of them stayed stricken to silence. 155. But at long last the aged hero Echinios spoke forth. He was the most advanced in age of all the Phaeacians, and surpassed all in words, knowing many things from time long past. He, in kind intention, now spoke forth and addressed them. Alkinoos, this is not the better way. Nor is it fitting 160 that the stranger should sit on the ground beside the hearth in the ashes. These others are holding back because they await your order. But come, raise the stranger up and seat him on a silver-studded chair, and tell your heralds to mix in more wine for us, so we can pour a libation to Zeus who delights in the thunder, 165, and he goes together with suppliants, whose rights are sacred. And let the housekeeper from her stores give the stranger a supper. But when Alkinoos of the hallowed strength had heard this, he took by the hand the wise and much-devising Odysseus, and raised him up from the fireside, and set him in a shining chair, 170 displacing for this powerful Laodamas, his son, who had been sitting next him, and who was the one he loved most. A maidservant brought water for him, and poured it from a splendid and golden pitcher, holding it above a silver basin, for him to wash, and she pulled a polished table before him. 175 a grave housekeeper brought in the bread and served it to him, adding many good things to it, generous with her provisions. Then long-suffering great Odysseus ate and drank. After this, Alkinoos, the hallowed prince, spoke to his herald. Pontonous, now mix a wine bowl and serve it to all here. Odysseus kindly received 180 in the hall, to make a libation to Zeus who delights in the thunder and who goes together with suppliants whose rights are sacred. So he spoke, and Pontonous mixed the kindly sweet wine and passed a portion to all, offering a drink in the goblets. Then, when they had made libation and drunk as much as each wanted, 185 Alkinoos made a public speech for them and spoke thus, "Hear me, leaders of the Phaeacians and men of council, while I speak forth what the heart within my breast urges. Now, having feasted, go home and take your rest, and tomorrow at dawn we shall call the elders in greater numbers, 190, and entertain the guest in our halls, and to the immortals accomplish fine sacrifices. And after that we shall think of conveyance, and how our guest without annoyance or hardship may come again, convoyed by us, to his own country, in happiness and speed, even though it lies very far off, 195, and on the way between suffer no pain nor evil, until he sets foot on his own country. But there in the future he shall endure all that his destiny and the heavy spinners spun for him with the thread at his birth when his mother bore him. But if he is one of the immortals come down from heaven, 200, then this is a new kind of thing the gods are devising? For always in time, past the gods have shown themselves clearly to us when we render them glorious grand sacrifices, and they sit beside us and feast with us in the place where we do. Or if one comes alone and encounters us as a wayfarer, 205, then they make no concealment, as we are very close to them, as are the Cyclopes and the savage tribes of the giants. Then resourceful Odysseus spoke in turn and answered him, Alkinoos, let something else be in your mind. I am not. In any way like the immortals who hold wide heaven, 210 neither in build nor stature, but only to men who are mortal. Whoever it is of people you know who wear the greatest burden of misery, such are the ones whom I would equal. For pain endured, and I could tell of still more troubles that are all mine, and by the will of the gods I suffered. 215, but leave me now to eat my dinner, for all my sorrow, for there is no other thing so shameless as to be set over the belly. But she rather uses constraint, and makes me think of her, even when sadly worn, when in my heart I have sorrow, tells how he arrived, as now I have sorrow in my heart, yet still forever. 220 she tells me to eat and drink and forces me to forgetfulness of all I have suffered, and still she is urgent that I must fill her. But you, when dawn tomorrow shows, see that you make speed to set unhappy me once more on my own land, even when I have much suffered. And let life leave me when I have once more 225 seen my property, my serving people, and my great high-roofed house. So he spoke, and they all approved his word and encouraged convoy for the stranger, for what he said was fair and orderly. But when they had made libation and drunk, each as much as his heart desired, they went away each to his house to rest. And now 230 he, the great Odysseus, remained still in the palace. And along with him were Arete and the godlike Alkinoos, who sat by him, and the servants cleared away the dinner things. Now it was white-armed Arete who began their discourse, for she recognized the mantle and tunic when she saw them, splendid 235 clothes, which she herself had made with her serving women. Now she spoke aloud to him and addressed him in winged words. Stranger and friend, I myself first have a question to ask you. What man are you, and whence? And who was it gave you this clothing? Did you not say that you came here ranging over the water? 240. Then resourceful Odysseus spoke in turn and answered her. It is a hard thing, O queen, to tell you without intermission all my troubles, since the gods of the sky have given me many. But this now I will tell you in answer to the question you asked me. There is an island, Ogygia. It lies in the water, 245 far off. There the daughter of Atlas, subtle Calypso, lives, with ordered hair, a dread goddess, and there is no one, neither a god nor mortal person, who keeps her company. It was unhappy I alone whom my destiny brought there, to her hearth, when Zeus with a gathered cast of the shining lightning 250 shattered my fast ship midway on the wine-blue water. There all the rest of my excellent companions perished, but I, catching in my arms the keel of the oar-swept vessel, was carried for 9 days, and on the 10th in the black night the gods brought me to the island Ogygia, where Calypso, 255 lives, with ordered hair, a dread goddess, and she received me and loved me excessively and cared for me, and she promised to make me an immortal and all my days to be ageless. Alkinoos offers to send Odysseus on his way. But never so could she win over the heart within me. There 7 years I remained fast, but forever was drenching 260 with tears that clothing, immortal stuff, Calypso had given. But when in the turning of time the 8th year had befallen me, she herself told me to go and urged me to do it, whether by a message from Zeus or whether her own mind turned within her. and she sent me on my way on a jointed raft, and gave me 265 much bread and sweet wine, and put immortal clothing upon me, and sent a following wind to carry me, warm and easy. 17 days I sailed, making my way over the water, and on the 18th day there showed the shadowy mountains of your own country, and the dear heart was happy within me. 270, but I was unlucky, and had much misery left to live with. Still, what was driven upon me by the earth-shaker, Poseidon, who hampered me from my way, letting loose the winds upon me, and stirred up an unspeakable sea, nor did the surf swell let me sail along on my raft, though groaning constantly. 275. For now the storm wind scattered it far and wide, and I now made my way across the great gulf by swimming, until the wind and the water carried me and drove me to your shore. But there, had I tried to set foot on the land, the rough wave would have dashed me against tall rocks in a place that was cheerless. 280, so I backed away and swam again until I came to a river. And this at last seemed to me to be the best place, being bare of rocks, and there was even shelter from the wind there. I came out and dropped, nursing a hold on life. An immortal night came on. I went out and away from the sky-fallen river, 285, and went to sleep. There among the bushes, piled in a covering of leaves, and the god drifted in infinite sleep about me. And there among the leaves, my heart exhausted with sorrow, I slept, night long, and into the dawn, and on to the noonday, and the sun was losing its light, and then the sweet sleep released me. 290. Then I was aware of your daughter's attendant women playing on the beach, and she, looking like the goddesses, went there among them. I supplicated her, nor did she fail of the right decision. It was as you could never have hoped for a young person, so confronted to act, for always the younger people are careless. Also, 295, she gave me food and plenty to eat. She gave me gleaming wine and a bath in the river. She also gave me this clothing, after suggesting a marriage with Nausica. Sorrowful as I am, all this is true, I have told you. Then in turn Alkinoos spoke to him and answered, My friend, here is one proper thought that my daughter was not 300 aware of, when she failed to bring you, with her attendants, here to our house. It was she to whom you first came as a suppliant. Then resourceful Odysseus spoke in turn and answered him, Hero, do not for my sake find fault with your blameless daughter. She did urge me to follow along with her serving maidens, 305, but I, for embarrassment and dread, was not willing, for fear that something in this might stir your spirit to anger seeing us. For we who are people upon this earth are jealous in judgment. Then in turn Alkinoos spoke to him and answered, Stranger, the inward heart in my breast is not of such a kind 310 as to be recklessly angry. Always moderation is better. O Father, Zeus, Athene, and Apollo, how I wish that, being the man you are and thinking the way that I do, you could have my daughter and be called my son-in-law, staying here with me. I would dower you with a house and properties, 315 if you stayed by your own good will. Against that, no Phaeacian shall detain you. Never may such be to Zeus' father's liking. As for conveyance, so that you may be sure, I appoint it for tomorrow, until which time giving way to slumber. You may rest, and they will sail in the calm to bring you 320 back to your country and house and whatever else is dear to you, even if this may be much further away than Euboea, which those of our people who have seen it say is the farthest away of all. At that time they carried fair-haired Rhadamanthus on his way to visit Tydeus, the son of Gaia. 325. They went there, and without any strain they accomplished the journey, and on the very same day they were back home with us. You yourself will see and know in your mind how my ships are best, and my young men for tossing up sea with the oar-blade. So he spoke, and long-suffering great Odysseus was happy. 330. He spoke a word then in prayer, and named him by name, saying, Father Zeus, may Alkinoos accomplish everything, of which he spoke, and so may he have imperishable glory upon the grain-giving earth. And I come home to my country. So now these two were conversing thus with each other. 335, but Arete of the white arms told her attendant women, Odysseus rests. to make up a bed in the porch's shelter, and to lay upon it fine underbedding of purple and spread blankets above it, and fleecy robes to be an over-all covering. The maidservants went forth from the main house, and in their hands held torches. 340, when they had set to work and presently had a firm bed made, they came and stood beside Odysseus, and with words roused him. Up, stranger, so you can go to rest. Your bed is made for you. So they spoke, and the thought of sleeping was welcome to him. Then long-suffering great Odysseus lay down and slept there 345 upon a corded bedstead in the echoing portico. But Alkinoos went to bed in the inner room of the high house, and at his side the lady, his wife, served as bedfellow. Book VIE. Then when the young dawn showed again with her rosy fingers, Alkinoos, the hallowed prince, rose up from his sleeping, and the descendant of Zeus, Odysseus sacker of cities, rose up, and Alkinoos, the hallowed prince, guided them, 5 to the Phaeacians' place of assembly, which was built for them by the ships. They went and took their seats on the polished stones together, but Pallas Athene went through the city, likening herself to the herald of wise Alkinoos, as she was devising the return of great-hearted Odysseus. 10, she would go and stand beside each man and speak a word to him. Come with me, leaders of the Phaeacians and men of council, to the place of assembly, there to find out about the stranger, who is new come to the house of wise Alkinoos after. Wandering on the great sea, and in shape he is like the immortals. 15, so she spoke, and stirred the spirit and strength in each man, and quickly the place of assembly and seats were filled with people who gathered there, and many wondered much as they looked on the wise son of Laertes, and upon him Athene. Drifted a magical grace about his head and his shoulders, 20, and made him taller for the eye to behold, and thicker, so that he might be loved by all the Phaeacians, and to them might be wonderful and respected, and might accomplish many trials of strength by which the Phaeacians tested Odysseus. But when they were assembled and all in one place together, feast in the palace. 25 to them now Alkinoos spoke forth and addressed them. Hear me, you leaders of the Phaeacians and men of council, while I speak forth what the heart within my breast urges. Here is this stranger, I do not know who he is, come wandering suppliant here to my house from the eastern or western people. 30, he urges conveyance and entreats us for its assurance. So let us, as we have done before, hasten to convey him, for neither has any other man who has come to my house. Stayed here, grieving a long time for the matter of convoy. Come then, let us drag a black ship down to the bright sea, 35 ones sailing now for the first time, and have for it a selection from the district, 52 young men who have been the finest before. Then, each man fastening his oar to the oarlock, disembark. Then come to my house and make yourselves busy for a present feast, and I will make generous provision. 40 for all. I say this to the young men, but also, you other sceptered kings, come to me in my splendid dwelling, so we can entertain the stranger guest in our palace. Let none refuse, and summon also the inspired singer. Demodocus, for to him the god gave songs surpassing 45 in power to please whenever the spirit moves him to singing. So he spoke and led the way, and the others followed as sceptered kings. But a herald went seeking the inspired singer, and also the 52 young men who had been selected. Went, as he told them, along the beach of the barren salt sea. 50, but when they had come down to the sea, and where the ship was, they dragged the black ship down to the deeper part of the water, and in the black hull set the mast in place, and set sails, and made the oars fast and the leather slings of the oarlocks all in good order, and hoisted the white sails and set them. 55, they anchored her deep enough in the channel, and then themselves made their way to the great house of wise Alkinoos, and the porticos and enclosures and rooms were filled with people. Assembling, there were many men there, both old and young ones, and for them Alkinoos made a sacrifice, 12 sheep, 8, 60 pigs with shining tusks, and 2 drag-footed oxen. These they skinned and prepared, and made the lovely feast ready. The herald came near, bringing with him the excellent singer whom the muse had loved greatly, and gave him both good and evil. Demodocus sings about Odysseus at Troy. She reft him of his eyes, but she gave him the sweet singing. 65 art. Pontonose set a silver-studded chair out for him in the middle of the feasters, propping it against a tall column, and the herald hung the clear lyre on a peg placed over his head and showed him how to reach up with his hands and take it down, and set beside him a table and a fine basket, 70 and beside him a cup to drink whenever his spirit desired it. They put forth their hands to the good things that lay ready before them. But when they had put away their desire for eating and drinking, the muse stirred the singer to sing the famous actions of men on that venture, whose fame goes up into the wide heaven. 75 the quarrel between Odysseus and Peleus' son, Achilles, how these once contended at the gods' generous festival with words of violence, so that the lord of men, Agamemnon, was happy in his heart that the best of the Achaeans were quarreling. For so in prophecy Phoebus Apollo had spoken to him. 80 in sacred Pytho, when he had stepped across the stone doorstep to consult. For now the beginning of evil rolled on, descending on Trojans and on Danaans through the designs of great Zeus. These things the famous singer sang for them, but Odysseus, taking in his ponderous hands the great mantle dyed in, 85 sea purple, drew it over his head and veiled his fine features, shamed for tears running down his face before the Phaeacians. And every time the divine singer would pause in his singing, he would take the mantle away from his head and wipe the tears off, and taking up a two-handled goblet would pour a libation, 90 to the gods. But every time he began again, and the greatest of the Phaeacians would urge him to sing, since they joyed in his stories, Odysseus would cover his head again and make lamentation. There, shedding tears, he went unnoticed by all the others. But Alcinous alone understood what he did, and noticed 95 since he was sitting next him and heard him groaning heavily. At once he spoke aloud to the oar-loving Phaeacians. Hear me, you leaders of the Phaeacians and men of counsel. By this time we have filled our desire for the equal feasting and for the lyre, which is the companion to the generous. 100 feast. Now let us go outside and make our endeavor in all contests, so that our stranger can tell his friends, after he reaches his home, by how much we surpass all others. Games to console Odysseus, in boxing, wrestling, leaping, and speed of our feet for running. So he spoke, and led the way, and the rest went with him, 105, and the herald hung up the clear lyre on its peg, and taking Demodocus by the hand he led him out of the palace, and set him on the start of the way, where all the other best men of the Phaeacians went to gaze at the contests. They went to the place of assembly, with an endless multitude, 110 following, and many and excellent young men stood forth. Acroneos stood up, and Ochialos and Elatrius, Nautius and Primnius, Anchialos and Eretmius, Pontius and Prorius, Thune and Anabasinios, Amphialos, son of Polyneos, the son of Tecton, 115, and Euryalus stood up, Naubolos' son, a man like murderous Ares himself, and he was best of all the Phaeacians in build and beauty, only except for stately Laodamas. Also there stood forth 3 sons of stately Alcinous, Laodamas, and Halios, and godlike Clytonios, 120. First of all they held a contest for speed in running. The field strung out from the starting scratch, yet all at the same time flew on together, turning up the dust of the plain. Of these, stately Clytonios was far the best in the running, and was out in front by the length of a furrow for mules plowing. 125 afield, and came back first to the crowd, with the rest behind him. Next, these tried each other out in the painful wrestling, and in this Euryalus surpassed all the best among them. In the jump, it was Amphialos who outdid all others, while with the discus far the best of them was Elatrius, 130, and in boxing it was Alcinous' fine son, Laodamas. But after all had enjoyed their hearts with athletic contests, Laodamas, the son of Alcinous, spoke forth among them. Come, friends, let us ask the stranger if he has skill and knowledge for any kind of contest. In his build he is no mean man, 135 for the lower legs and thighs he has, and both arms above them, for the massive neck and the great strength. Nor is it that he lacks youth, but the crush of many misfortunes has used him hardly. For I say there is no other thing that is worse than the sea is for breaking a man, even though he may be a very strong one. 140. Then in turn Euryalus spoke forth and answered, Laodamas, this word you spoke was fair and orderly. He declines to compete. Go yourself then, and say it to him, and invite him to try it. Then when the excellent son of Alcinous heard this answer, he went and stood in the midst of them and spoke to Odysseus. 145. Come, you also now, father stranger, and try these contests, if you have skill in any. It beseems you to know athletics, for there is no greater glory that can befall a man living than what he achieves by speed of his feet or strength of his hands. So come then and try it, and scatter those cares that are on your spirit. 150. Your voyage will not be put off for long, but now already your ship is hauled down to the sea, and your companions are ready. Then resourceful Odysseus spoke in turn and answered him, Laodamas, why do you all urge me on in mockery to do these things? Cares are more in my mind than games are. 155, who before this have suffered much and had many hardships, and sit here now in the middle of your assembly, longing to go home, entreating your king for this, and all of his people. Euryalus answered him to his face and spoke to him roughly, No, stranger, for I do not see that you are like one versed. 160 in contests, such as now are practiced much among people, but rather to one who plies his ways in his many-locked vessel, master over mariners who also are men of business, a man who, careful of his cargo and grasping for profits, goes carefully on his way. You do not resemble an athlete. 165. Then looking at him, darkly resourceful Odysseus answered, Friend, that was not well spoken. You seem like one who is reckless. So it is that the gods do not bestow graces in all ways on men, neither in stature nor yet in brains or eloquence. For there is a certain kind of man, less noted for beauty, 170, but the god puts comeliness on his words, and they who look toward him are filled with joy at the sight, and he speaks to them without faltering in winning modesty, and shines among those who are gathered, and people look on him as on a god when he walks in the city. Another again in his appearance is like the immortals, 175, but upon his words there is no grace distilled, as in your case, thee. Appearance is conspicuous, and not a god even would make it otherwise, and yet the mind there is worthless. Now you have stirred up anger deep in the breast within me. By this disorderly speaking, and I am not such a new hand, 180 at games as you say, but always, as I think, I have been, but angered by the rude Euryalus, among the best when I still had trust in youth and hand's strength. Now I am held in evil condition and pain, for I had much to suffer, the wars of men, hard crossing of the big waters. But even so, for all my troubles, I will try your contests. 185 for your word bit in the heart, and you have stirred me by speaking. He spoke, and with mantle still on sprang up and laid hold of a discus that was a bigger and thicker one, heavier not by a little than the one the Phaeacians had used for their sport in throwing. He spun and let this fly from his ponderous hand, the stone. 190 hummed in the air, and the Phaeacians, men of long oars and famed for seafaring, shrank down against the ground, ducking under the flight of the stone, which, speeding from his hand lightly, overflew the marks of all others, and Athene likening. Herself to a man, marked down the cast and spoke, and addressed him. 195, even a blind man, friend, would be able to distinguish your mark by, feeling for it, since it is not mingled with the common lot, but far before. Have no fear over this contest. No one of the Phaeacians will come up to this mark or pass it. She spoke, and much enduring great Odysseus rejoiced, happy 200 to find one friendly companion in the assembled company. Again he spoke to the Phaeacians in language more blithe. Now reach me that mark, young men, and then I will make another. Throw, as great as this, I think, or one even better. Let any of the rest, whose heart and spirit are urgent for it, 205 come up and try me, since you have irritated me. So, either at boxing or wrestling or in a foot race, I begrudge nothing, any of the Phaeacians, that is, except Laodamas, himself, for he is my host, Who would fight with his friend? Surely any man can be called insensate and good for nothing. 210 who in an alien community offers to challenge his friend and host in the games. He damages what is his. No, but I refuse not one of the rest, nor do. I scorn him, but I am willing to look in his eyes and be tested against him. I am not bad in any of the contests where men strive. 215 I know well how to handle the polished bow, and would be first to strike my man with an arrow aimed at a company of hostile men, even though many companions were standing. Close beside me, and all shooting with bows at the enemies. There was Philoctetes alone who surpassed me in archery. Odysseus excels in throwing the discus. 220 when we Achaeans shot with bows in the Trojan country. But I will say that I stand far out ahead of all others, such as are living mortals now and feed on the earth. Only, I will not set myself against men of the generations. Before, not with Heracles nor Eurytos of Oichalia, 225 who set themselves against the immortals with the bow, and therefore great Eurytos died suddenly, nor came to an old age in his own mansions, since Apollo, in anger against him, killed him because he had challenged Apollo in archery. I can throw with the spear as far as another casts with an arrow. 230, only in a foot race I fear one of the Phaeacians might outpass me. I have been through too much and shamefully battered on many rough seas, since there could be no orderly training. On shipboard, because of this my legs have lost their condition. So he spoke, and all of them stayed stricken to silence. 235, only Alkinoos spoke up and gave him an answer. My friend, since it is not graceless for you to speak thus among us, but you are willing to show that excellence you are endowed with, angered because this man came up to you in our assembly and belittled you in a way no man would properly find fault. 240 with your excellence, if he knew in his heart how to speak sensibly. Come then, attend to what I say, so that you can tell it even to some other hero after this, when in your palace. You sit at the feasting with your own wife and children beside you, remembering our excellence and what Zeus has established. 245 as our activities, through time, from the days of our fathers. For we are not perfect in our boxing, nor yet as wrestlers, but we do run lightly on our feet, and are excellent seamen, and always the feast is dear to us, and the lyre and dances, and changes of clothing and our hot baths and beds. Come then, 250 you, who among all the Phaeacians are the best dancers, do your dance, so that our guest, after he comes home to his own people, can tell them how far we surpass all others. In our seamanship and the speed of our feet in dancing and singing. Let someone go quickly and bring Demodocus his clear-voiced, 255 lyre, which must have been set down somewhere in our palace. So godlike Alkinoos spoke, and the herald rose up to bring the hollowed lyre out of the king's house, and now stewards of the course stood up, 9 in all of them, chosen. Demodocus sings, out of the people, who on every occasion set in good order. 260, the grounds for games, and they smoothed the dancing floor and set right all the ground, and the herald came bringing with him the clear lyre for Demodocus, who moved into the middle, and about him stood forth young men in the first of their youth, well trained in dancing, and beat the wonderful dancing floor with their feet. Odysseus 265 gazed on the twinkling of their feet, his heart full of wonder. Demodocus struck the lyre and began singing well the story about the love of Ares and sweet garlanded Aphrodite, how they first lay together in the house of Hephaestus. Secretly, he gave her much and fouled the marriage. 270 and bed of the lord Hephaestus. To him there came as messenger Helios, the sun, who had seen them lying in love together. Hephaestus, when he had heard the heart-sore story of it, went on his way to his smithy, heart turbulent with hard sorrows, and set the great anvil upon its stand, and hammered out fastenings. 275 that could not be slipped or broken to hold them fixed in position. Now when, in his anger against Ares, he had made this treacherous snare, he went to his chamber where his own dear bed lay, and spun his fastenings around the posts from every direction, while many more were suspended overhead, from the roof beams, 280 thin, like spider webs, which not even one of the blessed gods could see. He had fashioned it to be very deceptive. But when he had spun about the bedstead all of his treacherous device, he started for Lemnos, the strong-founded citadel, which, of all territories on earth, was far dearest to him. 285, nor did heirs of the golden reins keep a blind watch on him, as he saw Hephaestus, the glorious smith, go away. But he then took his course, so he entered the house of glorious Hephaestus, lusting after the love of sweet garlanded Cytherea. She had lately come in from the house of her father, the powerful, 290 son of Cronos, and sat there when Ares entered the house. Then he took her by the hand and spoke to her and named her, saying, "Come, my dear, let us take our way to the bed and lie there, for Hephaestus is no longer hereabouts, but by this time he must have come to Lemnos and the wild-spoken Sintians, 295, so he spoke, and she was well pleased to sleep with him. These two went to bed and slept there, and all about them were bending the artful bonds that had been forged by subtle Hephaestus about the love of Ares and Aphrodite, so neither of them could stir a limb or get up. And now they saw the truth, and there was no longer a way out for them. 300, the glorious smith of the strong arms, came and stood near. He had turned back on his way before ever reaching the Lemnian country, for Helios had kept watch for him and told him the story. He took his way back to his own house, heart grieved within him, and stood there in the forecourt with the savage anger upon him, 305, and gave out a terrible cry and called to all the immortals, "Father Zeus and all you other blessed immortal gods, come here to see a ridiculous sight, no seemly. Matter, how Aphrodite, daughter of Zeus, forever holds me in little favor, but she loves ruinous heirs. 310, because he is handsome and goes sound on his feet, while I am misshapen from birth, and for this I hold no other responsible but my own father and mother, and I wish they never had got me. Now look and see, where these two have gone to bed and lie there in love together. I am sickened when I look at them, and yet 315, I think they will not go on lying, thus even for a little, much though they are in love. I think they will have no wish for sleeping, but then my fastenings and my snare will contain them, until her father pays back in full all my gifts of courtship. I paid out into his hand for the sake of his bitch-eyed daughter. 320. The girl is beautiful indeed, but she is intemperate." So he spoke, and the gods gathered to the house with the brazen floor. Poseidon came, the shaker of the earth, and the kindly Hermes came, and the Lord who works from afar, Apollo, but the female gods remained each at her home, for modesty. 325. The gods, the givers of good things, stood there in the forecourt, and among the blessed immortals uncontrollable laughter went up as they saw the handiwork of subtle Hephaestus. And thus they would speak to each other, each looking at the god next him. No virtue in bad dealings. See, the slow one has overtaken. 330, the swift. As now slow Hephaestus has overtaken Ares, swiftest of all the gods on Olympos, by artifice, though he was lame, and Ares must pay the adulterer's damage. This was the way of the gods as they conversed with each other. But the Lord Apollo, son of Zeus, said a word to Hermes. 335 Hermes, son of Zeus, guide and giver of good things. Tell me, Ares and Aphrodite concluded, would you, caught tight in these strong fastenings, be willing to sleep in bed by the side of Aphrodite the Golden? Then in turn the courier Argeiphontes answered, Lord, who strike from afar, Apollo, I wish it could only. 340b, and there could be thrice this number of endless fastenings, and all you gods could be looking on, and all the goddesses, and still I would sleep by the side of Aphrodite the Golden. He spoke, and there was laughter among the immortals, only there was no laughter for Poseidon, but he kept entreating. 345 Hephaestus, the famous craftsman, asking him to set Ares free, and spoke aloud to him, and addressed him in winged words. Let him go, and I guarantee he will pay whatever. You ask, all that is approved among the immortal deities. Then in turn the renowned smith of the strong arms answered, 350 shaker of the earth, Poseidon, do not urge this on me. The business of wretches is wretched even in guarantee giving. To what could I hold you among the immortal gods if heirs were to go off, avoiding both his debt and his bondage? Then in turn Poseidon, shaker of the earth, answered, 355 Hephaestos, if heirs goes off and escapes, not paying anything he may. Owe you, then I myself will pay it. Then in turn the renowned smith of the strong arms answered, it cannot be, and it is not right, that I should deny you. So mighty Hephaestos spoke and undid the fastenings. Straightway 360, the two of them, when they were set free of the fastening, though it was so strong, sprang up, and Ares took his way Thraceward, while she, Aphrodite lover of laughter, went back to Paphos. On Cyprus, where lies her sacred precinct and her smoky altar, and there the Graces bathed her and anointed her with ambrosial. 365 oil, such as abounds for the gods who are everlasting, and put delightful clothing about her, a wonder to look on. So the famous singer sang his song, and Odysseus enjoyed it in his heart as he listened, as did the others there, Phaeacians, men of the long oar, famed for seafaring. 370. Then Alkinoos asked Halios and Laodamas to dance all by themselves, since there was none to challenge them. These two, after they had taken up in their hands the ball, a beautiful thing, red, which Polybos the skillful craftsman had made them, one of them, bending far back, would throw it up to the shadowy. Dancing. Apology from Euryalus, 375 clouds, and the other, going high off the ground, would easily catch it again, before his feet came back to the ground. Then, after they had played their game with the ball thrown upward, these two performed a dance on the generous earth, with rapid interchange of position, and the rest of the young men standing. 380 about the field stamped out the time, and a great sound rose up. Then great Odysseus spoke a word to Alkinoos, saying, O great Alkinoos, preeminent among all people, truly, as you boasted your people were the best dancers, so it is done before me. Wonder takes me as I look on them. 385, he spoke, and Alkinoos the hallowed king was pleased, and at once he spoke aloud to the oar-loving Phaeacians. Hear me, leaders of the Phaeacians and men of counsel. I think this stranger is a man of discretion. Therefore come, let us give him a gift of friendship, as is becoming. 390. For here are 12 who are marked out as kings in our country with power, and they act as leaders, and I myself am the 13th. Then let each of you who are such contribute a well-washed robe, and a tunic, and a talent of precious gold. Then we shall assemble it all together, so that our stranger, 395, may have it in his hands and be pleased as he goes in to supper. But Euryalus shall make amends to him with a spoken word and a gift for having spoken out of due measure. So he spoke, and they all approved what he said and urged it, and each one sent his herald away to bring the gifts back. 400. Then Euryalus spoke in his turn and answered Alkinoos, O great Alkinoos, preeminent among all people, certainly I will make amends to our guest, as you urge me. I will give him this sword, which is all bronze, but the handle on it is silver, and there is a scabbard of fresh sawn ivory, 405 cut in rings to hold it. He will find that it is of great value. So he spoke, and put the sword with the nails of silver into his hands, and spoke to him and addressed him in winged words. Farewell, father and stranger, and if any word was let slip, that was improper, may the storm winds catch it away and carry it. 410 off, and the gods grant you safe homecoming to your own country and wife, since here, far from your own people, you must be suffering. Then resourceful Odysseus spoke in turn and answered him. Farewell also to you, dear friend, and may the gods grant you gifts for Odysseus. Prosperity, may you never miss this sword you have given. 415 me now, as a gift, and made amends to me with words spoken. So he spoke, and slung the sword with the nails of silver over his shoulder. The sun went down, and the glorious presents came in, carried by the proud heralds of Alkinoos, and these surpassingly lovely gifts, the sons of Alkinoos. 420 took over, and set them down beside their respected mother. Now Alkinoos, the hallowed king, was their leader, and all of them went into the house and sat on their high thrones. Thereupon the king Alkinoos said to Arete, "Come, wife, bring out a magnificent coffer, the best one you have, 425, and in it yourself lay a robe that is newly washed and a tunic. Then warm a brazen cauldron over the fire and heat water for this man, so he may bathe and then see, all set out in order, the presents which the stately Phaeacians brought here to give him, and rejoice in the feast and in listening to the song of the singer. 430, I myself make him a present of this surpassingly lovely golden cup, so that all his days he may remember me as he makes libation at home to Zeus and the other immortals." So he spoke, and Arete, going to her maidservants, told them to set the great cauldron over the fire, as quickly as might be, 435, and they set the tripod for the bath water over the blazing fire, and poured in the water, and gathered kindling, and lit it. The fire worked on the belly of the cauldron, the water heated. Meanwhile, Arete brought from out of her chamber the splendid chest for the stranger, and in it laid the beautiful presents, 440, the clothing and the gold which the Phaeacians had given. And she herself put in a robe and a handsome tunic, and spoke to the stranger, and addressed him in winged words, saying, "You yourself must see to the cover and nimbly fasten a knot, so none may break in, while on your journey. 445, you rest in a pleasant sleep as you go your ways in the black ship." When long-suffering great Odysseus had heard this, straightway he made the covering tight upon it, and fastened it nimbly with an intricate knot, whose knowledge the lady Circe had taught him. Then the housekeeper told him without delay to enter. 450 the tub for his bath, and he with joy in his heart looked on the hot water, for he had not been used to be so looked after in the time since he had left the house of fair-haired Calypso, goodbye Nausicaa, though in that time he had been looked after as if he were truly a god. When the maids had bathed him and anointed him with oil, 455, they put a lovely mantle and a tunic about him, and he stepped from the bath and went to join the men at their wine drinking. Then Nausicaa, with the god's loveliness on her, stood beside the pillar that supported the roof with its joinery, and gazed upon Odysseus with all her eyes, and admired him, 460, and spoke to him aloud, and addressed him in winged words, saying, "Goodbye, stranger, and think of me sometimes when you are back at home, how I was the first you owed your life to." Then resourceful Odysseus spoke in turn, and answered her, "Nausicaa, daughter of great-hearted Alkinoos, 465 even so, may Zeus, high-thundering husband of Hera, grant me to reach my house and see my day of homecoming. So even when I am there, I will pray to you as to a goddess all the days of my life. For, maiden, my life was your gift." He spoke, and went to sit on a chair by the king Alkinoos. 470, and now they were serving out the portions and mixing the wine, as the herald came near, bringing with him the excellent singer Demodocus, prized among the people, and set a chair for him, in the middle of the feasters, propping it against a tall column. Resourceful Odysseus called the herald over and spoke to him, 475, but first he cut a piece from the loin of the pig with shining teeth, with most of the meat left on, and edged with rich fat. "Here, herald, take this piece of meat to Demodocus so that he may eat, and I, though a sorry man, embrace him. For with all peoples upon the earth, singers are entitled, 480 to be cherished and to their share of respect, since the muse has taught them her own way, and since she loves all the company of singers." So he spoke, and the herald took the portion and placed it in the hands of the hero Demodocus, who received it happily. They put forth their hands to the good things that lay ready before them. 485. But when they had put away their desire for eating and drinking, Odysseus the resourceful spoke to Demodocus, saying, "Demodocus, above all mortals beside I prize you. Surely the muse, Zeus' daughter, or else Apollo, has taught you, for all too right following the tale you sing the Achaeans. 490 venture, all they did and had done to them, all the sufferings. Demodocus sings of the Trojan horse, of these Achaeans, as if you had been there yourself or heard it from one who was. Come to another part of the story. Sing us the wooden horse, which Epeus made with Athene helping, the stratagem great Odysseus filled once with men and brought it. 495 to the upper city, and it was these men who sacked Ilion. If you can tell me the course of all these things as they happened, I will speak of you before all mankind and tell them how freely the goddess gave you the magical gift of singing. He spoke, and the singer, stirred by the goddess, began and showed them 500 his song, beginning from where the Argives boarded their well-benched ships and sailed away after setting fire to their shelters. But already all these others who were with famous Odysseus were sitting hidden in the horse, in the place where the Trojans assembled, for the Trojans themselves had dragged it up to the height of the city, 505, and now it was standing there, and the Trojans seated around it talked endlessly, and 3 ways of thought found favor, either to take the pitiless bronze to it and hack open the hollow horse, or drag it to the cliff's edge and topple it over, or let it stand where it was as a dedication to Blandish. 510 the gods, and this last way was to be the end of it, seeing that the city was destined to be destroyed when it had inside it the great horse made of wood with all the best of Argives, sitting within and bearing death and doom for the Trojans. He sang then how the sons of the Achaeans left their hollow, 515 hiding place, and streamed from the horse and sacked the city. And he sang how one and another fought through the steep citadel, and how in particular Odysseus went, with godlike Menelaus, like Ares, to find the house of Deiphobos. And there, he said, he endured the grimmest fighting that ever 520 he had, but won it there too, with great-hearted Athene aiding. So the famous singer sang his tale, but Odysseus melted, and from under his eyes the tears ran down, drenching his cheeks, as a woman weeps, lying over the body of her dear husband, who fell fighting for her city and people. 525 as he tried to beat off the pitiless day from city and children. She sees him dying and gasping for breath, and winding her body about him, she cries high and shrill, while the men behind her, hitting her with their spear butts on the back and the shoulders, Odysseus is asked to identify himself, force her up and lead her away into slavery, to have 530 hard work and sorrow, and her cheeks are racked with pitiful weeping. Such were the pitiful tears Odysseus shed from under his brows, but they went unnoticed by all the others. But Alkinoos alone understood what he did and noticed, since he was sitting next him and heard him groaning heavily. 535. At once he spoke aloud to the oar-loving Phaeacians. Hear me, you leaders of the Phaeacians and men of counsel. Let Demodocus now give over his loud lyre playing, since it cannot be that he pleases all alike with this song. Ever since we ate our supper and the divine singer, 540 began, our guest has never ceased since then his sorry lament. Great sorrow must have come on his heart, surely. But let him hold now, so that all of us, guest receivers, and guest alike, may enjoy ourselves. This is the better way, seeing that all this has been done for the sake of our honored 545 guest, this escort, these loving gifts we give him for friendship. For any man whose wits have hold on the slightest achievement, his suppliant and guest is as good as a brother to him. So do not longer keep hiding now with crafty purposes the truth of what I ask you. It is better to speak out. 550. Tell me the name by which your mother and father called you in that place, and how the rest who live in the city about you call you. No one among all the peoples, neither base man nor noble, is altogether nameless once he has been born, but always his parents, as soon as they bring him forth, put upon him 555 a name. Tell me your land, your neighborhood, and your city, so that our ships, straining with their own purpose, can carry you there, for there are no steersmen among the Phaeacians, neither are there any steering oars for them, such as other ships have, but the ships themselves understand men's thoughts and purposes, 560, and they know all the cities of men and all their fertile fields, and with greatest speed they cross the gulf of the salt sea, huddled under a mist and cloud, nor is there ever any fear that they may suffer damage or come to destruction. Yet this I have heard once on a time from my father, Nausithous, 565, who said it, and told me how Poseidon would yet be angry with us, because we are convoy without hurt to all men. He said that one day, as a well-made ship of Phaeacian, Odysseus is invited to tell his life. Men came back from a convoy on the misty face of the water. He would stun it and pile a great mountain over our city to hide it. 570. So the old man spoke, and the god might either bring it to pass, or it might be left undone, as the god's heart pleases. So come now, tell me this, and give me an accurate answer. Where you were driven off your course, what countries peopled by men you came to, the men themselves and their strong founded? 575 cities, and which were savage and violent, and without justice, and which were hospitable, and with a godly mind for strangers. And tell me why you weep in your heart, and make lamentation when you hear of the Argives and the Danaans' venture, and hear of Ilion. The gods did this, and spun the destruction. 580 of peoples, for the sake of the singing of men hereafter. Was there perhaps some kinsman by marriage, wife's father or brother, a brave man who perished before Ilion? Such are the relatives, who next to a man's own blood and kin come closest to him. Or could it then have been some companion, a brave man knowing? 585 thoughts gracious toward you, since one who is your companion and has thoughts honorable toward you is of no less degree than a brother? Book IX. Then resourceful Odysseus spoke in turn and answered him, O great Alkinoes, preeminent among all people, surely indeed it is a good thing to listen to a singer, such as this one before us, who is like the gods in his singing. 5.4 I think there is no occasion accomplished that is more pleasant than when festivity holds sway among all the populace, and the feasters up and down the houses are sitting in order and listening to the singer, and beside them the tables are loaded with bread and meats, and from the mixing bowl the wine steward 10 draws the wine and carries it about and fills the cups. This seems to my own mind to be the best of occasions. But now your wish was inclined to ask me about my mournful sufferings, so that I must mourn and grieve even more. What then shall I recite to you first of all, what leave till later? 15. Many are the sorrows the gods of the sky have given me. Now first I will tell you my name, so that all of you may know me, and I hereafter, escaping the day without pity, be your friend and guest, though the home where I live is far away from you. I am Odysseus, son of Laertes, known before all men, 20 for the study of crafty designs, and my fame goes up to the heavens. I am at home in sunny Ithaca. There is a mountain, there that stands tall, leaf-trembling Neurotos, and there are islands settled around it, lying one very close to another. Odysseus' tale. There is Dulichion and Same, wooded Zakynthos, 25, but my island lies low and away, last of all on the water toward the dark, with the rest below facing east and sunshine, a rugged place, but a good. Nurse of men, for my part. I cannot think of any place sweeter on earth to look at. For in truth, Calypso, shining among divinities, kept me. 30 with her in her hollow caverns, desiring me for her husband, and so likewise Aiaian Circe the guileful detained me. Beside her in her halls, desiring me for her husband, but never could she persuade the heart within me. So it is that nothing is more sweet in the end than country and parents 35 ever, even when far away one lives in a fertile place, when it is an alien country, far from his parents. But come, I will tell you of my voyage home with its many troubles, which Zeus inflicted on me as I came from Troy land. From Ilion the wind took me and drove me ashore at Ismaros, 40 by the Ciconians. I sacked their city and killed their people, and out of their city, taking their wives and many possessions, we shared them out, so none might go cheated of his proper portion. There I was for the light foot and escaping, and urged it, but they were greatly foolish and would not listen. 45 and their much wine was being drunk, and they slaughtered many sheep on the beach and lumbering horn-curved cattle. But meanwhile the Ciconians went and summoned the other Ciconians, who were their neighbors living in the inland country, more numerous and better men, well skilled in fighting. 50 men with horses, but knowing too at need the battle. On foot. They came at early morning, like flowers in season or leaves, and the luck that came our way from Zeus was evil to make us unfortunate, so we must have hard pains to suffer. Both sides stood and fought their battle there by the running 55 ships, and with bronze-headed spears they cast at each other. And as long as it was early and the sacred daylight increasing, so long we stood fast and fought them off, though there were more of them. But when the sun had gone to the time for unyoking of cattle, then at last the Ciconians turned the Achaeans back and beat them, 60, and out of each ship 6 of my strong grieved companions were killed, but the rest of us fled away from death and destruction. Departure from Troy, the Lotus Eaters. From there we sailed on further along, glad to have escaped death, but grieving still at heart for the loss of our dear companions. Even then, I would not suffer the flight of my oar-swept vessels 65 until a cry had been made 3 times for each of my wretched companions who died there in the plain, killed by the Ciconians. Cloud-gathering Zeus drove the north wind against our vessels in a supernatural storm and huddled under the cloud scuds land alike and the great water. Night sprang from heaven. 70, the ships were swept along, yawing down the current. The violence of the wind ripped our sails into 3 and 4 pieces. These then, in fear of destruction, we took down and stowed in the ship's hulls and rowed them on ourselves until we had made the mainland. There for 2 nights and 2 days together we lay up, 75 for pain and weariness together, eating our hearts out. But when the fair-haired Dawn in her rounds brought on the 3rd day, we, setting the masts upright and hoisting the white sails on them, sat still and let the wind and the steersman hold them steady. And now I would have come home unscathed to the land of my fathers, 80, but as I turned the hook of Malea, the sea and current, and the north wind beat me off course and drove me on past Kythera. 9 days then I was swept along by the force of the hostile, winds on the fishy sea, but on the 10th day we landed. In the country of the Lotus Eaters, who live on a flowering 85 food, and there we set foot on the mainland and fetched water, and my companions soon took their supper there by the fast ships. But after we had tasted of food and drink, then I sent some of my companions ahead, telling them to find out what men, eaters of bread, might live here in this country. 90 I chose 2 men and sent a 3rd with them as a herald. My men went on and presently met the Lotus Eaters. Nor did these Lotus Eaters have any thoughts of destroying our companions, but they only gave them lotus to taste of. But any of them who ate the honey-sweet fruit of Lotus 95 was unwilling to take any message back, or to go away, but they wanted to stay there with the lotus-eating people, feeding on lotus, and forget the way home. I myself took these men back weeping, by force, to where the ships were, and put them aboard under the rowing benches and tied them 100 fast, then gave the order to the rest of my eager. Arrival at the island. Companions to embark on the ships in haste, for fear. Someone else might taste of the lotus and forget the way home, and the men quickly went aboard and sat to the oarlocks, and sitting well in order dashed the oars in the grey sea. 105 from there. Grieving still at heart, we sailed on further along and reached the country of the lawless, outrageous Cyclopes who, putting all their trust in the immortal gods, neither plow with their hands nor plant anything, but all grows for them without seed planting, without cultivation, 110 wheat and barley, and also the grapevines, which yield for them wine of strength, and it is Zeus' rain that waters it for them. These people have no institutions, no meetings for councils. Rather, they make their habitations in caverns hollowed, among the peaks of the high mountains, and each one is the law 115 for his own wives and children, and cares nothing about the others. There is a wooded island that spreads, away from the harbor, neither close in to the land of the Cyclopes, nor far out from it, forested. Wild goats beyond number breed there, for there is no coming and going of humankind to disturb them, 120, nor are they visited by hunters, who in the forest suffer hardships as they haunt the peaks of the mountains. Neither again is it held by herded flocks, nor farmers, But all its days, never plowed up and never planted. It goes without people and supports the bleating wild goats. 125, for the Cyclopes have no ships with cheeks of vermilion, nor have they builders of ships among them, who could have made them strong benched vessels, and these, if made, could have run them sailings to all the various cities of men, in the way that people cross the sea by means of ships and visit each other. 130, and they could have made this island a strong settlement for them. For it is not a bad place at all. It could bear all crops in season, and there are meadowlands near the shores of the gray sea, well watered and soft. There could be grapes grown there endlessly, and there is smooth land for plowing. Men could reap a full harvest, 135 always in season, since there is very rich subsoil. Also, there is an easy harbor, with no need for a hawser nor anchor stones to be thrown ashore nor cables to make fast. One could just run ashore and wait for the time when the sailors. Desire stirred them to go, and the right winds were blowing. Off the land of the Cyclopes. 140. Also at the head of the harbor there runs bright water, spring beneath rock, and there are black poplars growing around it. There we sailed ashore, and there was some God guiding us in through the gloom of the night. Nothing showed to look at, for there was a deep mist around the ships, nor was there any moon 145 showing in the sky. But she was under the clouds and hidden. There was none of us there whose eyes had spied out the island, and we never saw any long waves rolling in and breaking on the shore. But the first thing was when we beached the well-benched vessels. Then, after we had beached the ships, we took all the sails down, 150, and we ourselves stepped out onto the break of the sea beach, and there we fell asleep and waited for the divine dawn. But when the young dawn showed again with her rosy fingers, we made a tour about the island, admiring everything. There, and the nymphs, daughters of Zeus of the Aegis, started 155, the hill-roving goats our way for my companions to feast on. At once we went and took from the ship's curved bows and javelins with long sockets, and arranging ourselves in 3 divisions cast about, and the god granted us the game we longed for. Now there were 12 ships that went with me, and for each one 9 goats 160 were portioned out, but I alone had 10 for my portion. So for the whole length of the day until the sun's setting, we sat there feasting on unlimited meat and sweet wine. For the red wine had not yet given out in the ships. There was some still left, for we all had taken away a great deal. 165 in storing jars when we stormed the Caconians' sacred citadel. We looked across at the land of the Cyclopes, and they were nearby, and we saw their smoke and heard sheep and goats bleating. But when the sun went down and the sacred darkness came over, then we lay down to sleep along the break of the seashore. 170, but when the young dawn showed again with her rosy fingers, then I held an assembly and spoke forth before all. The rest of you, who are my eager companions, wait here, while I, with my own ship and companions that are in it, go and find out about these people, and learn what they are. 175, whether they are savage and violent, and without justice, or hospitable to strangers, and with minds that are godly. Odysseus and his companions. So speaking, I went aboard the ship and told my companions also to go aboard, and to cast off the stern cables, and quickly they went aboard the ship and sat to the oarlocks. 180, and sitting well in order, dashed the oars in the gray sea. But when we had arrived at the place, which was nearby, there at the edge of the land we saw the cave, close to the water, high and overgrown with laurels, and in it were stabled great flocks, sheep and goats alike, and there was a fenced yard 185 built around it, with a high wall of grubbed-out boulders and tall pines and oaks with lofty foliage. Inside, there lodged a monster of a man, who now was herding the flocks at a distance away, alone, for he did not range with others, but stayed away by himself. His mind was lawless, 190, and in truth, he was a monstrous wonder made to behold, not like a man, an eater of bread, but more like a wooded peak of the high mountains seen standing away from the others. At that time I told the rest of my eager companions to stay where they were beside the ship and guard it. Meanwhile, 195, I, choosing out the 12 best men among my companions, went on, but I had with me a goatskin bottle of black wine, sweet wine, given me by Marin, son of Euanthes, and priest of Apollo, who bestrides Ismaros. He gave it, because, respecting him with his wife and child, we saved them 200 from harm. He made his dwelling among the trees of the sacred grove of Phoebos Apollo, and he gave me glorious presents. He gave me 7 talents of well-wrought gold, and he gave me a mixing bowl made all of silver, and gave along with it wine, drawing it off in storing jars, 12 in all. This was 205, a sweet wine, unmixed, a divine drink. No one of his servants or thralls that were in his household knew anything about it, but only himself and his dear wife and a single housekeeper. Whenever he drank this honey-sweet red wine, he would pour out enough to fill 1 cup, then 20 measures of water. 210 were added, and the mixing bowl gave off a sweet smell. Magical. Then would be no pleasure in holding off. Of this wine I filled a great wineskin full, and took 2 provisions in a bag, for my proud heart had an idea that, presently, I would encounter a man who was endowed with great strength, 215 and wild, with no true knowledge of laws or any good customs, in the cave of Polyphemos. Lightly we made our way to the cave, but we did not find him there. He was off herding on the range with his fat flocks. We went inside the cave and admired everything inside it. Baskets were there, heavy with cheeses, and the pens crowded 220 with lambs and kids. They had all been divided into separate groups, the firstlings in one place, and then the middle ones, the babies again by themselves. And all his vessels, milk pails and pans that he used for milking into were running over with whey. From the start, my companions spoke to me and begged me 225 to take some of the cheeses, come back again, and the next time to drive the lambs and kids from their pens and get back quickly to the ship again and go sailing off across the salt water. But I would not listen to them. It would have been better their way. Not until I could see him, see if he would give me presents. 230, my friends were to find the sight of him in no way lovely. There we built a fire and made sacrifice and helping, ourselves to the cheeses we ate, and sat waiting for him. Inside, until he came home from his herding. He carried a heavy load of dried out wood to make a fire for his dinner, 235, and threw it down inside the cave, making a terrible crash, so in fear we scuttled away into the cave's corners. Next, he drove into the wide cavern all from the fat flocks that he would milk, but he left all the male animals, billy goats and rams, outside in his yard with the deep fences. Next thing, 240 he heaved up and set into position the huge doorstop, a massive thing, no 22 of the best four-wheeled. Wagons could have taken that weight off the ground and carried it. Such a piece of sky-towering cliff that was he set over. His gateway. Next, he sat down and milked his sheep and his bleating 245 goats, each of them in order, and put lamb or kid under each one to suck, and then drew off half of the white milk and put it by in baskets made of wickerwork, stored for cheeses, but let the other half stand in the milk pails so as to have it to help himself to and drink from, and it would serve for his supper. 250. But after he had briskly done all his chores and finished, at last he lit the fire and saw us and asked us a question. "Strangers, who are you? From where do you come sailing over the watery ways? Is it on some business, or are you recklessly roving as pirates do when they sail on the salt sea and venture? In the cave of Polyphemos, 255 their lives as they wander, bringing evil to alien people?" So he spoke, and the inward heart in us was broken, in terror of the deep voice and for seeing him so monstrous. But even so I had words for an answer, and I said to him, "We are Achaeans coming from Troy, beaten off our true course 260 by winds from every direction across the great gulf of the open sea, making for home by the wrong way on the wrong courses. So we have come. So it has pleased Zeus to arrange it. We claim we are of the following of the son of Atreus, Agamemnon, whose fame now is the greatest thing under heaven. 265, such a city was that he sacked and destroyed so many people. But now in turn we come to you and are suppliants at your knees, if you might give us a guest present or otherwise some gift of grace, for such is the right of strangers. Therefore, respect the gods, O best of men. We are your suppliants, 270, and Zeus, the guest god, who stands behind all strangers with honors due them, avenges any wrong towards strangers and suppliants. So I spoke, but he answered me in pitiless spirit. Stranger, you are a simple fool, or come from far off, when you tell me to avoid the wrath of the gods or fear them. 275. The Cyclopes do not concern themselves over Zeus of the Aegis, nor any of the rest of the blessed gods, since we are far better than they. And for fear of the hate of Zeus, I would not spare you or your companions either, if the fancy took me. Otherwise. But tell me, so I may know, where did you, 280, put your well-made ship when you came? Nearby or far off? So he spoke, trying me out. But I knew too much and was not. Deceived, but answered him in turn, and my words were crafty. Poseidon, shaker of the earth, has shattered my vessel. He drove it against the rocks on the outer coast of your country. 285 cracked on a cliff. It is gone. The wind on the sea took it. But I, with these, you see, got away from sudden destruction. So I spoke, but he, in pitiless spirit, answered nothing, but sprang up and reached for my companions, caught up two together and slapped them, like killing puppies, 290 against the ground, and the brains ran all over the floor, soaking the ground. Then he cut them up limb by limb and got supper ready, and like a lion reared in the hills, without leaving anything, ate them, entrails, flesh, and the marrowy bones alike. We, the men being eaten, two at a time, cried out aloud and held our hands up to Zeus, seeing 295 the cruelty of what he did, but our hearts were helpless. But when the Cyclops had filled his enormous stomach, feeding on human flesh and drinking down milk unmixed with water, he lay down to sleep in the cave, sprawled out through his sheep. Then I took counsel with myself in my great-hearted spirit, 300 to go up close, drawing from beside my thigh the sharp sword, and stab him in the chest, where the midriff joins on the liver, feeling for the place with my hand. But the second thought stayed me, for there we too would have perished away in sheer destruction, seeing that our hands could never have pushed from the lofty 305 gate of the cave, the ponderous boulder he had propped there. So morning we waited, just as we were, for the divine dawn. But when the young dawn showed again with her rosy fingers, he lit his fire, and then set about milking his glorious flocks, each of them in order, and put lamb or kid under each one. 310, but after he had briskly done all his chores and finished, again he snatched up 2 men and prepared them for dinner, and when he had dined, drove his fat flocks out of the cavern, easily lifting off the great doorstone, but then he put it back again, like a man closing the lid on a quiver. 315, and so the Cyclops, whistling loudly, guided his fat flocks to the hills, leaving me there in the cave, mumbling my black thoughts of how I might punish him, how Athene might give me that glory. And as I thought, this was the plan that seemed best to me. The Cyclops had lying there beside the pen a great bludgeon 320 of olive wood, still green. He had cut it so that when it dried out, he could carry it about, and we, looking at it, considered it to be about the size for the mast of. A cargo-carrying broad black ship of 20 oars which crosses the open sea. Such was the length of it, such the thickness, to judge by 325 looking. I went up and chopped a length of about a fathom, and handed it over to my companions, and told them to shave it down, and they made it smooth, while I, standing by them, sharpened the point, then put it over the blaze of the fire to harden. Then I put it well away and hid it under the ordure. 330, which was all over the floor of the cave, much stuff lying about. Next I told the rest of the men to cast lots, to find out which of them must endure with me to take up the great beam, the blinding of the drunken Polyphemos, and spin it in Cyclops' eye when sweet sleep had come over him. The ones drew it whom I myself would have wanted chosen, 335 4 men, and I myself was the 5th, and allotted with them. With the evening he came back again, herding his fleecy flocks, but drove all his fat flocks inside the wide cave at once, and did not leave any outside in the yard with the deep fence, whether he had some idea, or whether a god so urged him. 340. When he had heaved up and set in position the huge doorstop, next he sat down and started milking his sheep and his bleating goats, each of them in order, and put lamb or kid under each one. But after he had briskly done all his chores and finished, again he snatched up 2 men and prepared them for dinner. 345. Then at last I, holding in my hands an ivy bowl, full of the black wine, stood close up to the Cyclops and spoke out, "Here, Cyclops, have a drink of wine. Now you have fed on human flesh, and see what kind of drink our ship carried inside her. I brought it for you, and it would have been your libation 350 had you taken pity and sent me home. But I cannot suffer your rages. Cruel, how can any man come and visit you ever again, now you have done what has no sanction?" So I spoke, and he took it and drank it off, and was terribly pleased with the wine he drank, and questioned me again, saying, 355. "Give me still more, freely, and tell me your name straightway now, so I can give you a guest present to make you happy. For the grain-giving land of the Cyclopes also yields them wine of strength, and it is Zeus' rain that waters it for them. But this comes from where ambrosia and nectar flow in abundance. 360. So he spoke, and I gave him the gleaming wine again. 3 times I brought it to him and gave it to him. 3 times he recklessly drained it. But when the wine had got into the brains of the Cyclops, then I spoke to him, and my words were full of beguilement. 'Cyclops, you ask me for my famous name. I will tell you 365 then, but you must give me a guest gift as you have promised. Nobody is my name. My father and mother call me Nobody, as do all the others who are my companions.' So I spoke, and he answered me in pitiless spirit. 'Then I will eat nobody after his friends, and the others 370 I will eat first, and that shall be my guest present to you.' He spoke and slumped away and fell on his back and lay there. Trick of Nobody, with his thick neck crooked over on one side, and Sleep, who subdues all, came on and captured him, and the wine gurgled up from his gullet with gobs of human meat. This was his drunken vomiting. 375. Then I shoved the beam underneath a deep bed of cinders, waiting for it to heat, and I spoke to all my companions in words of courage, so none should be in a panic, and back out. But when the beam of olive, green as it was nearly at the point of catching fire and glowed, terribly incandescent, 380, then I brought it close up from the fire, and my friends about me stood fast. Some great divinity breathed courage into us. They seized the beam of olive, sharp at the end, and leaned on it into the eye, while I from above, leaning my weight on it, twirled it, like a man with a brace and bit who bores into 385 a ship timber, and his men from underneath, grasping. The strap on either side whirl it, and it bites resolutely deeper. So seizing the fire-point hardened timber, we twirled it, in his eye, and the blood boiled around the hot point, so that the blast and scorch of the burning ball singed all his eyebrows 390 and eyelids, and the fire made the roots of his eye crackle. As when a man who works as a blacksmith plunges a screaming great axe blade or plane into cold water, treating it for temper, since this is the way steel is made strong. Even so Cyclops' eye sizzled about the beam of the olive. 395. He gave a giant, horrible cry, and the rocks rattled to the sound, and we scuttled away in fear. He pulled the timber out of his eye, and it blubbered with plenty of blood. Then, when he had frantically taken it in his hands and thrown it away, he cried aloud to the other Cyclopes who live. 400 around him in their own caves along the windy pinnacles. They, hearing him, came swarming up from their various places, and stood around the cave and asked him what was his trouble. "Why, Polyphemus, what do you want with all this outcry? Through the immortal night, and have made us all thus sleepless?" 405. Surely no mortal against your will can be driving your sheep off? Surely none can be killing you by force or treachery. Then from inside the cave, strong Polyphemus answered, "Good friends, nobody is killing me by force or treachery." So then the others, speaking in winged words, gave him an answer. 410. If alone as you are, none uses violence on you, escape from the cave. Why? There is no avoiding the sickness sent by great Zeus, so you had better pray to your father, the Lord Poseidon. So they spoke as they went away, and the heart within me laughed over how my name and my perfect planning had fooled him. 415. But the Cyclops, groaning aloud and in the pain of his agony, felt with his hands and took the boulder out of the doorway and sat down in the entrance himself, spreading his arms wide to catch anyone who tried to get out with the sheep, hoping that I would be so guileless in my heart as to try this. 420, but I was planning so that things would come out the best way, and trying to find some release from death, for my companions and myself too, combining all my resource and treacheries, as with life at stake, for the great evil was very close to us. And as I thought, this was the plan that seemed best to me. 425. There were some male sheep, rams, well-nourished, thick and fleecy, handsome and large, with a dark depth of wool. Silently I caught these and lashed them together with pliant willow withes, where the monstrous Cyclops, lawless of mind, had used to sleep. I had them in threes, and the one in the middle carried 430 a man, while the other two went on each side, so guarding my friends. 3 rams carried each man, but as for myself, there was 1 ram, far the finest of all the flock. This one I clasped around the back, snuggled under the wool of the belly, and stayed. There still, and with a firm twist of the hands and enduring 435 spirit clung fast to the glory of this fleece, unrelenting. So we grieved for the time and waited for the divine dawn. But when the young dawn showed again with her rosy fingers, then the male sheep hastened out of the cave toward pasture, but the ewes were bleeding all through the pens unmilked, their udders 440 ready to burst. Meanwhile, their master, suffering and in bitter pain, felt over the backs of all his sheep, standing up as they were, but in his guilelessness did not notice how my men were fastened under the breasts of his fleecy sheep. Last of all, the flock, the ram went out of the doorway, 445 loaded with his own fleece, and with me and my close counsels. Then, feeling him, powerful Polyphemos spoke a word to him. "My dear old ram, why are you thus leaving the cave last of the sheep? Never in the old days were you left behind by the flock, but long striding, far ahead of the rest would pasture 450 on the tender bloom of the grass, be first at running rivers and rocks thrown by Polyphemos, and be eager always to lead the way first back to the sheepfold at evening. Now you are last of all. Perhaps you are grieving for your master's eye, which a bad man with his wicked companions put out, after he had made my brain helpless with wine. This 455, nobody, who I think has not yet got clear of destruction. If only you could think like us and only be given a voice to tell me where he is skulking away from my anger, then surely he would be smashed against the floor and his brains go spattering all over the cave to make my heart lighter. 460 from the burden of all the evils this niddering nobody gave me. So he spoke and sent the ram along from him, outdoors, and when we had got a little way from the yard and the cavern, first I got myself loose from my ram, then set my companions free, and rapidly then, and with many a backward glance, we 465 drove the long-striding sheep, rich with fat, until we reached our ship, and the sight of us who had escaped death was welcome to our companions. But they began to mourn for the others. Only I would not let them cry out, but with my brows nodded to each man, and told them to be quick and to load the fleecy 470 sheep on board our vessel and sail out on the salt water. Quickly they went aboard the ship and sat to the oarlocks, and sitting well. In order dashed the oars in the gray sea. But when I was as far from the land as a voice shouting, "Carries," I called out aloud to the Cyclops, taunting him. 475 Cyclops. In the end, it was no weak man's companions. You were to eat by violence and force in your hollow cave, and your evil deeds were to catch up with you and be too strong for you, hard one, who dared to eat your own guests in your own house. So Zeus and the rest of the gods have punished you. 480. So I spoke, and still more the heart in him was angered. He broke away the peak of a great mountain and let it fly, and threw it in front of the dark proud ship by only a little. It just failed to graze the steering oar's edge, but the sea washed up in the splash as the stone went under, The tidal 485 wave it made swept us suddenly back from the open sea to the mainland again and forced us on shore. Then I caught up in my hands the very long pole and pushed her. Clear again, and urged my companions with words and nodding with my head to throw their weight on the oars and bring us 490 out of the threatening evil, and they leaned on and rowed hard. The curse of Polyphemos. But when we had cut through the sea to twice the previous distance, again I started to call to Cyclops, but my friends about me checked me, first one, then another speaking, trying to soothe me. Hard one, why are you trying once more to stir up this savage 495 man, who just now threw his missile in the sea, forcing our ship to the land again, and we thought once more we were finished. And if he had heard a voice or any one of us speaking, he would have broken all our heads and our ship's timbers with a cast of a great jagged stone, so strong is his throwing. 500, so they spoke, but could not persuade the great heart in me. But once again, in the anger of my heart, I cried to him, Cyclops, if any mortal man ever asks you who it was that inflicted upon your eye this shameful blinding, tell him that you were blinded by Odysseus, sacker of cities. 505 Laertes is his father, and he makes his home in Ithaca. So I spoke, and he groaned aloud and answered me, saying, now, a prophecy spoken of old is come to completion. There used to be a man here, great and strong, and a prophet, Telemos, Eurymos' son, who for prophecy was preeminent 510 and grew old among the Cyclopes. This man told me how all this that has happened now must someday be accomplished, and how I must lose the sight of my eye at the hands of Odysseus. But always I was on the lookout for a man handsome and tall, with great endowment of strength on him, to come here. 515, but now the end of it is that a little man, niddering, feeble, has taken away the sight of my eye, first making me helpless with wine. So come here, Odysseus, let me give you a guest gift and urge the glorious shaker of the earth to grant you conveyance home. For I am his son, he announces himself as my father. 520, he himself will heal me, if he will, but not any other one of the blessed gods, nor any man who is mortal. So he spoke, but I answered him again and said to him, I only wish it were certain I could make you reft of spirit and life, and send you to the house of Hades, as it is certain 525 that not even the shaker of the earth will ever heal your eye for you. So I spoke, but he then called to the Lord Poseidon, in prayer, reaching both arms up toward the starry heaven. Hear me, Poseidon, who circle the earth, dark-haired. If truly I am your son, and you acknowledge yourself as my father, and his prayer to Poseidon, 530 grant that Odysseus, sacker of cities, son of Laertes, who makes his home in Ithaca, may never reach that home. But if it is decided that he shall see his own people, and come home to his strong-founded house and to his own country, let him come late, in bad case, with the loss of all his companions, 535 in someone else's ship, and find troubles in his household. So he spoke in prayer, and the dark-haired god heard him. Then, for the second time, lifting a stone far greater, he whirled it and threw, leaning into the cast, his strength beyond measure, and the stone fell behind the dark-prowed ship by only 540 a little. It just failed to graze the steering oar's edge, and the sea washed up in the splash as the stone went under. The tidal wave drove us along forward and forced us onto the island. But after we had so made the island, where all the rest of our strong-benched ships were waiting together, and our companions 545 were sitting about them grieving, having waited so long for us, making this point we ran our ship on the sand and beached her, and we ourselves stepped out onto the break of the sea beach, and from the hollow ships bringing out the flocks of the Cyclops we shared them out, so none might go cheated of his proper 550 portion. But for me alone, my strong grieved companions accepted the ram when the sheep were shared, and I sacrificed him on the sands to Zeus, dark-clouded son of Kronos, lord over all, and burned him the thighs. But he was not moved by my offerings, but still was pondering on a way how all my strong-benched 555 ships should be destroyed and all my eager companions. So for the whole length of the day until the sun's setting, we sat there feasting on unlimited meat and sweet wine. But when the sun went down and the sacred darkness came over, then we lay down to sleep along the break of the seashore. 560, but when the young dawn showed again with her rosy fingers, then I urged on the rest of my companions and told them to go aboard their ships and to cast off the stern cables. And quickly they went aboard the ships and sat to the oarlocks, and sitting well in order dashed their oars in the grey sea. 565. From there we sailed on further along, glad to have escaped death, but grieving still at heart for the loss of our dear companions. Book X. We came next to the Aeolian island, where Aeolos lived, Hippotas' son, beloved by the immortal gods, on a floating island, the whole enclosed by a rampart of bronze, not to be broken, and the sheer of the cliff runs upward 5 to it, and 12 children were born to him in his palace, 6 of them daughters, and 6 sons in the pride of their youth. So he bestowed his daughters on his sons to be their consorts. And evermore, beside their dear father and gracious mother, these feast and good things beyond number are set before them. 10 and all their days, the house fragrant with food echoes. In the courtyard, but their nights they sleep each one by his modest wife, under coverlets and on bedsteads corded for bedding. We came to the city of these men and their handsome houses, and a whole month he entertained me and asked me everything 15 of Ilion and the ships of the Argives and the Achaeans. Homecoming, and I told him all the tale as it happened. But when I asked him about the way back and requested conveyance, again he did not refuse, but granted me passage. He gave me a bag made of the skin taken off a 9-year. 20 ox, stuffed full inside with the courses of all the blowing winds, for the son of Cronos had set him in charge over the winds, to hold them still or start them up at his pleasure. He stowed it away in the hollow ship, tied fast with a silver string, so there should be no wrong breath of wind, not even. The island of Aeolos and the bag of winds. 25 a little, but set the west wind free to blow me and carry. The ships and the men aboard them on their way. But it was not so to be. 4. We were ruined by our own folly. Nevertheless, we sailed on, night and day, for 9 days, and on the 10th at last appeared the land of our fathers, 30, and we could see people tending fires. We were very close to them. But then the sweet sleep came upon me, for I was worn out, with always handling the sheet myself, and I would not give it to any other companion, so we could come home quicker, to our own country. But my companions talked with each other 35 and said that I was bringing silver and gold home with me, given me by great-hearted Aeolos, son of Hippotas, and thus they would speak to each other, each looking at the man next him. See now, this man is loved by everybody and favored, by all. Whenever he visits anyone's land and city, 40, and is bringing home with him handsome treasures taken from the plunder of Troy, while we, who have gone through everything he has, on the same venture, come home with our hands empty. Now too, Aeolos, in favor of friendship, has given him all these goods. Let us quickly look inside and see what is in there, 45, and how much silver and gold this bag contains inside it. So he spoke, and the evil counsel of my companions prevailed, and they opened the bag, and the winds all burst out. Suddenly the storm caught them away and swept them over the water, weeping, away from their own country. Then I, waking 50, pondered deeply in my own blameless spirit, whether to throw myself over the side and die in the open water, or wait it out in silence and still be one of the living. And I endured it and waited, and hiding my face I lay down. In the ship, while all were carried on the evil blast of the storm wind 55 back to the Aeolian island, with my friends grieving. There again we set foot on the mainland and fetched water, and my companions soon took their supper there by the fast ships. But after we had tasted of food and drink, then I took along one herald with me, and one companion, 60, and went up to the famous house of Aeolos. There I found him sitting at dinner with his wife and with his own children. We came to the house beside the pillars, and on the doorstone. All ships but one, with crews, we sat down, and their minds wondered at us, and they asked us, "What brings you back, Odysseus? What evil spirit has vexed you? 65. We sent you properly on your way, so you could come back to your own country and house and whatever else is dear to you. So they spoke, and I, though sorry at heart, answered, My wretched companions brought me to ruin, helped by the pitiless sleep. Then make it right, dear friends, for you have the power. 70. So I spoke to them, plying them with words of endearment, but they were all silent. Only the father found words and answered, O least of living creatures, out of this island! Hurry! I have no right to see on his way, none to give passage, to any man whom the blessed gods hate with such bitterness. 75 out. This arrival means you are hateful to the immortals. So speaking, he sent me, groaning heavily, out of his palace, and from there, grieving still at heart, we sailed on further. But the men's spirit was worn away with the pain of rowing, and our own silliness, since homecoming seemed ours no longer. 80 nevertheless we sailed on, night and day, for 6 days, and on the 7th came to the sheer citadel of Lamos, Telepylos of the Laestrygons, where one herdsman, driving his flocks, inhales another, who answers as he drives. His flock's out, and there a man who could do without sleep could earn him 85 double wages, one for herding the cattle, one for the silvery sheep. There the courses of night and day lie close together. There, as we entered the glorious harbor, which a sky-towering cliff encloses on either side, with no break anywhere, and 2 projecting promontories facing each other. 90 run out toward the mouth, and there is a narrow entrance. There all the rest of them had their oar-swept ships in the inward part. They were tied up close together inside the hollow. Harbor, for there was never a swell of surf inside it, neither great nor small, but there was a pale calm on it. 95 I myself, however, kept my black ship on the outside, at the very end, making her fast to the cliff with a cable, and climbed to a rocky point of observation and stood there. From here, no trace of cattle nor working of men was visible. All we could see was the smoke going up from the country. 100, so I sent companions ahead telling them to find out. Destroyed by the Laestrygons. What men, eaters of bread, might live here in this country. I chose 2 men and sent a third with them as a herald. They left the ship and walked on a smooth road where the wagons carried the timber down from the high hills to the city, 105, and there in front of the town they met a girl drawing water. This was the powerful daughter of the Laestrygonian, Antiphates, who had gone down to the sweet-running wellspring, Artike, whence they would carry their water back to the city. My men stood by her and talked with her, and asked her who was 110 king of these people, and who was lord over them. She readily pointed out to them the high-roofed house of her father. But when they entered the glorious house, they found there a woman as big as a mountain peak, and the sight of her filled them with horror. At once she summoned famous Antiphates, her husband, 115 from their assembly, and he devised dismal death against them. He snatched up one of my companions and prepared him for dinner, but the other 2 darted away in flight and got back to my ship. The king raised the cry through the city. Hearing him, the powerful Laestrygons came swarming up from every direction, 120 tens of thousands of them, and not like men, like giants. These, standing along the cliffs, pelted my men with man-sized boulders, and a horrid racket went up by the ships of men, being killed and ships being smashed to pieces. They speared them like fish and carried them away for their joyless feasting. 125. But while they were destroying them in the deep water harbor, meanwhile I, drawing from beside my thigh the sharp sword, chopped away the cable that tied the ship with the dark prow, and called out to my companions, and urged them with all speed to throw their weight on the oars and escape the threatening evil. 130, and they made the water fly, fearing destruction, gladly. My ship, and only mine, fled out from the overhanging cliffs to the open water, but the others were all destroyed there. From there we sailed on further along, glad to have escaped death, but grieving still at heart for the loss of our dear companions. 135, we came to Aiaia, which is an island. There lived Circe of the lovely hair, the dread goddess who talks with mortals, who is own sister to the malignant-minded Aeetes, for they both are children of Helios, who shines on mortals, and their mother is Perse, who in turn is daughter of Ocean. Exploration of Circe's Island. 140. There we brought our ship in to the shore, in silence, at a harbor fit for ships to lie, and some god guided us. In. There we disembarked, and for 2 days and 2 nights we lay there, for sorrow and weariness eating our hearts out. But when the fair-haired Dawn in her rounds brought on the 3rd day, 145, then at last I took up my spear again, my sharp sword, and went up quickly from beside the ship to find a lookout place, to look for some trace of people, listen for some sound. I climbed to a rocky point of observation and stood there, and got a sight of smoke, which came from the halls of Circe 150, going up from wide-wayed earth through undergrowth and forest. Then I pondered deeply in my heart and my spirit, whether, since I had seen the fire and smoke, to investigate. But in the division of my heart, this way seemed the best to me, to go back first to the fast ship and the beach of the sea, and give 155 my companions some dinner, then send them forward to investigate. But on my way, as I was close to the oar-swept vessel, some god, because I was all alone, took pity upon me and sent a great stag with towering antlers right in my very path. He had come from his range in the forest down to the river 160 to drink, for the fierce strength of the sun was upon him. As he stepped out, I hit him in the middle of the back, next to the spine, so that the brazen spearhead smashed its way clean through. He screamed and dropped in the dust, and the life spirit fluttered from him. I set my foot on him and drew the bronze spear out of the wound it had made and rested it on the ground, while I pulled growing twigs and willow withes and braiding them into a rope about 6 feet in length and looping them over. The feet of this great monster on both sides lashed them together, and with him loaded over my neck went toward the black ship, 170 propping myself on my spear, for there was no way to carry him on the shoulder, holding him with one hand. He was such a very big beast. I threw him down by the ship and roused my companions, standing beside each man and speaking to him in kind words. Dear friends, sorry as we are, we shall not yet go. Down into 175, the house of Hades. Not until our day is appointed. Come then, while there is something to eat and drink by the fast ship, let us think of our food and not be worn out with hunger. Her enchanted beasts. So I spoke, and they listened at once to me and obeyed me, and unveiling their heads along the beach of the barren water, 180 they admired the stag, and truly he was a very big beast. But after they had looked at him and their eyes had enjoyed him, they washed their hands and set to preparing a communal high feast. So for the whole length of the day until the sun's setting, we sat there feasting on unlimited meat and sweet wine. 185, but when the sun went down and the sacred darkness came over, then we lay down to sleep along the break of the seashore. But when the young dawn showed again with her rosy fingers, then I held an assembly and spoke forth to all of them. Hear my words, my companions, in spite of your heart's sufferings. 190 dear friends, for we do not know where the darkness is, nor the sunrise, nor where the sun who shines upon people rises, nor where. He sets, then let us hasten our minds and think whether there is any course left open to us. But I think there is none, for I climbed to a rocky place of observation and looked at 195 the island, and the endless sea lies all in a circle around it, but the island itself lies low, and my eyes saw smoke rising in the middle through the undergrowth and the forest. So I spoke, and the inward heart in them was broken, as they remembered Antiphates the Laestrygonian, 200, and the violence of the great-hearted cannibal Cyclops, and they wept loud and shrill, letting the big tears fall, but there came no advantage to them for all their sorrowing. I counted off all my strong grieved companions into 2 divisions, and appointed a leader for each, I myself, 205 taking one, while godlike Eurylochos had the other. Promptly then we shook the lots in a brazen helmet, and the lot of great-hearted Eurylochos sprang out. He then went on his way, and with him 22 companions, weeping, and we whom they left behind were mourning also. 210. In the forest glen they came on the house of Circe. It was in an open place, and put together from stones, well polished, and all about it there were lions and wolves of the mountains, whom the goddess had given evil drugs and enchanted, and these made no attack on the men, but came up thronging. 215 about them, waving their long tails and fawning in the way that dogs go fawning about their master when he comes home. Half the men changed to swine, from dining out, for he always brings back something to please them. So these wolves with great, strong claws and lions came fawning on my men. But they were afraid when they saw the terrible big beasts. 220. They stood there in the forecourt of the goddess with the glorious hair and heard Circe inside singing in a sweet voice, as she went up and down a great design on a loom, immortal such as goddesses have, delicate and lovely and glorious, their work. Now Polites, leader of men, who was 225, the best and dearest to me of my friends, began the discussion. Friends, someone inside going up and down a great piece, of weaving is singing sweetly, and the whole place murmurs to the echo of it, whether she is woman or goddess. Come, let us call her. So he spoke to them, and the rest gave voice, and called her, 230, and at once she opened the shining doors, and came out, and invited them in, and all in their innocence entered, only. Eurylokos waited outside, for he suspected treachery. She brought them inside and seated them on chairs and benches, and mixed them a potion with barley and cheese and pale honey, 235 added Topramnian wine, but put into the mixture malignant drugs to make them forgetful of their own country. When she had given them this and they had drunk it down, next thing she struck them with her wand and drove them into her pig pens, and they took on the look of pigs, with the heads and voices 240 and bristles of pigs, but the minds within them stayed as they had been before. So crying they went in, and before them Circe threw down acorns for them to eat, and ilex and cornel. Buds, such food as pigs who sleep on the ground always feed on. Eurylokos came back again to the fast black ship, 245 to tell the story of our companions and of their dismal fate, but he could not get a word out, though he was trying to speak, but his heart was stunned by the great sorrow, and both eyes filled with tears. He could think of nothing but lamentation. But after we had wondered at him and asked him questions, 250 at last, he told us about the loss of his other companions. We went, O glorious Odysseus, through the growth as you told us, and found a fine house in the glen. It was, in an open place, and put together from stones, well polished. Someone, goddess or woman, was singing inside in a clear voice 255 as she went up and down her loom, and they called her and spoke to her, Odysseus encounters Hermes. And at once she opened the shining doors, and came out and invited them in, and all in their innocence entered only. I waited for them outside, for I suspected treachery. Then the whole lot of them vanished away together, nor did 260 single one come out, though I sat and watched for a long time. So he spoke, and I slung my great bronze sword with the silver nails across my shoulders, and hung my bow on also, and told him to guide me back by the same way he had gone. But he, clasping my knees in both hands, entreated me, 265, and in loud lamentation spoke to me and addressed me. Illustrious, do not take me against my will there. Leave me here, for I know you will never come back yourself, nor bring back any of your companions. Let us rather make haste, and with these who are left, escape, for we still may avoid the day of evil. 270, so he spoke, and I answered again in turn and said to him, Eurylokos, you may stay here eating and drinking, even where you are and beside the hollow black ship. Only, I shall go, for there is strong compulsion upon me. So I spoke and started up from the ship in the seashore. 275. But as I went up through the lonely glens and was coming near to the great house of Circe, skilled in medicines, there as I came up to the house, Hermes of the golden staff met me on my way in the likeness of a young man, with beard new grown, which is the most graceful time of young manhood. 280. He took me by the hand and spoke to me and named me, saying, Where are you going, unhappy man, all alone, Through the hilltops, ignorant of the land lay, and your friends are here in Circe's place, in the shape of pigs, and holed up in the close pig pens. Do you come here meaning to set them free? I do not think 285 you will get back yourself, but must stay here with the others. But see, I will find you a way out of your troubles and save you. Here, this is a good medicine. Take it and go into Circe's house. It will give you power against the day of trouble. And I will tell you all the malevolent guiles of Circe. 290, she will make you a potion and put drugs in the food, but she will not even so be able to enchant you for this good medicine, which I give you now will prevent her. I will tell you the details of what to do. As soon as Circe with her long wand strikes you, the herb moly saves Odysseus. Then drawing from beside your thigh, your sharp sword, rush 295 forward against Circe, as if you were raging to kill her, and she will be afraid, and invite you to go to bed with her. Do not then resist and refuse the bed of the goddess, for so she will set free your companions and care for you also. But bid her swear the great oath of the blessed gods that she 300 has no other evil hurt that she is devising against you, so she will not make you weak and unmanned once you are naked. So spoke Argeiphontes, and he gave me the medicine, which he picked out of the ground, and he explained the nature of it to me. It was black at the root, but with a milky, 305 flower. The gods call it moly. It is hard for mortal men to dig up, but the gods have power to do all things. Then Hermes went away, passing over the wooded island toward tall Olympos, and I meanwhile made my way to the house of Circe, but my heart was a storm in me as I went. Now, 310 I stood outside at the doors of the goddess with the glorious hair, and standing I shouted aloud, and the goddess heard me, and at once she opened the shining doors and came out and invited me in. And I, deeply troubled in my heart, went in with her. She made me sit down in a chair that was wrought elaborately 315 and splendid with silver nails, and under my feet was a footstool. She made a potion for me to drink and gave it in a golden cup, and with evil thoughts in her heart added the drug to it. Then, when she had given it and I drank it off, without being enchanted, she struck me with her wand and spoke and named me. 320, go to your sty now and lie down with your other friends there. So she spoke, but I, drawing from beside my thigh the sharp sword, rushed forward against Circe as if I were raging to kill her. But she screamed aloud and ran under my guard, and clasping both knees in loud lamentations spoke to me and addressed me in winged words. 325, what man are you and whence? Where are your city and parents? The wonder is on me that you drank my drugs and have not been enchanted, for no other man beside could have stood up. Under my drugs, once he drank, and they passed the barrier of his teeth. There is a mind in you no magic will work on. 330. You are then resourceful Odysseus. Argeiphontes. Of the golden staff was forever telling me you would come. To me, on your way back from Troy with your fast black ship, from Circe's spells. Come then, put away your sword in its sheath, and let us two go up into my bed so that, lying together, 335 in the bed of love, we may then have faith and trust in each other. So she spoke, and I answered her again and said to her, Circe, how can you ask me to be gentle with you, when it is you who turned my companions into pigs in your palace? And now you have me here myself, you treacherously. 340 ask me to go into your chamber and go to bed with you, so that when I am naked, you can make me a weakling, unmanned. I would not be willing to go to bed with you unless you can bring yourself, O goddess, to swear me a great oath that there is no other evil hurt you devise against me. 345, so I spoke, and she at once swore me the oath, as I asked her. But after she had sworn me the oath and made an end of it, I mounted the surpassingly beautiful bed of Circe. Meanwhile, the 4 maidservants, who wait on Circe in her house, were busy at their work, all through the palace. 350. These are daughters born of the springs and from the coppices and the sacred rivers which flow down to the sea. Of these, One laid the coverlets, splendid and stained in purple, over the backs of the chairs and spread on the seats the cloths to sit on. The second drew up the silver tables and placed them in front of 355 chairs and laid out the golden serving baskets upon them. The third mixed wine, kindly sweet and fragrant, in the silver mixing bowl and set out the golden goblets. The fourth one brought in water, then set about building up an abundant fire underneath the great cauldron, and the water heated. 360. But when the water had come to a boil in the shining bronze, then she sat me down in the bathtub and washed me from the great cauldron, mixing hot and cold just as I wanted, and pouring it over shoulders and head to take the heart-wasting weariness from my limbs. When she had bathed me and anointed me with olive oil, 365, she put a splendid mantle and a tunic upon me, and made me sit down in a chair that was wrought elaborately and splendid with silver nails, and under my feet was a footstool. A maidservant brought water for us and poured it from a splendid and golden pitcher, holding it above a silver basin, 370 for us to wash, and she pulled a polished table before us. The swine changed back to men. A grave housekeeper brought in the bread and served it to us, adding many good things to it, generous with her provisions, and told us to eat. But nothing pleased my mind, and I sat there thinking of something else, mind full of evil imaginings. 375. When Circe noticed how I sat there without ever putting my hands out to the food, and with the strong sorrow upon me, she came close and stood beside me and addressed me in winged words. Why, Odysseus, do you sit so, like a man who has lost his voice, eating your heart out, but touch neither food nor drink? Is it 380 that you suspect me of more treachery? But you have nothing to fear, since I have already sworn my strong oath to you. So she spoke, but I answered her again and said to her, Oh, Circe, how could any man right in his mind ever endure to taste of the food and drink that are set before him, 385, until with his eyes he saw his companions set free? So then, if you are sincerely telling me to eat and drink, set them free, so my eyes can again behold my eager companions. So I spoke, and Circe walked on out through the palace, holding her wand in her hand, and opened the doors of the pigsty, 390, and drove them out. They looked like 9-year-old porkers. They stood ranged, and facing her, and she, making her way through their ranks, anointed each of them with some other medicine, and the bristles, grown upon them by the evil medicine Circe had bestowed upon them before, now fell away from them, 395, and they turned back once more into men, younger than they had been, and taller for the eye to behold, and handsomer by far. They recognized me, and each of them clung to my hand. The lovely longing for lamentation came over us, and the house echoed terribly to the sound, and even the goddess took pity. 400, and she, shining among goddesses, came close and said to me, Son of Laertes and seed of Zeus, resourceful Odysseus, go back down now to your fast ship in the sand of the seashore, and first of all, drag your ship up on the land, stowing your possessions and all the ship's running gear away in the sea caves, 405, and then come back and bring with you your eager companions. So she spoke, and the proud heart in me was persuaded, and I went back down to my fast ship in the sand of the seashore, and there I found beside the fast ship my eager companions, pitiful in their lamentation and weeping big tears. Reunion of all the crew, 410, and as, in the country, the calves around the cows returning from pasture back to the dung of the farmyard, well filled with grazing, come gamboling together to meet them, and the pens no longer can hold them in, but lowing incessantly, they come running around their mothers. So these men, once their eyes saw me, 415 came streaming around me, in tears, and the spirit in them made them feel as if they were back in their own country, the very city of rugged Ithaca, where they were born and raised up. So they came in tears about me and cried in winged words, O great Odysseus, we are as happy to see you returning. 420, as if we had come back to our own Ithacan country. But come, tell us about the death of our other companions. So they spoke, But I answered in soft words and told them, "First of all, let us drag our ship up on the land, stowing our possessions and all the ship's running gear away in the sea caves, 4, 2, 5, and then make haste, all of you, to come along with me, so that you can see your companions in the sacred dwelling of Circe, eating and drinking, for they have all in abundance." So I spoke, and at once they did as I told them. Only Eurylocos was trying to hold back all my other 430 companions, and he spoke to them and addressed them in winged words. Poor wretches, where are we going? Why do you long for the evils of going down into Circe's palace? For she will. Transform the lot of us into pigs or wolves or lions, and so we shall guard her great house for her, under compulsion. 435. So too it happened with the Cyclops, when our companions went into his yard, and the bold Odysseus was of their company, for it was by this man's recklessness that these two perished. So he spoke, and I considered in my mind whether to draw out the long-edged sword from beside my big thigh, 440, and cut off his head and throw it on the ground, even though he was nearly related to me by marriage. But my companions checked me, first one, then another speaking, trying to soothe me. Zeus sprung Odysseus, "If you ask us to, we will leave. This man here to stay where he is and keep watch over. 445 the ship. You show us the way to the sacred dwelling of Circe." So they spoke and started up from the ship and the seashore. Nor would Eurylocos be left alone by the hollow ship, but followed along in fear of my fierce reproaches. Life with Circe. Meanwhile, inside the house, Circe with loving care bathed 450 the rest of my companions, and anointed them well with olive oil, and put about them mantles of fleece and tunics. We found them all together, feasting well in the halls. When my men looked each other in the face and knew one another, they burst into an outcry of tears, and the whole house echoed, 455. But she, shining among goddesses, came close and said to us, "Son of Laertes and seed of Zeus, resourceful Odysseus, no longer raise the swell of your lamentation. I too know all the pains you have suffered on the sea where the fish swarm, and all the damage done you on the dry land by hostile 460 men. But come now, eat your food and drink your wine, until you gather back again into your chests that kind of spirit you had in you when first you left the land of your fathers on rugged Ithaca. Now you are all dried out, dispirited, from the constant thought of your hard wandering, nor is there any 465 spirit in your festivity because of so much suffering." So she spoke, and the proud heart in us was persuaded. There for all our days until a year was completed, we sat there feasting on unlimited meat and sweet wine. But when it was the end of a year, and the months wasted, 470 away, and the seasons changed, and the long days were accomplished, then my eager companions called me aside and said to me, "What ails you now? It is time to think about our own country, if truly it is ordained that you shall survive and come back to your strong-founded house and to the land of your fathers." 475. So they spoke, and the proud heart in me was persuaded. So for the whole length of the day, until the sun's setting, we sat there feasting on unlimited meat and sweet wine. But when the sun went down and the sacred darkness came over, they lay down to sleep all about the shadowy chambers. 480, but I, mounting the surpassingly beautiful bed of Circe, clasped her by the knees and entreated her, and the goddess listened to me, and I spoke to her and addressed her in winged words. "O Circe, accomplish now the promise you gave, that you would see me on my way home." The spirit within me is urgent 485 now, as also in the rest of my friends, who are wasting my heart away, lamenting around me when you are elsewhere. So I spoke, and she, shining among goddesses, answered, "Odysseus, before going home, must visit the land of the dead. Son of Laertes and seed of Zeus, resourceful Odysseus, you shall no longer stay in my house when none of you wish to. 490, but first there is another journey you must accomplish, and reach the house of Hades and of revered Persephone, there to consult with the soul of Tiresias, the Theban, the blind prophet, whose senses stay unshaken within him, to whom alone Persephone has granted intelligence. 495 even after death, but the rest of them are flittering shadows. So she spoke, and the inward heart in me was broken, and I sat down on the bed and cried. Nor did the heart in me wish to go on living any longer, nor to look on the sunlight. But when I had glutted myself with rolling about and weeping, 500 then at last I spoke aloud and answered the goddess, Circe, who will be our guide on that journey? No one has ever yet in a black ship gone all the way to Hades. So I spoke, and she, shining among goddesses, answered, Son of Laertes and seed of Zeus, resourceful Odysseus, 505, let no need for a guide on your ship trouble you. Only set up your mast pole and spread the white sails upon it, and sit still, and let the blast of the north wind carry you. But when you have crossed with your ship the stream of the ocean, you will find there a thickly wooded shore, and the groves of Persephone, 510, and tall black poplars growing, and fruit-perishing willows. Then beach your ship on the shore of the deep eddying ocean, and yourself go forward into the moldering home of Hades. There Periphlogethon and Cocytus, which is an off-break from the water of the Styx, flow into Acheron. There is 515 a rock there, and the junction of two thunderous rivers. There, hero, you must go close in and do as I tell you. Dig a pit of about a cubit in each direction, and pour it full of drink offerings for all the dead. First honey mixed with milk, then a second pouring of sweet wine, 520 in the third, water. And over all then sprinkle white barley, and promise many times to the strengthless heads of the perished dead that, returning to Ithaca, you will slaughter a barren cow, your best, in your palace, and pile thee. Pyre with treasures, and to Tiresias apart dedicate an all back. 525 ram, the one conspicuous in all your sheep flocks. Sailing instructions. The men are told. But when with prayers you have entreated the glorious hordes of the dead, then sacrifice one ram and one black female, turning them toward Erebos, but yourself turn away from them and make for where the river runs, and there the numerous. 530 souls of the perished dead will come and gather about you. Then encourage your companions and tell them, taking the sheep that are lying by, slaughtered with the pitiless, bronze, to skin these, and burn them, and pray to the divinities, to Hades the powerful, and to revered Persephone, 535, while you yourself, drawing from beside your thigh the sharp sword, crouch there, and do not let the strengthless heads of the perished dead draw nearer to the blood until you have questioned Tiresias. Then, leader of the host, the prophet will soon come to you, and he will tell you the way to go, the stages of your journey, 540, and tell you how to make your way home on the sea where the fish swarm. So she spoke, and dawn of the golden throne came on us, and she put clothing upon me, an outer cloak and a tunic, while she, the nymph, mantled herself in a gleaming white robe, fine woven and delightful, and around her waist she fastened 545, a handsome belt of gold, and on her head was a wimple. While I walked all about the house and roused my companions, standing beside each man and speaking to him in kind words, no longer lie abed and dreaming away in sweet sleep. The queenly Circe has shown me the way. So let us go now. 550, so I spoke, and the proud heart in them was persuaded. Yet I did not lead away my companions without some loss. There was one, Elpenor, the youngest man, not terribly powerful in fighting nor sound in his thoughts. This man, apart from the rest of his friends, in search of cool air, had lain 555 down drunkenly to sleep on the roof of Circe's palace, and when his companions stirred to go, he, hearing their tumult and noise of talking, started suddenly up, and never thought, when he went down, to go by way of the long ladder, but blundered straight off the edge of the roof, so that his neck bone 560 was broken out of its sockets, and his soul went down to Hades. Now, as my men were on their way, I said a word to them. You think you are on your way back now to your own beloved country, but Circe has indicated another journey. Death of Elpenor, for us, to the house of Hades, and of revered Persephone 565 there, to consult with the soul of Tiresias the Theban. So I spoke, and the inward heart in them was broken. They sat down on the ground and lamented and tore their hair out, but there came no advantage to them for all their sorrowing. When we came down to our fast ship in the sand of the seashore, 570 we sat down, sorrowful and weeping big tears. Circe, meanwhile, had gone down herself to the side of the black ship, and tethered aboard a ram and one black female, easily passing by us unseen. Whose eyes can follow the movement of a god passing from place to place unless the god wishes? Book XI. Now when we had gone down again to the sea and our vessel, first of all we dragged the ship down into the bright water, and in the black hull set the mast in place, and set sails, and took the sheep and walked them aboard, and ourselves also 5 embarked, but sorrowful, and weeping big tears. Circe, of the lovely hair, the dread goddess who talks with mortals, sent us an excellent companion, a following wind, filling the sails to carry from astern the ship with the dark prow. We ourselves, over all the ship making fast the running gear, 10 sat still, and let the wind and the steersman hold her steady. All day long her sails were filled as she went through the water, and the sun set, and all the journeying ways were darkened. She made the limit, which is of the deep-running ocean. There lie the community and city of Cimmerian people, 15 hidden in fog and cloud, nor does Helios, the radiant sun, ever break through the dark, to illuminate them with his shining, neither when he climbs up into the starry heaven, nor when he wheels to return again from heaven to earth, but always a glum night is spread over wretched mortals. 20. Making this point, we ran the ship ashore and took out. The sheep and ourselves walked along by the stream of the ocean until we came to that place to which Circe had spoken. There Paramedes and Eurylocos held the victims fast, and I, drawing from beside my thigh my sharp sword, the land of the dead. The ghost of Elpenor. 25 dug a pit of about a cubit in each direction and poured it full of drink offerings for all the dead, first honey mixed with milk, and the second pouring was sweet wine, and the third water, and over it all I sprinkled white barley. I promised many times to the strengthless heads of the perished 30 dead, that, returning to Ithaca, I would slaughter a baron. Cow, my best, in my palace, and pile the pyre with treasures, and to Tiresias apart would dedicate an all-black ram, the one conspicuous in all our sheep flocks. Now, when, with sacrifices and prayers, I had so entreated. 35, the hordes of the dead. I took the sheep and cut their throats over the pit, and the dark clouding blood ran in, and the souls of the perished dead gathered to the place, up out of Erebos, brides and young unmarried men, and long-suffering elders, virgins, tender, and with the sorrows of young hearts upon them, 40 and many fighting men killed in battle, stabbed with brazen spears, still carrying their bloody armor upon them. These came swarming around my pit from every direction with inhuman clamor, and green fear took hold of me. Then I encouraged my companions and told them, taking 45 the sheep that were lying by, slaughtered with the pitiless bronze, to skin these and burn them, and pray to the divinities, to Hades the powerful, and to revered Persephone, while I myself, drawing from beside my thigh my sharp sword, crouched there, and would not let the strengthless heads of the perished 50 dead draw nearer to the blood until I had questioned Tiresias. But first there came the soul of my companion, Elpenor, for he had not yet been buried under earth of the wide ways, since we had left his body behind in Circe's palace, unburied and unwept, with this other errand before us. 55 I broke into tears at the sight of him, and my heart pitied him, and so I spoke aloud to him and addressed him in winged words. Elpenor, how did you come here beneath the fog and the darkness? You have come faster on foot than I could in my black ship. So I spoke, and he groaned aloud and spoke and answered, 60, son of Laertes and seed of Zeus, resourceful Odysseus, the evil will of the spirit and the wild wine bewildered me. I lay down on the roof of Circe's palace and never thought, when I went down, to go by way of the long ladder, the prophecy of Elpenor. but blundered straight off the edge of the roof, so that my neck bone 65 was broken out of its sockets, and my soul went down to Hades. But now I pray you, by those you have yet to see, who are not here, by your wife, and by your father, who reared you when you were little, and by Telemachos, whom you left alone in your palace. For I know that after you leave this place and the house of Hades 70, you will put back with your well-made ship to the island, Aiaia. There at that time, my lord, I ask that you remember me, and do not go and leave me behind unwept, unburied, when you leave, for fear I might become the god's curse upon you. But burn me there with all my armor that belongs to me, 75, and heap up a grave mound beside the beach of the gray sea for an unhappy man, so that those to come will know of me. Do this for me, and on top of the grave mound plant the oar, with which I rowed when I was alive and among my companions. So he spoke, and I, in turn, spoke to him in answer. 80, all this, my unhappy friend, I will do for you as you ask me. So we two stayed there exchanging our sad words, Ion, one side holding my sword over the blood, while opposite me the phantom of my companion talked long with me. Next there came to me the soul of my dead mother, 85 Anticlea, daughter of great-hearted Autolycos, whom I had left alive when I went to sacred Ilion. I broke into tears at the sight of her, and my heart pitied her. But even so, for all my thronging sorrow, I would not let her draw near the blood until I had questioned Tiresias. 90 now came the soul of Tiresias the Theban, holding a staff of gold, and he knew who I was, and spoke to me. Son of Laertes and seed of Zeus, resourceful Odysseus, how is it then, unhappy man, you have left the sunlight, and come here to look on dead men, and this place without pleasure? 95. Now draw back from the pit, and hold your sharp sword away from me, so that I can drink of the blood and speak the truth to you. So he spoke, and I, holding away the sword with the silver nails, pushed it back in the sheath, and the flawless prophet, after he had drunk the blood, began speaking to me. 100 glorious Odysseus, what you are after is sweet homecoming, but the god will make it hard for you. I think you will not. Escape the shaker of the earth, who holds a grudge against you, about the last voyage of Odysseus. In his heart, and because you blinded his dear son, hates you. But even so, and still, you might come back, after much suffering, 105 if you can contain your own desire, and contain your companions, at that time when you first put in your well-made vessel, at the island Thrinacia, escaping the sea's blue water, and there discover pasturing the cattle and fat sheep, of Helios, who sees all things, and listens to all things. 110. Then, if you keep your mind on homecoming, and leave these unharmed, you might all make your way to Ithaca after much suffering, but if you do harm them, then I testify to the destruction of your ship and your companions. But if you yourself get clear, you will come home in bad case, with the loss of all your companions, 115 in someone else's ship, and find troubles in your household, insolent men who are eating away your livelihood, and courting your godlike wife, and offering gifts to win her. You may punish the violences of these men when you come home. But after you have killed these suitors in your own palace, 120 either by treachery or openly with the sharp bronze, then you must take up your well-shaped oar and go on a journey until you come where there are men living who know nothing of the sea, and who eat food that is not mixed with salt, who never have known ships whose cheeks are painted purple, who never. 125 have known well-shaped oars, which act for ships as wings do. And I will tell you a very clear proof, and you cannot miss it. When, as you walk, some other wayfarer happens to meet you, and says you carry a winnow fan on your bright shoulder, then you must plant your well-shaped oar in the ground, and render 130 ceremonious sacrifice to the Lord Poseidon, 1 ram and 1 bull, and a mounder of sows, a boar pig, and make your way home again, and render holy hecatombs to the immortal gods who hold the wide heaven, all of them in order. Death will come to you from the sea, in 135 some altogether unwarlike way, and it will end you, in the ebbing time of a sleek old age. Your people, about you will be prosperous. All this is true that I tell you." So he spoke, but I in turn said to him in answer, "All this, Tiresias, surely must be as the gods spun it. 140. But come now, tell me this and give me an accurate answer. I see before me now the soul of my perished mother, Anticlea, his mother tells Odysseus. But she sits beside the blood in silence and has not yet deigned to look directly at her own son and speak a word to me. Tell me, Lord, what will make her know me and know my presence?" 145. So I spoke, and he at once said to me in answer, "Easily I will tell you, and put it in your understanding. Any one of the perished dead you allow to come up. To the blood will give you a true answer, but if you begrudge this to any one, he will return to the place where he came from." 150. So speaking, the soul of the Lord Tiresias went back into the house of Hades once he had uttered his prophecies, while I waited steadily where I was standing until my mother came and drank the dark clouding blood, and at once she knew me, and full of lamentation she spoke to me in winged words. 155. "My child, how did you come here beneath the fog and the darkness and still alive? All this is hard for the living to look on, for in between lie the great rivers and terrible waters. That flow, ocean first of all, which there is no means of crossing on foot, not unless one has a well-made ship. Are you, 160, come now to this place from Troy, with your ship and your companions after wandering a long time, and have you not yet come to Ithaca, and there seen your wife in your palace?" So she spoke, and I in turn said to her in answer, "Mother, a duty brought me here to the house of Hades. 165 I had to consult the soul of Tiresias the Theban, for I have not yet been near Achaean country, nor ever set foot on our land, but always suffering I have wandered since the time I first went along with great Agamemnon to Ilion, land of good horses, and the battle against the Trojans. 170. But come now, tell me this, and give me an accurate answer. What doom of death that lays men low has been your undoing? Was it a long sickness, or did Artemis of the Arrows come upon you with her painless shafts and destroy you? And tell me of my father and son whom I left behind. Is 175 my inheritance still with them, or does some other man hold them now, and thinks I will come no more? Tell me about the wife I married, what she wants, what she is thinking, and whether she stays fast by my son and guards everything, or if she has married the best man among the Achaeans. 180. So I spoke, and my queenly mother answered me quickly. Something about Ithaca, all too much with enduring heart. She does wait for you there in your own palace, and always with her the wretched nights, and the days also waste her away with weeping. No one yet holds your fine inheritance, but in freedom. 185 Telemachus administers your allotted lands and apportions the equal feasts, work that befits a man with authority, to judge, for all call him in. Your father remains on the estate where he is and does not go to the city. There is no bed there, nor is there bedclothing, nor blankets, nor shining coverlets. 190, but in the wintertime he sleeps in the house, where the thralls do, in the dirt next to the fire, and with foul clothing upon him. But when the summer comes and the blossoming time of harvest, everywhere he has places to sleep on the ground, on fallen leaves in piles along the rising ground of his orchard. 195, and there he lies, grieving, and the sorrow grows big within him as he longs for your homecoming, and harsh old age is on him. And so it was with me also, and that was the reason I perished. Nor in my palace did the Lady of Arrows, well aiming, come upon me with her painless shafts and destroy me. 200, nor was I visited by sickness, which beyond other things takes the life out of the body with hateful weakness. But, shining Odysseus, it was my longing for you, your cleverness and your gentle ways, that took the sweet spirit of life from me. So she spoke, but I, pondering it in my heart, yet wished 205 to take the soul of my dead mother in my arms. 3 times I started toward her, and my heart was urgent to hold her, and 3 times she fluttered out of my hands like a shadow or a dream, and the sorrow sharpened at the heart within me. And so I spoke to her and addressed her in winged words, saying, 210, Mother, why will you not wait for me when I am trying to hold you, so that even in Hades with our arms embracing, we can both take the satisfaction of dismal mourning? Or are you nothing but an image that proud Persephone sent my way to make me grieve all the more for sorrow? 215, so I spoke, and my queenly mother answered me quickly, O my child, ill-fated beyond all other mortals, this is not Persephone, daughter of Zeus, beguiling you, but it is only what happens when they die to all mortals. The sinews no longer hold the flesh and the bones together. The queens of the past, 220, and once the spirit has left the white bones, all the rest of the body is made subject to the fire's strong fury. But the soul flitters out like a dream and flies away. Therefore, you must strive back toward the light again with all speed. But remember these things for your wife, so you may tell her hereafter. 225, so we too were conversing back and forth, and the women came to me. They were sent my way by proud Persephone. These were all who had been the wives and daughters of princes, and now they gathered in swarms around the dark blood. I then thought about a way to question them, each by herself, 230, and as I thought, this was the plan that seemed best to me. Drawing out the long-edged sword from beside my big thigh, I would not let them all drink the dark blood at the same time. So they waited and came to me in order, and each one told me about her origin, and I questioned all of them. 235. There first I saw Tyro, gloriously descended, and she told me she was the daughter of stately Sammonius, but said she was the wife of Crathius, the son of Aeolus, and she was in love with a river, godlike Enopeus, by far the handsomest of all those rivers whose streams cross over. 240 the earth, and she used to haunt Enopeus' beautiful waters. Taking his likeness, the god who circles the earth and shakes it lay with her where the swirling river finds its outlet, and a sea-blue wave curved into a hill of water reared up about the two to hide the god and the mortal woman. 245, and he broke her virgin zone and drifted asleep upon her. But when the god had finished with the act of lovemaking, he took her by the hand and spoke to her and named her, saying, Be happy, lady, in this love, and when the year passes. You will bear glorious children, for the couplings of the immortals, 250, are not without issue. You must look after them and raise them. Go home now and hold your peace and tell nobody. My name, but I tell it to you. I am the earth-shaker Poseidon. So he spoke and dived back into the heaving water of the sea. But she conceived and bore Peleus and Neleus, 255, and both of these grew up to be strong henchmen of mighty. Zeus. Peleus lived, rich in sheep flocks, in the wide spaces of Iolcos, while the other was king in sandy Pylos. But this queen among women bore the rest of her children to Crathius. Tell Odysseus their stories. Aeson and Phares and Amphion delighting in horses. 260 after her I saw Antiope, who was the daughter of Aesopus, who claimed she had also lain in the embraces of Zeus, and borne 2 sons to him, Amphion and Zethos. These first established the foundations of 7-gated, Thebes, and built the bulwarks, since without bulwarks they could not 265 have lived, for all their strength, in Thebes of the wide spaces. After her I saw Amphitrion's wife, Alcmene, who, after lying in love in the embraces of great Zeus, brought forth Heracles, lion-hearted and bold of purpose. And I saw Megara, daughter of high-spirited Creon, 270, whom Amphitrion's bold and warriless son had married. I saw the beautiful Epicaste, Oediputes' mother, who in the ignorance of her mind had done a monstrous thing when she married her own son. He killed his father and married her. But the gods soon made it all known to mortals. 275, but he, for all his sorrows, in beloved Thebes continued, to be lord over the Cadmeans, all through the bitter designing of the gods, while she went down to Hades of the gates, the strong one, knotting a noose and hanging sheer from the high ceiling in the constraint of her sorrow, but left to him who survived her 280 all the sorrows that are brought to pass by a mother's furies. And I saw Chloris, surpassingly lovely, the one whom Neleus married for her beauty, giving numberless gifts to win her. She was the youngest daughter of Iasos' son Amphion, who once ruled, strongly over Orchomenos of the Minyai, 285, so she was queen of Pylos, and she bore him glorious children, Nestor and Chromios and proud Periclymenos. Also, she bore that marvel among mortals, majestic Pero, whom all the heroes round about courted, but Neleus would not give her to any unless he could drive away the broad-faced, 290 horn-curved cattle of strong Ithacals out of Phylake. It was hard to do, and only the blameless seer Melampus undertook it, but he was bound fast by the hard destiny of the god, and the painful fetters on him, and the loutish oxherds. But when the months and the days had come to an end, and the year 295 had gone full circle and come back with the seasons returning, then strong Ithacals released him when he had told him. All prophecies he knew, and the will of Zeus was accomplished. Interlude. Alkinoos and Areta. And I saw Leda, who had been the wife of Tyndareos, and she had borne to Tyndareos 2 sons with strong hearts, 300 Castor, breaker of horses, and the strong boxer, Polydeuces. The life-giving earth holds both of them, yet they are still living, and, even underneath the earth, enjoying the honor. Of Zeus, they live still every other day. On the next day, they are dead, but they are given honor even as gods are. 305 after her, I saw Iphimedeia, wife of Aleus. But she told me how she had been joined in love with Poseidon and borne 2 sons to him. But these in the end had not lived long, Odos like a god, and the far-famed Ephialtes. And these were the tallest men the grain-giving earth has brought forth 310 ever, and the handsomest by far after famous Orion. When they were only 9 years old, they measured 9 cubits. Across, but in height they grew to 9 fathoms, and even made threats against the immortal gods on Olympos that they would carry. The turmoil of battle with all its many sorrows against them, 315, and were minded to pile Ossa on Olympos, and above Ossa Pelion of the trembling leaves to climb the sky. Surely they would have carried it out if they had come to maturity, but the son of Zeus, whom Leto with ordered hair had borne him, Apollo, killed them both before ever the down gathered. 320 below their temples, or on their chins the beards had blossomed. I saw Phaedra and Procris and Ariadne, the beautiful daughter of malignant Minos. Theseus at one time was bringing her from Crete to the high ground of sacred Athens, but got no joy of her, since before that Artemis killed her. 325 in sea-washed Dia, when Dionysos bore witness against her. I saw Myra, Clymene, and Eriphyle the hateful, who accepted precious gold for the life of her own dear husband. But I could not tell over the whole number of them, nor name all the women I saw, who were the wives and daughters of heroes, 334 before that the divine night would give out. It is time now for my sleep, either joining my companions on board the fast ship or here. But you and the gods will see to my homeward journey. So he spoke, and all of them stayed stricken to silence, held in thrall by the story all through the shadowy chambers. 335. Now it was white-armed Arete who began the discourse. Phaeacians, what do you think now of this man before you? Admire Odysseus the storyteller. For beauty and stature, and for the mind well balanced within him? And again, he is my own guest, but each one of you has some part in honoring him. Do not hurry to send him off, nor cut short. 340 his gifts, when he is in such need, for you all have many possessions, by the grace of the gods, stored up in your palaces. Then in turn the aged hero Echinios spoke forth, who was the most advanced in age of all the Phaeacians. Friends, our circumspect queen is not off the mark in her speaking, 345 nor short of what we expect of her. Do then as she tells us. From now on the word and the act belong to Alkinoos. Then in turn Alkinoos spoke to him and answered, Even so, this word will be mine to say, as long as I am alive and king over the oar-loving Phaeacians. 350. But let our guest, much though he longs for the homeward journey, still endure to wait till tomorrow, until I have raised all. The contribution? But the men shall see to his convoy. Home, and I most of all, for mine is the power in this district." Then resourceful Odysseus spoke in turn and answered him, 355, O great Alkinoos, preeminent among all people, if you urged me to stay here even for the length of a year, and still sped my conveyance home and gave me glorious presents, that would be what I wished. There would be much advantage in coming back with a fuller hand to my own dear country, 360, and I would be more respected so and be more popular with all people who saw me make my return to Ithaca. Then Alkinoos answered him in turn and said to him, "Odysseus, we as we look upon you do not imagine that you are a deceptive or thievish man, the sort that the black earth 365 breeds in great numbers, people who wander widely, making up lying stories from which no one could learn anything. You have a grace upon your words, and there is sound sense within them, and expertly, as a singer would do, you have told the story of the dismal sorrows befallen yourself and all of the Argives. 370, but come now, tell me this and give me an accurate answer. Did you see any of your godlike companions who once with you went to Ilion and there met their destiny? Here is a night that is very long. It is endless. It is not time yet to sleep in the palace. But go on telling your wonderful story. 375 I myself could hold out until the bright dawn, if only." The story resumed. "You could bear to tell me, here in the palace, of your sufferings." Then resourceful Odysseus spoke in turn and answered him, "O great Alkinoos, preeminent among all people, there is a time for many words and a time for sleeping. 380, but if you insist on hearing me still, I would not begrudge you the tale of these happenings and others yet more pitiful. To hear the sorrows of my companions, who perished later, who escaped onslaught and cry of battle, but perished. All for the sake of a vile woman on the homeward journey. 385. Now when chaste Persephone had scattered the female souls of the women, driving them off in every direction, there came the soul of Agamemnon, the son of Atreus, grieving, and the souls of the other men who died with him, and met their doom in the house of Aegisthus, were gathered around him. 390. He knew me at once, when he drank the dark blood, and fell to lamentation loud and shrill, and the tears came springing, and threw himself into my arms, meaning so to embrace me. But there was no force there any longer, nor any juice left now in his flexible limbs, as there had been in time past. 395. I broke into tears at the sight of him, and my heart pitied him. And so I spoke aloud to him, and addressed him in winged words. Son of Atreus, most lordly and king of men, Agamemnon, what doom of death that lays men low has been your undoing? Was it with the ships, and did Poseidon, rousing a storm blast 400 of battering winds that none would wish for, prove your undoing? Or was it on the dry land? Did men embattled destroy you, as you tried to cut out cattle and fleecy sheep from their holdings, or fighting against them for the sake of their city and women? So I spoke, and he in turn said to me in answer, 405, son of Laertes and seed of Zeus, resourceful Odysseus, not in the ships, nor did Poseidon, rousing a storm blast, of battering winds that none would wish for, prove my destruction, nor on dry land did enemy men destroy me in battle. Aegisthus, working out my death and destruction, invited 410 me to his house, and feasted me, and killed me there, with the help of my sluttish wife, as one cuts down an ox at his manger. So I died a most pitiful death, and my other companions were killed around me without mercy, like pigs with shining tusks, in the house of a man rich and very powerful, the ghost of Agamemnon. 415 for a wedding, or a festival, or a communal dinner. You have been present in your time at the slaughter of many men, killed singly, or in the strong encounters of battle. But beyond all others, you would have been sorry at heart. For this scene, how we lay sprawled by the mixing bowl and the loaded 420 tables all over the palace, and the whole floor was steaming with blood. And most pitiful was the voice I heard of Priam's daughter Cassandra, killed by treacherous Clytemnestra over me. But I lifted my hands, and with them beat on the ground as I died upon the sword, but the sluttish woman. 425 turned away from me and was so hard that her hands would not press, shut my eyes and mouth, though I was going to Hades. So there is nothing more deadly or more vile than a woman who stores her mind with acts that are of such sort as this one did when she thought of this act of dishonor and plotted. 430, the murder of her lawful husband. See, I had been thinking that I would be welcome to my children and thralls of my household when I came home, but she, with thoughts surpassingly grisly, splashed the shame on herself and the rest of her sex, on women still to come, even on the one whose acts are virtuous. 435, so he spoke, and I again said to him in answer, Shame it is, how most terribly Zeus of the wide brows from the beginning has been hateful to the seed of Atreus, through the schemes of women. Many of us died for the sake of Helen, and when you were far, Clytemnestra plotted treason against you. 440, so I spoke, and he in turn said to me in answer, So by this, do not be too easy even with your wife, nor give her an entire account of all you are sure of. Tell her part of it, but let the rest be hidden in silence. And yet you, Odysseus, will never be murdered by your wife. 445, the daughter of Icarios, circumspect Penelope, is all too virtuous, and her mind is stored with good thoughts. Well. She was only a young wife when we left her, and went off to the fighting, and she had an infant child then at her breast. That child now must sit with the men and be counted. 450, happy he, for his dear father will come back and see him, and he will fold his father in his arms, as is right. My wife never even let me feed my eyes with the sight of my own son, but before that I myself was killed by her. Interview with the ghost of Achilles, and put away in your heart this other thing that I tell you. 455. When you bring your ship into your own dear country, do it secretly, not in the open. There is no trusting in women. But come now, tell me this, and give me an accurate answer. Tell me if you happen to hear that my son was still living, whether perhaps in Orchomenos or in sandy Pylos, 460, or perhaps with Menelaus in wide Sparta. For nowhere upon the earth has there been any death of noble Orestes. So he spoke, and I again said to him in answer, Son of Atreus, why do you ask me that? I do not know if he is alive or dead. It is bad to babble emptily. 465, so we two stood there, exchanging our sad words, grieving both together and shedding the big tears. After this, there came to us the soul of Peleus' son, Achilles, and the soul of Patroclus, and the soul of stately Antilochus, and the soul of Aias, who for beauty and stature was greatest 470 of all the Danons, next to the stately son of Peleus. The soul of swift-footed Achilles, scion of Iacchos, knew me, and full of lamentation he spoke to me in winged words. Son of Laertes and seed of Zeus, resourceful Odysseus, hard man, what made you think of this bigger endeavor? How could you 475 endure to come down here to Hades' place, where the senseless dead men dwell, mere imitations of perished mortals? So he spoke, and I again said to him in answer, Son of Peleus, far the greatest of the Achaeans, Achilles, I came for the need to consult Tiresias, if he might tell me 480 some plan by which I might come back to rocky Ithaca, for I have not yet been near Achaean country, nor ever set foot on my land, but always I have troubles. Achilles, no man before has been more blessed than you, nor ever will be. Before, when you were alive, we Argives honored you. 485 as we did the gods, and now in this place you have great authority over the dead. Do not grieve, even in death, Achilles. So I spoke, and he in turn said to me in answer, O shining Odysseus, never try to console me for dying. I would rather follow the plow as thrall to another. 490 man, one with no land allotted him and not much to live on, than be a king over all the perished dead. But come now, tell me anything you have heard of my proud son, whether memories of Troy, or not he went along to war to fight as a champion, and tell me anything you have heard about stately Peleus, 495, whether he still keeps his position among the Myrmidon hordes, or whether in Hellas and Phthia they have diminished his state, because old age constrains his hands and feet, and I am no longer there under the light of the sun to help him, not the man I used to be once, when in the wide trod. 500 I killed the best of their people, fighting for the Argives. If only for a little while I could come like that to the house of my father, my force and my. Invincible hands would terrify such men, as use force on him and keep him away from his rightful honors. So he spoke, and I again said to him in answer, 505. I have no report to give you of stately Peleus, but as for your beloved son Neoptolemus, I will tell you, since you ask me to do it, all the true story. For I myself, in the hollow hull of a balanced ship, brought him over from Skyros to join the strong-grieved Achaeans. Whenever 510 we, around the city of Troy, talked over our counsels, he would always speak first, and never blunder. In speaking, only godlike Nestor and I were better than he was, and when we Achaeans fought in the Trojan plain, he never would hang back where there were plenty of other men, nor stay with 515 the masses, but run far out in front, giving way to no man, for fury, and many were those he killed in the terrible fighting. I could not tell over the number of all, nor name all, the people he killed as he fought for the Argives. But what a great man was one! The son of Telephos he slew with the brazen 520 spear, the hero Eurypylos, and many Cataean. Companions were killed about him by reason of womanish presence. Next to great Memnon, this was the finest man I ever saw. Again, when we who were best of the Argives entered, the horse that Epeos made, and all the command was given 525 to me to keep close hidden inside or sally out from it, the other leaders of the Danons and men of council were wiping their tears away, and the limbs were shaking under each man of them. But never at any time did I see him, losing his handsome color and going pale or wiping. 530 the tears off his face, but rather he implored me to let him sally out of the horse. He kept feeling for his sword hilt. The angry ghost of Aias, and spear weighted with bronze, full of evil thoughts for the Trojans. But after we had sacked the sheer citadel of Priam, with his fair share and a princely prize of his own, he boarded 535 his ship, unscathed. He had not been hit by thrown and piercing bronze, nor stabbed in close-up combat, as often happens. In fighting, the war god rages at all and favors no man. So I spoke, and the soul of the swift-footed scion of Iacchos stalked away in long strides across the meadow of Asphodel, 540 happy for what I had said of his son and how he was famous. Now the rest of the souls of the perished dead stood near me, grieving, and each one spoke to me and told of his sorrows. Only the soul of Telamonian Aias stood off, at a distance from me, angry still over that decision 545 I won against him when beside the ships we disputed. Our cases for the arms of Achilles, his queenly mother, set them as prize, and the sons of the Trojans, with Pallas Athene, judged. And I wish I had never won in a contest like this. So high a head has gone under the ground for the sake of that armor. 550 AIAs, who for beauty and for achievement surpassed all the Danans next to the stately son of Peleus. So I spoke to him now in words of conciliation. Aias, son of stately Telamon, could you then never even in death forget your anger against me because of 555 that cursed armor? The gods made it to pain the Achaeans. So great a bulwark were you, who were lost to them. We Achaeans grieved for your death as incessantly as for Achilles, the son of Peleus at his death, and there is no other to blame but Zeus. He, in his terrible hate for the army, 560 of Danon's spearmen, visited this destruction upon you. Come nearer, my lord, so you can hear what I say and listen to my story. Suppress your anger and lordly spirit. So I spoke. He gave no answer, but went off after the other souls of the perished dead men into the darkness. 565. There, despite his anger, he might have spoken. or I might have spoken to him. But the heart in my inward breast wanted still to see the souls of the other perished dead men. There I saw Minos, the glorious son of Zeus, seated, holding a golden scepter and issuing judgments among 570 the dead, who all around the great Lord argued their cases, heroes in torment. Heracles, some sitting and some standing, by the wide-gated house of Hades. After him I was aware of gigantic Orion, in the meadow of Asphodel, rounding up and driving together. Wild animals he himself had killed in the lonely mountains, 575 holding in his hands a brazen club forever unbroken. And I saw Tydeus, Earth's glorious son, lying in the plain and sprawled over 9 acres. 2 vultures, sitting one on either side, were tearing his liver, plunging inside the caul. With his hands he could not beat them 580 away. He had manhandled Leto, the honored consort of Zeus, as she went through spacious Panopeus toward Pytho. And I saw Tantalos also, suffering hard pains, standing in lake water that came up to his chin and thirsty. As he was, he tried to drink, but could capture nothing. 585 for every time the old man, trying to drink, stooped over, the water would drain away and disappear, and the black earth showed at his feet, and the divinity dried it away. Over. His head trees with lofty branches had fruit like a shower descending, pear trees and pomegranate trees and apple trees with fruit shining, 590 and figs that were sweet and olives ripened well. But each time the old man would straighten up and reach with his hands for them, the wind would toss them away toward the clouds overhanging. Also I saw Sisyphos. He was suffering strong pains, and with both arms embracing the monstrous stone, struggling. 595 with hands and feet alike, he would try to push the stone upward to the crest of the hill. But when it was on the point of going over the top, the force of gravity turned it backward, and the pitiless stone rolled back down to the level. He then tried once more to push it up, straining hard, and sweat ran. 600 all down his body, and over his head a cloud of dust rose. After him I was aware of powerful Heracles, his image, that is, but he himself among the immortal gods enjoys their festivals, married to sweet-stepping Hebe, child of great Zeus and Hera of the golden sandals. 605. All around him was a clamor of the dead, as of birds scattering scared in every direction. But he came on, like dark night, holding his bow bare with an arrow laid on the bowstring, and forever looking, as one who shot, with terrible glances. There was a terrible belt crossed over his chest, and a golden. Return to Circe's island. 610 baldric, with marvelous works of art that figured upon it, bears and lions with glaring eyes, and boars of the forests, the battles and the quarrels, the murders and the manslaughters. May he who artfully designed them, and artfully put them upon that baldric, never again do any designing. 615. He recognized me at once as soon as his eyes had seen me, and full of lamentation he spoke to me in winged words. Son of Laertes and seed of Zeus, resourceful Odysseus, unhappy man, are you too leading some wretched destiny such as I too pursued when I went still in the sunlight? 620, for I was son of Cronian Zeus, but I had an endless spell of misery. I was made bondman to one who was far worse than I, and he loaded my difficult labors on me. One time, he sent me here to fetch the dog back, and thought there could be no other labor to be devised more difficult than that. 625 won, but I brought the dog up and led him from the realm of Hades, and Hermes saw me on my way, with Pallas Athene. So he spoke, and went back into the realm of Hades. But I stayed fast in place where I was, to see if some other one of the generation of heroes who died before me. 630 would come, and I might have seen men earlier still, whom I wanted to see, Perithous and Theseus, God's glorious children. But before that, the hordes of the dead men gathered about me, with inhuman clamor, and green fear took hold of me, with the thought that proud Persephone might send up against me 635, some Gorgonish head of a terrible monster up out of Hades. So, going back on board my ship, I told my companions also to go aboard and to cast off the stern cables. And quickly they went aboard the ship and sat to the oarlocks, and the swell of the current carried her down the ocean river 640 with rowing at first, but after that on a fair wind following. This is where part 1 of the Odyssey comes to an end. But Odysseus's greatest trials are only just beginning. Ahead lies an even more perilous voyage across the seas, mysterious islands, the relentless tests of the gods, and enemies that can only be overcome with extraordinary courage and wisdom. Will Odysseus finally return to his beloved kingdom of Ithaca? Or does fate have something far more terrifying in store for him? To discover what happens next, don't miss the next part of the Odyssey. Until then, take care, and I'll see you again very soon.